I was standing in a hospital corridor at 5:30 in the morning last year, waiting for test results, and I noticed something strange. The building was completely silent. No phones ringing, no announcements, no footsteps. The fluorescent lights hummed, but even that seemed muted. Everything had this sharp, unreal quality, like the building itself was holding its breath. For maybe 20 minutes, I existed in this pocket outside normal time. Then a door opened somewhere, voices started, a cart rattled past, and the spell broke. The day had begun. That feeling, that brief window when the world hasn't started yet, it's in this book I want to talk about. Callisto by Georgy Martynov. Written in 1956 in the Soviet Union. Not as famous as the Strugatsky brothers, not translated into English as far as I know, but it does something I haven't seen many books do. It starts with the most ordinary morning you can imagine, a professor getting ready for work, tired, dreading his upcoming vacation because he has to go to a sanatorium for his heart, and within hours that ordinary morning becomes the day everything in human history changes. The book opens with Professor Kapriyanov on his dacha porch in that early hour I'm talking about. Martynov writes, "It was that early hour when even the air hasn't yet awakened from its night sleep, and houses, trees, and fences are somehow especially motionless and sharply outlined. Even the air is still asleep." I must have read that sentence 5 times when I first encountered it because it names something I'd felt but never had words for. That specific quality of early morning, before anyone's routine has started, before the day's momentum takes over. A kind of temporary paradise. But here's what makes it interesting. The professor is standing there, and he's tired. Really tired. The kind of tired where your whole value system temporarily shifts. Martynov writes that Professor Kapriyanov usually never envied people who did nothing, but right now it seemed to him that nothing could be better than idleness. This is a man who's devoted his life to astronomy, to work, to contributing something. But fatigue has rewritten his priorities. Suddenly the neighbor who lies around all day reading seems to have figured out the secret of life. We've all been there. You work hard, you believe in what you're doing, and then you hit a wall, and for a few hours or a few days you think, what's the point? Maybe the people who don't try so hard have it right. It's not a real change in values, it's exhaustion talking, but it feels real in the moment. The professor knows he needs rest. He's looking forward to vacation in theory. But he has to go to a sanatorium because his heart is acting up. And he dreads it. He'd be perfectly happy to stay at the dacha and lie around reading like his neighbor Stern. But that's impossible. The boring sanatorium regime is inevitable. Here's the irony Martynov captures: enforced rest feels worse than working. When rest becomes structured, scheduled, medicalized, when someone tells you exactly when to rest and how, it loses the very quality that makes it restful. The professor faces weeks of prescribed idleness under medical supervision, and it fills him with more dread than his demanding job. Freedom is what makes rest actually restorative. Take away the freedom and you just have imprisonment with comfortable chairs. I saw this once with my uncle, who was a mechanic. Worked his whole life, always moving, always fixing something. Then he retired, and within 6 months he looked 10 years older. Everyone kept telling him, relax, enjoy yourself, you earned it. But he didn't know what to do with unstructured time. It wasn't rest, it was emptiness. He eventually started fixing neighbors' cars for free just to have something to do. The work he'd looked forward to escaping turned out to be what gave his days meaning. So the professor is standing there in the early morning, tired, envying his idle neighbor, dreading the sanatorium, planning his day. A completely ordinary moment in an ordinary life. Then his neighbor Stern, the one who lies around all day, comes out to the porch. And Stern is staring at the sky. Looking at something. The professor looks up too. There's a point of light. Golden, bright, sparkling. Tiny, no visible diameter, but definitely there. Neither of them can figure out what it is. Not Venus, not a star, not a planet. The wrong place, the wrong time, the wrong quality of light. Just this mysterious golden point hanging in the dawn sky. And Martynov writes, Professor Kapriyanov did not know and could not know that he would not return to his dacha this year, would not go on his long-awaited vacation, but this tiny golden sparkling point with no visible diameter would sharply change his life. That's the sentence that made me want to talk about this book. Because we've all had those moments. You're standing somewhere ordinary, thinking ordinary thoughts, maybe a little tired, maybe a little annoyed about something small. And you have no idea that you're standing at a hinge point. That what seems like a normal Tuesday morning is actually the last normal Tuesday morning you'll have. The day my father died started with me annoyed about traffic. I was irritated that I'd have to rush to make a meeting. That irritation is the last thing I remember feeling before the phone rang. The meeting never happened. The traffic didn't matter. Everything I thought was important that morning became instantly irrelevant. But I didn't know that when I was sitting there annoyed at red lights. The professor sees this golden point and he gets curious. Despite having to leave for work, despite the sanatorium trip looming, despite his fatigue, he doesn't want to leave without figuring out what it is. Martynov did not at all want to leave without clarifying the question that interested him. The unknown has more pull than obligation. This is what real curiosity feels like. It overrides routine. It makes you late for things. It disrupts plans. His neighbor Stern suggests maybe it's a balloon, a stratospheric balloon, an airplane. And the professor gets irritated, aerostat, stratostat, airplane. Why talk nonsense? This moment makes me smile because it captures something about specialized knowledge. When you're an expert in something, you instantly recognize wrong answers that sound plausible to everyone else. But you can't always quickly explain why they're wrong. So you just sound dismissive. The astronomer knows it's not a balloon, but explaining why would take 20 minutes of context about altitude and reflection and orbital mechanics. So he just says it's nonsense and sounds arrogant. I feel this constantly when people talk about artificial intelligence. Someone will confidently explain how AI works and I'll know immediately they're wrong, but if I start explaining why, their eyes glaze over in 30 seconds. Specialized knowledge is isolating. You see things other people don't see, but that doesn't mean you can make them see it too. The professor goes to work. The golden point stays in his mind. By the time he gets to the city, he discovers other people saw it too. It's not just visible from his dacha. Someone points at the sky and people gather instinctively. Holding his hand to his eyes, he too began to look up. There were already many people around him. Something about the sky pulls us. Always has. A mysterious light appears and humans stop what they're doing and stare upward together. Some primal response to cosmic mystery. At work, colleagues ask him about it. Is it a new satellite? A comet? The professor, still thinking about it, says something that surprises everyone. He says, people think too confidently that they will necessarily be the first to fly to Mars and other planets. But if there are intelligent beings there, then why can't it happen that not we, but they will be the first to fly to us? Martynov watches that golden point grow brighter in the sky, and he does what any scientist would do, he calls the observatory. Within hours he's at a table surrounded by other experts, and they're all looking at data that doesn't make sense. The spacecraft, because that's what it is, isn't following any natural orbit. It's slowing down. It's approaching Earth deliberately. And immediately, before anyone has even confirmed what this thing is made of or who built it, the first question they ask is political. Where will it land? The scientists start calculating trajectories, and one of them says it plainly, we have two possibilities. Either the ship lands within the borders of the USSR or China, or in some capitalist country. Think about that for a second. Humanity's first contact with an alien civilization, and the opening move is dividing the planet into sides. Not will they be friendly, not what do they want, but whose territory. It's 1953 in this story. The Cold War is the lens through which everything gets viewed, even visitors from another star system. This is Georgy Martynov writing. Soviet science fiction author, wrote this book in the early 1950s and published it in installments. I found it years ago in a stack of old magazines, the kind printed on paper so cheap it crumbled if you bent it too hard. The cover showed a rocket and some planets. Nothing fancy. But when I started reading, I realized Martynov was doing something interesting. He was writing a first contact story, but he wasn't pretending politics would vanish just because something extraordinary happened. He was saying, we bring ourselves to every situation. Our divisions, our fears, our ways of organizing power. The scientists keep watching. The ship circles Earth, and then something strange happens. It disappears from view. Not because it left, but as one of them explains, thanks to the fact that our Earth has a habit of rotating around its axis, the ship by 2 p.m. disappeared beyond the horizon. A habit. Earth has a habit of rotating. I love that line. It's such a dry, almost annoyed way to describe a fundamental law of physics. Like Earth is a person with quirks, and rotation is just something it insists on doing. But it also does something else. It makes cosmic perspective funny. Here's this alien spacecraft, technology beyond anything humans have built, approaching our planet, and we lose sight of it because of mundane orbital mechanics. The universe doesn't pause for drama. When the scientists confirm what they're seeing, when they understand this is actually happening, they don't start cheering or panicking. The book says, nobody answered. The agitated scientists silently exchanged glances. It was clear that Stern's unexpected and extraordinary announcement had shaken them all. Silence. These are people who study stars, who understand the scale of the universe intellectually. But understanding something as an abstract concept and facing it as reality are completely different experiences. They've spent their careers imagining what's out there, and now it's here, and they have no words. Shock swallows language. Then the calls start going out. They need to assemble a team, an expedition to meet this thing when it lands. And they tap Kapriyanov to lead it. He's an astronomer, respected, capable. The book tells us, he had already managed to think through the unexpected proposal and understood that he couldn't refuse. The task they wanted to place on him was difficult and responsible. That's leadership in crisis, right there. Not volunteers stepping forward with enthusiasm. It's someone realizing refusal isn't an option because the situation is bigger than personal comfort. Kapriyanov doesn't want this. He's exhausted, remember. He was supposed to go rest. But duty has its own gravity. When something matters enough, I can't stop being a valid answer. But then, immediately after accepting this historic mission, the scientists start voicing very human concerns. One says, and at home they don't know anything. I should at least warn my wife. Another mentions, I have urgent work that I can't just abandon like this. They're worried about money, about unfinished projects, about what their families will think. I find this completely believable. You can be standing at the threshold of humanity's greatest moment and still think about whether you remembered to tell someone where you're going. The grand and the mundane don't cancel each other out. They coexist. Your brain doesn't switch off ordinary worry just because extraordinary things are happening. The debate continues. Professor Lebedev makes an argument about communication. He says, look, these aliens know geometry. They understand metallurgy. They built a spacecraft. And this proves that their reason is identical to our reason. Mathematics as universal language. The idea that any civilization capable of technology must share certain logical foundations with us. It's a comforting thought. It means we're not facing something utterly incomprehensible. But I wonder if it's too comforting. It assumes intelligence only comes in one form, that anyone who builds ships must think like we do. Maybe that's true. Or maybe we're already limiting what we can imagine based on the only example we have ourselves. Someone raises the fear everyone's probably thinking, can we be certain this ship isn't approaching Earth with hostile intentions? And Stern, the chief astronomer, dismisses it immediately, Wellesian nonsense. War of the Worlds. He's referring to H.G. Wells, the English writer who imagined Martians invading Earth. Stern treats the fear as contamination from fiction, not legitimate concern. But the fear itself is interesting. Why do we assume hostility? Probably because that's what we'd worry about if the roles were reversed. We're projecting human history, colonialism, conquest, resource extraction onto beings we know nothing about. Our fears reveal our own patterns. There's also the possibility, as Kapriyanov points out, that the aliens don't even know humans exist. Maybe they don't suspect that Earth is inhabited by intelligent beings, and after circling it, they'll head to Venus or Mars. We might be irrelevant. They might be exploring the solar system, and we're just one data point. That's almost more unsettling than hostility, the idea that we're not even significant enough to notice. The Chinese government sends a message. If the ship lands in Chinese territory, they invite the Soviet scientists to come. International cooperation, seamless coordination between communist nations. Science as a bridge. Meanwhile, the scientists worry aloud about what happens if it lands in America. We could go there, sure, but we wouldn't be in charge, we'd be guests. And worse, in capitalist countries, science doesn't always receive support from the ruling classes. The main role is played by the profits of monopolists, and these gentlemen understand perfectly well what enormous benefit they could extract for themselves from such a visit. Martynov is writing in the early 1950s, remember. Stalin is still alive. The Soviet Union is presenting itself as the protector of science and human knowledge against capitalist greed. Whether you agree with that framework or not, the underlying question is real. When something this valuable appears, who controls access to it? Do you share it with everyone, or do those with power lock it down? And then they solve the landing location puzzle through basic physics. The ship is descending slowly, steadily. Earth is rotating beneath it. So it will land wherever it first appeared in the sky, after one full rotation. Simple geometry. It's going to come down in the European part of the Soviet Union. One old astronomer teases his colleagues, "You forgot elementary school geography." Even the smartest people, under pressure, forget obvious things. Stress narrows focus. You're thinking about alien civilizations and technological revolutions, and you forget to check the weather. The whole world is watching now. It was felt that the entire world was in a state of enormous tension. Everyone waiting. And Kapriyanov and his team have to leave immediately, with almost no preparation. Any serious expedition always requires lengthy preparation, but Kapriyanov and his companions were about to depart on an exceptional and responsible journey in emergency mode. The most important mission in human history, and they're doing it in a rush. No time to think it through. No protocol, because there's never been a situation like this before. They're improvising the future. The scientists give an order. Everyone needs to sleep. The alien spacecraft is still hours away, and they need to be sharp when it arrives. It's a sensible command. The kind of thing a good leader says when people are running on adrenaline and panic. Get some rest. That's an order. Nobody sleeps. Martynov has this beautiful moment where he writes that they'll have to replace the expedition commander, because his people won't listen to him. And they won't listen because he himself isn't following his own orders. The man who told everyone to get rest is pacing the halls, checking instruments, staring at the sky. There's something deeply human in that. When the most extraordinary thing in human history is about to happen, authority becomes meaningless. Orders evaporate. The hierarchy that usually governs scientific expeditions just dissolves. I've seen this in smaller ways. I worked in a factory once where the floor manager was always strict about break times, 15 minutes exactly, not a second more. Then one day there was a fire in the building next door. Nothing that threatened us, but you could see the flames through the windows. That manager stood there with the rest of us, watching, way past when breaks should have ended. Nobody said anything. Some moments are bigger than rules. But this wasn't a fire next door. This was a spacecraft from another star system approaching Earth. The scale of it is hard to hold in your mind. One of the scientists, Stern, tries to put it into words. The thing had been flying for almost 5 years through the emptiness and darkness of the universe at speeds incomprehensible to humans. 5 years. And that's only if it came from the nearest star system. The nearest. When you read that, really read it, you feel the distance. 5 years of travel through absolute darkness. No landmarks. No air. No sound. Just the spacecraft and the void. And that's the best case scenario, the shortest possible journey. It might have been traveling for decades. Centuries, even. The beings inside either had lifespans we can't imagine, or they accepted that their children or grandchildren would be the ones to arrive. Or maybe they had technology that let them sleep through it. The book doesn't answer that yet. But the question hangs there. The whole city can't sleep either. Moscow. Half the planet. Martynov writes that it seemed like all of Moscow was awake that night. Half of Earth's hemisphere was anxious. I love that detail. Not just the scientists in their observatory or command center. Regular people. Factory workers lying in bed staring at the ceiling. Nurses coming off shift, too wired to rest. Truck drivers pulling over to listen to radio updates. Everyone knew something impossible was happening. There's one scientist who seems calm. Liaozen. While everyone else is losing their minds, pacing and arguing and checking calculations obsessively, Liaozen goes to his room. The others marvel at his composure. Look at that, they say. Sleeping like nothing's happening. What remarkable self-control. Then one of them peeks through the keyhole. Liaozen is sitting up in bed, reading. Even he can't sleep. But he's maintaining the appearance of calm, and maybe that matters. Maybe pretending to be steady helps everyone else stay functional. The scientists are trying to understand what will happen next. Logic, they decide, dictates that the aliens will land. Professor Smirnov makes the argument based on energy. To leave a planet the size of Earth, with its significant gravity, requires an enormous expenditure of energy. Escaping a gravity well isn't like driving a car up a hill. It's exponentially harder. So if the aliens go through the trouble of descending into Earth's gravity well, they won't leave without landing. It would be absurd to travel light years, spend that colossal energy to slow down and approach, only to glance at Earth and turn back. Stern adds another layer. For any intelligent being, the whole point of a cosmic journey is to find life similar to their own on other planets. That's the purpose. To undertake such a voyage just to take a quick look and immediately turn around would be nonsense. When you think about it, it's obvious. If you drove 8 hours to visit someone, you wouldn't idle in their driveway for 30 seconds and then drive home. But scale that up to interstellar distances and the logic becomes even more undeniable. But what are the aliens thinking right now? That's the question nobody can answer. The scientists watch as Earth's fighter aircraft try to escort the spacecraft. Every time a plane gets close, the alien ship speeds up, maintaining distance. Is it afraid? Does it fear these unknown flying machines? Does it worry about hostile action? Or is it just trying to avoid accidents? Then the accident happens. A pilot, either brave or foolish, ignores warnings and flies directly behind the spacecraft. The plane is thrown backward like a toy tossed by a giant hand, tumbles through the air, wings breaking, and crashes to the ground. The first human casualty of alien contact. Not from an alien weapon. Not from hostility. From ignorance. From not understanding the forces involved. Maybe the spacecraft's propulsion creates a wake, some kind of field or exhaust that solid matter can't survive. The aliens might not have even noticed. Or maybe they did notice, and that's why they were avoiding the aircraft in the first place. One of the scientists, Kaprianov, suggests that maybe the aliens are staying away from the planes not out of fear for themselves, but out of concern for human safety. Maybe they saw what happened in Orenburg, that first accident, and they're trying to prevent more deaths. It's an optimistic interpretation. It assumes empathy. That these beings care whether some fragile creatures on this planet get hurt. But how can anyone know? Alien psychology. Alien reasoning. It's fundamentally unknowable until they communicate. The book calls this one of the most remarkable days in Earth's history, and that's not exaggeration. Think about what this moment means. For all of human existence, we wondered if we were alone. Philosophers debated it. Religious leaders claimed special knowledge. Scientists theorized. But it was always hypothesis. Always speculation. Now, in a single moment, hypothesis transforms into truth. The spacecraft itself is the proof. Undeniable. Physical. Real. Martynov writes about how this represents the complete destruction of certain worldviews. There were people, he says, who still tried to prove that Earth held an exceptional position in the infinite universe. That we were special. Unique. The spacecraft's appearance delivered the final and definitive blow to that idea. You can't argue with a physical object in your sky. You can't debate away a ship that traveled from another star. But here's what struck me most. There's a passage where one of the scientists reflects on what this moment really means. He talks about the bond of intelligence that unites living beings across the entire universe. A connection that has always existed and always will exist, even when intelligent beings living on different planets didn't know about each other. That invisible thread between minds, separated by unimaginable distances but somehow linked by the simple fact of consciousness, of awareness, of asking questions about existence. I had to stop reading when I hit that passage. Not because it was complicated. Because it was simple and true. Right now, on this planet, there are people I'll never meet. Someone in a village I'll never visit, speaking a language I don't understand, living a life completely different from mine. But we share something fundamental. We both wonder. We both look at the night sky. We both ask questions. That connection exists even without contact. Now multiply that across light years. Across fundamentally different biologies. The aliens on that spacecraft, whatever they are, whatever they look like, however they think, they built a ship. They looked at their own night sky and wondered what was out there. They developed science, engineering, the accumulated knowledge of generations. They made the decision to cross the void. That makes them kin to us in some profound way, even if we share nothing else. But the scientists are also realizing how alien these beings truly are. The spacecraft circles low over a populated town, maybe 200 meters up, moving slowly. The wind from its passage, the displacement of air, must be like a hurricane. Buildings shaking. Windows shattering. People terrified. And the aliens either don't notice or don't care. One scientist says it with frustration: alien psychology, alien mind. We cannot comprehend their decision-making. What seems obvious to us is invisible to them. What seems reckless might be perfectly logical from their perspective. The ship appears to have no windows. The scientists debate this. One suggests that the aliens might perceive parts of the electromagnetic spectrum invisible to humans. Maybe they see in ultraviolet or other wavelengths measured in fractions of an angstrom. To them, the metal hull might be transparent. They're looking out at Earth clearly while we see only a sealed surface. It's a reminder that seeing isn't universal. Vision depends on biology, on what wavelengths your eyes evolved to detect. An alien's window might be a human's solid wall. And then there's the political problem, though the aliens certainly don't know it's a problem. The Earth is divided. Different territories, different systems, different governments. If the spacecraft crosses one particular meridian, if it lands in one hemisphere instead of another, the consequences change completely. Not just for humans. For the aliens themselves. But how could they possibly know that? From space, political borders are invisible. To them, this is just one planet. They have no way of understanding that where they land might determine whether they're greeted with wonder or weapons, cooperation or exploitation. The alien ship hovering over that small Soviet town creates something Martynov describes with this phrase. Hurricane-force wind going straight down from the ship, lifting such massive clouds of earth and dust that they covered the entire horizon. The wind tears down telegraph poles. It rips roofs off houses on the edge of town. This is what I find so brilliant about Martynov's approach to first contact. He doesn't give us malevolent aliens with death rays. He gives us something far more unsettling: beings whose technology is so advanced that even their basic operations devastate us as a side effect. The way a helicopter landing in your backyard would terrify your cat and blow over your garden furniture. You weren't trying to harm the cat. You weren't even thinking about the cat. That's the horror of it. When I worked in a factory, we had safety meetings about a piece of automated equipment that had injured 3 people in the first month. Not because it was broken. Because it worked exactly as designed, but the designers never considered how humans would actually interact with it. They were thinking about the machine. We were in the way. The alien ship hovering over that town is the same principle, but on a cosmic scale. Then Martynov gives us this extraordinary image. These distinguished academicians with gray hair, these senior scientists who've spent decades building reputations, who carry themselves with dignity at conferences when they actually see the alien spacecraft. The gray-haired academicians ran across the field like children together with the young people. I've seen this exactly once in my life. At a university lecture where a famous mathematician was supposed to give a routine talk. 15 minutes in, he realized something on the blackboard. Not part of his prepared remarks. A genuine insight happening in real time. His voice changed. He started writing faster. And the senior professors in the front row leaned forward exactly the same way the graduate students in the back did. For about 10 minutes, there was no hierarchy in that room. Just humans watching someone touch something true. That's what First Contact does in Martynov's book. It strips away everything we use to pretend we're serious and sophisticated. The aliens don't care about your titles or your gray hair or how many papers you've published. You're all equally primitive to them. So you might as well run across the field like a child, because that's the honest response. But then Martynov shows us something even stranger about human nature. After the initial chaos, after the ship has settled into position, we get this scene. For more than half an hour, expedition members, journalists, pilots all stood on an embankment, silently staring at a small white sphere that contained a great mystery. Think about this. The ship is far enough away that it looks like a small sphere. They can't see any details. Nothing is happening. They're just staring at a white dot on the horizon. For half an hour. In silence. I remember when they found those planets around Proxima Centauri. You can't see them with any telescope. They're just data. Variations in starlight. But I pulled up the images anyway and stared at them on my screen, knowing I wasn't actually seeing anything. Just looking at pixels that represented measurements that indicated something might be there. I stared for probably 20 minutes. My partner walked by and asked what I was doing. I didn't have a good answer. That's what Martynov captures. Humans will stare at mysteries even when there's nothing to see. Maybe especially when there's nothing to see. The less information we have, the more our imagination fills the space. That white dot on the horizon could be anything. Every person standing on that embankment is running their own private film of what might be inside that sphere. What they might look like. What they might want. Whether they're looking back. Now, one of the characters, Kapriyanov, expresses what everyone is probably hoping. Beings who manage to build such a ship and accomplish interplanetary flight must stand at a high level of development. This is the assumption we make. That technological advancement implies moral advancement. That being smart enough to cross space must also be wise enough to be peaceful. It's a comforting thought. It's also completely unproven. I thought about this a lot when I learned about the Manhattan Project. Some of the most brilliant physicists in human history, people who understood the fundamental nature of matter and energy, building a weapon to destroy cities. They were technologically advanced enough to split atoms. Were they morally advanced enough to decide who should have that power? Ask different people, you'll get different answers. Now imagine beings 1,000 years ahead of us technologically. Does that make them saints? Or does it make them something we can't even imagine yet? Martynov doesn't answer this. He just puts the hope in Kapriyanov's mouth and lets it hang there. We want to believe that advancement means goodness. we have no evidence that it does. Meanwhile, everyone is exhausted. It's been a night of chaos and revelation. People need to sleep. Everyone does sleep. Except Kupriyanov. He knew he wouldn't fall asleep anyway until he was convinced that everything necessary had been done. So he decides to fly to the ship and see what's happening around it. This is the burden of leadership that nobody tells you about. It's not the big decisions. It's that you can't rest when everyone else can. When I managed a team on a long project, the worst part wasn't the work itself. It was lying awake at 3 in the morning running through mental checklists. Did we order enough materials? Did I remember to call that supplier back? Is the new person going to show up tomorrow, or did they quit? Everyone else could go home and forget about it until morning. I couldn't. Not because anyone forced me to worry. Because my brain wouldn't shut off until it was convinced everything was handled. That's what Martynov shows with Kupriyanov. While others sleep, he has to go check. Has to be sure. It's not heroic. It's just the tax that responsibility charges. And then we get one of the funniest sequences in the book. Kupriyanov, a civilian professor, gets on a military fighter jet. He asks the pilot to fly closer to the alien ship so he can observe it. The pilot, a military man, takes this as a literal instruction. What follows is pure chaos. He couldn't figure out what happened. Everything mixed together in some kind of crazy carousel. Kupriyanov can't see anything. He just closes his eyes and waits for it to end. Afterward, he tells someone. True, I didn't see anything, but now I know what a military plane is. The pilot did his job perfectly. He executed exactly what was asked with incredible skill. But because they didn't communicate about expectations, the mission was worthless. This is the paradox of technical excellence without shared understanding. The pilot was brilliant. The professor saw nothing. Both things are true. There's a particular kind of professional courage that fascinates me. Not the dramatic kind where someone runs into a burning building. The quieter kind. The soldier who treats the absolutely extraordinary as just another job to do. Martynov shows us this early in the contact scenario. The military guards around the alien spacecraft have been given an assignment. Guard this object. Don't let unauthorized people approach. Standard security protocol. Except the object they're guarding is a sphere from another star system. The book says it simply. This was an ordinary, albeit not entirely comprehensible military object which they had been ordered to guard, and they were doing it with their usual conscientiousness. I love that phrase. Usual conscientiousness. They're guarding proof that humans aren't alone in the universe with the same professional attitude they'd bring to guarding a warehouse. And here's what strikes me about this, it's not that they're stupid or unimaginative. It's that their training, their professional identity, gives them a framework to operate within even when their world has fundamentally changed. The framework doesn't require them to understand everything. It just requires them to do their job. I've seen this in hospitals. A nurse friend once told me about a night when 3 trauma cases came in simultaneously, complete chaos, and she just went into what she calls the routine. Take vitals, start the 4, document everything, speak calmly to the patient. The routine held her together when her emotions wanted to panic. Professional duty as psychological armor. But the scientists don't have that same armor, and Martynov is honest about what happens when the extraordinary breaks through all your intellectual frameworks. The expedition leader is preparing to approach the ship more closely. He's a rational man. He's been studying this thing. He knows the approach is necessary. But something stops him. The book describes it. Some vague feeling, which he himself couldn't understand, warned him against it. But it wasn't fear, it was some other, more complex feeling. This is something I don't see talked about enough. We act like intuition and rationality are opposites. But sometimes your body knows something your conscious mind hasn't worked out yet. That complex feeling that isn't quite fear. I've felt it. Standing on a ladder that seemed stable, but something told me to get down. Sitting in a job interview where everything seemed right on paper but my stomach was tight. Walking down a street at night when nothing obvious was wrong but every nerve said turn around. The leader can't name what he's feeling. That's the hard part. If it were simple fear, he could talk himself through it or push past it. But this is his intuition picking up on something real that his conscious mind can't articulate yet. And then Martynov shows us what that intuition was tracking. Professor Kapriyanov suddenly realizes what's been bothering him. That enormous ship weighs hundreds of tons. To lift it would require tremendous force. And anyone standing nearby when it takes off would be crushed by that force. The fear isn't irrational. It's perfectly rational. He's afraid to approach because the ship might suddenly lift off and kill everyone nearby. But here's the thing, and this is what makes it so psychologically interesting, he can't not approach. The scientific imperative, the need to know, the responsibility he has to humanity, all of that outweighs even a rational fear of death. You see this tension throughout the book. The unknowable observer. The scientists are absolutely certain that whoever is inside that ship can see them somehow. The book states it directly. It was impossible to doubt that the ship's crew somehow saw what surrounded them. But the humans can't see in. This creates what I think of as an asymmetry of vulnerability. The aliens can watch, study, judge. The humans are exposed, observed, known. Meanwhile, the inside of that sphere remains completely opaque. It's like being in a job interview where the interviewer can see you perfectly but is sitting behind a one-way mirror. All the psychological power is on one side. And then the cylinder appears. Something extends from the ship, just for a moment. The first proof of intelligent action. The first sign of life inside. Martynov captures what this does to them. But the very fact of an undoubtedly intelligent action, the first manifestation of life inside the ship, deeply shook them. Deeply shook them. These are scientists. People trained to observe calmly. But this is the moment when it becomes undeniably real. Not a mysterious object anymore. A vehicle. With someone inside. Someone who just did something deliberate. Now they're trapped in a new dilemma. Was that a signal meant for us? The question torments Kapriyanov. He's haunted by this unsolved and currently unsolvable question: was the cylinder's appearance some kind of signal addressed to them or not? Because if it was a signal and they didn't respond properly, what does that mean? Professor Smirnov actually worries about this out loud. If they were trying to communicate with us, he says, they must have a bad impression now. We just stood there with our mouths open. I find this moment incredibly human. Here you are at the most important moment in human history. First contact with alien intelligence. And you're worried about making a good impression. It's like showing up to meet someone important and immediately spilling coffee on yourself. That very human anxiety about how we appear to others, scaled up to cosmic significance. But Stern, the older scientist, tries to reassure him. Any beings intelligent enough to build such a ship would be intelligent enough to understand your stunned reaction. Beings who built such a ship are mentally not below us. And if so, they must have understood your state. There's something generous in this assumption. The hope that advanced intelligence includes empathy. That beings capable of crossing stellar distances would also be capable of understanding that humans would be overwhelmed by first contact. Meanwhile, the cameraman is cursing himself. He was so mesmerized by the cylinder that he forgot to film it. A historic moment, lost forever because he was too amazed to remember his job. I gaped like an idiot and didn't film that, well, that thing. This is real. This is how humans actually are. We miss the photo because we're living the moment. We forget to document because we're too busy experiencing. All our plans about how we behave in an extraordinary situation, and when the moment comes we just stand there, overwhelmed. And then Stern makes an interesting suggestion. Maybe the cylinder was a camera. Maybe they were photographing you. The perfect symmetry of it. Humans desperately wanting to document the aliens. Aliens possibly documenting the humans. Everyone trying to capture evidence of this impossible meeting. There's a moment in the book that stopped me cold. The aliens have landed. They've chosen their spot carefully, away from cities, away from people who might get hurt. And what's the first thing Western newspapers do? They lie. They invent thousands of deaths. They describe cities completely destroyed. And Martynov lets us see right through it with one devastating line. The great happiness of Europe and America, that the ship didn't land with us. You can feel the bitter sarcasm dripping from those words. Behind all the fake concern, all the manufactured disaster stories, there's just jealousy. Raw, petty jealousy that the most important event in human history happened somewhere else. Not on their soil. Not under their control. I thought about this a lot when I first read it. How even in the face of something that should unite everyone, that should make every border and flag seem ridiculous, we still can't help ourselves. We still keep score. We still want to be the main character in the story. The aliens travel for years across impossible distances, and humans are sulking because they landed in the wrong country. But here's what Martynov understands about people, and why I love this book. He doesn't just show you the pettiness. He shows you something else happening at the same time. Something beautiful. The ship lands, and suddenly everything else stops mattering. Daily cares and interests were forgotten. People stop reading political news. Sports stadiums are empty. Theaters and concert halls get maybe a quarter of their usual audience. Think about that. Sports. Entertainment. The things we use to fill every spare moment, to avoid thinking about the big questions. All of it, just abandoned. And then Martynov gives you this image that makes your chest hurt a little. As if humanity noticed the sky above their heads for the first time. Millions of people standing in streets and squares as evening comes, just staring up at the stars. The sky was always there. The stars were always there. Every single night of their lives. But they never really looked. Never really saw. Until something from up there came down here and made it real. I read that passage on a bus once, going home from work. When I got off at my stop, I looked up. Really looked. The city lights wash out most of the stars, but you can still see some if you pay attention. How many times had I walked from that bus stop to my apartment without once glancing up? How many thousands of times? The book says astronomy had more followers in those days after the landing than in its entire history. People who never cared about science, who couldn't tell you the difference between a planet and a star, suddenly desperately reading astronomy textbooks. Why? Because it wasn't abstract anymore. Those weren't just points of light or things in documentaries. Something came from there. Someone came from there. This is what Martynov understood about people and wonder. We can ignore something infinite and beautiful if it stays theoretical. But make it concrete, make it immediate, make it real enough to touch, and suddenly we can't think about anything else. The scientists in the book, they're going crazy with 3 questions. Everyone's asking the same 3 questions. When will they come out of the ship? What will they look like? How will we communicate with them? That middle question, that's the one that gets people. What will they look like? Not what do they know, not what technology do they have, not even what do they want. What will they look like? It's such a human thing. We need to picture it. We need an image in our heads. The unknown is unbearable because we can't see it. Some scientists think the aliens talk through metallic clicking sounds. Like birds, but birds made of metal. They debate whether humans could even make those sounds, whether the aliens could make human sounds. And one scientist says if they can't speak each other's languages, there's only one solution. Drawing. Pictures. The most basic form of communication. Like cave paintings. Like what you do with someone who doesn't speak your language when you need to show them something. We might meet beings who crossed the stars, and we might have to communicate by pointing at pictures. But here's what's driving everyone crazy. The ship just sits there. Silent. Motionless. 6 days pass. Nothing. And people can't understand it. If the guests never intended to come out, why stay in one place so long? But if they want to come out, why keep delaying? Hundreds of millions of people listening to radio broadcasts, waiting for news. In England, people are placing bets on when the aliens will emerge. The profound and the trivial happening at the same time. The biggest event in human history, and someone's trying to make money guessing the date. The scientists, though, they're suffering in a specific way. Martynov has this observation that hit me because I recognized it immediately. Everything mysterious, puzzling, incomprehensible has an attractive force for thinking people. And he calls it noble curiosity. Good curiosity. Worthy of humans. But noble curiosity doesn't mean comfortable curiosity. The scientists are becoming irritable, silent, gloomy. Just looking at the ship, motionless and mysterious, fills them with frustration. Because they can't do anything. They can only wait. And for people whose whole lives are built on investigating, on testing, on finding answers, forced passivity is torture. They prepare materials to show the aliens. Charts of the solar system. Diagrams of Earth's history. Mathematical proofs. Because everyone agrees, mathematics is universal. Any civilization that can build a starship knows mathematics. Numbers don't care what language you speak. And they prepare for winter. Because if these beings traveled 4 or 5 years at the speed of light from the nearest star system, they're not going to turn around after a week. Star travelers will certainly want to thoroughly familiarize themselves with an inhabited planet. You don't cross that distance just to take a quick look. Then young Shirokov has an idea. He's proud, this kid. Doesn't like sharing thoughts that aren't fully formed because he's afraid people will mock him. So he sits with his idea for 2 hours, working it through, making sure it's solid. Then he proposes it, use a searchlight to communicate. Send light signals. 7 flashes for the 7 days that have passed. And Liaozhen, the normally calm Chinese scientist, makes a sarcastic comment. Which shows how tightly wound everyone's nerves are. When the most composed person in the room starts making snide remarks, you know the pressure is getting to everyone. But the idea is approved, and Shirokov runs through the camp like a boy. This young scientist, so concerned with dignity and appearing mature, runs like a child when he's happy. Because that's what happens when your contribution matters. Age and pride in professional image, all of it falls away, and you're just someone who helped solve a problem. Liaozhen says something then that stayed with me. Simple thoughts are often the hardest. They'd been preparing complex mathematical proofs and detailed diagrams. And the answer was a searchlight. On and off. Counting. The most basic form of communication. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Sometimes the sophisticated answer isn't the right answer. Sometimes you're overthinking because the simple solution seems too obvious to possibly work. The moment I read about Shirokov staring at that spaceship for hours, I recognized something. The book says the spaceship and its locked secrets pulled at the young scientist's imagination with irresistible force. That phrase, irresistible force. Not just interesting. Not just curious about. Irresistible. I've felt that. Maybe you have too. It's different from regular curiosity. Regular curiosity is when you wonder how something works and you look it up and then you go about your day. This other thing, this irresistible pull, it's when you can't stop thinking about something. You're supposed to be working on something else but your mind keeps drifting back. You find excuses to walk past it, look at it, touch it if you can. You stay up too late reading about it. People ask you questions and you barely hear them because part of your brain is still circling around that one thing. Martynov understood that mystery is a kind of hunger. And that hunger can drive you to breakthrough thinking, or it can drive you a little bit crazy. Sometimes both at once. But here's what happens when that mystery becomes your responsibility. While everyone else at the landing site gets excited when they see the party secretary's gray car arriving, Shirokov feels anxiety. He's in charge of keeping order at the camp. Everyone else sees a routine visit. He sees a chance to be criticized, to be found lacking. The same event, completely different emotions. That's what responsibility does. It changes which details you notice. A teacher walking through a school hallway doesn't see the same things a student sees. A chef at a restaurant party isn't enjoying the food the same way the guests are, they're noticing timing, temperature, whether the sauce broke. Shirokov can't just marvel at the spaceship anymore. He has to worry about whether the perimeter is secure, whether the schedule is being followed, whether something will go wrong on his watch. The party secretary who arrives is named Kozlovsky. And he's dealing with a completely different kind of pressure. The whole world wants to see this spaceship. Foreign journalists are already requesting access. And here's where Martynov shows you something about how politics works even in moments that should transcend politics. Kozlovsky makes a distinction. There's a Chinese journalist named Yu Xinju. Kozlovsky basically says he doesn't count, meaning he's trusted. But the Western journalists, quote, "will have to keep our ears sharp around them." Even at this moment, alien visitors, first contact with another civilization, something that should unite all of humanity, the Cold War suspicion continues. Us and them. Trusted and watched. I think about this a lot. How even in moments of genuine wonder, we bring our divisions with us. You'd think aliens landing would make us forget about borders and ideologies for at least a few days. But we're human. We import our fears and our structures into every new situation. There's a conversation between Kozlovsky and Shirokov that captures this tension perfectly. They're discussing whether to let foreign visitors come to the landing site. Shirokov is worried about spies, about sabotage. And Kozlovsky says something that stops him. "Have you ever heard of an Iron Curtain, Professor? Don't you understand that we cannot close the doors?" Think about what he's saying. The whole Soviet system was built on controlling information, controlling access, keeping secrets. And now here's this official saying they cannot refuse foreign guests, cannot close the doors, even though he himself just admitted they'll be watching those guests carefully. It's a paradox. We have to be open even when we're afraid. We have to let people in even when we don't trust them. Why? Because the alien landing isn't just a Soviet event. It belongs to everyone. Closing the doors would be admitting that your system is based on fear. And more than that, if you're claiming to represent the future of humanity, you can't act like you're afraid of the present. Another character, Koprianov, voices something even sadder. He's troubled by the thought that the aliens came to Earth as brothers, but now humans have to protect them from other humans. He says, "They came to us as brothers, and we, well, not us exactly, but they." He can't even finish the sentence. He's pained by the mere possibility that someone might try to hurt these visitors. There's a tragedy in that. These beings traveled between stars to reach us, and we're worried they might become victims of our own political violence. We're meeting them with guards and suspicion and contingency plans. Kozlovsky gives a briefing where he presents his theory about the alien civilization. He says, "I don't believe that such a gigantic undertaking as interstellar flight could be accomplished under conditions of hostility between peoples, under conditions of class struggle, under conditions of capitalism." His logic is, if they can travel between stars, they must have solved their social problems. War and exploitation waste resources. You can't coordinate something as massive as a starship if your society is divided against itself. Therefore, the aliens must come from a peaceful, advanced social system. It's an interesting argument. And maybe it's true. But notice what he's doing, he's seeing what he wants to see. He's projecting his hopes about his own society onto these visitors. They become proof that his side was right all along. Then someone raises another possibility. What if the aliens come from a world that never experienced hostility at all? A truly happy planet where war and hatred never existed. And then comes the devastating conclusion, but then they don't know what enmity is, what hatred is, what sabotage is. They won't be able to protect themselves. Innocence as vulnerability. A civilization without experience of evil would have no defenses against it. They'd be like children stepping into traffic, not understanding the danger because they've never seen a car accident. I find this deeply sad because it suggests that wisdom requires scars. That you can't be truly safe unless you've been hurt enough to learn paranoia. Maybe that's true. But what a grim requirement for survival. There's one moment of pure hope in all this tension. At the end of his speech, Kozlovsky says they welcome the star travelers in the name of science, which is unified for all inhabited worlds, for all intelligent beings in the universe. Science as a universal language. Mathematics is something that transcends not just human cultures but species entirely. If there's anything that could unite beings from different planets, it would be the shared project of understanding reality. Not politics, not economics, not even art, but the basic hunger to know how things work. That's beautiful. And it might even be true. But Martynov doesn't let you rest in that beauty for long. The saboteur plot gives Martynov a chance to show something I've seen in every workplace, every family, every relationship where trust matters. How do you know when someone is lying? How do you read the signs that something is wrong before you have proof? Kozlovsky is watching people. That's his job now, watching the scientists and delegates preparing for first contact, looking for whoever wants to sabotage this historic moment. And Martynov shows us how this works through tiny physical details that most of us wouldn't consciously notice but that we all recognize once they're pointed out. Professor Stern walks into Kozlovsky's office. He's agitated about something, but he won't come out and say it directly. Kozlovsky watches him closely. The book describes it like this. He was frowning angrily, muttering something, and smoothing his beard with both hands, which always served as a sign of agitation. That detail, smoothing his beard with both hands. Martynov doesn't just tell us Stern is nervous. He shows us the unconscious gesture that reveals it. Everyone has these tells. I smooth my hair when I'm uncertain. My friend taps his thumb against his fingers when he's calculating whether to trust someone. These aren't conscious choices. Your body betrays what your words are trying to conceal. Stern is carrying terrible knowledge and he doesn't know how to deliver it. He suspects something but can't prove it. He's a scientist, trained to work with evidence, and what he has is just observation, just feeling, just an accumulation of small wrong details that don't add up to proof but do add up to conviction. I can't understand what's going on here, and I'm afraid of something. I don't know what's wrong, but I sense something bad. This is the burden of intuition without evidence. You know something is wrong. You can feel it. But you can't articulate it in a way that would convince anyone else, maybe not even yourself. It's the feeling you get when you meet someone new and everything they say is perfectly reasonable but something in you says don't trust this person. It's the moment at work when you realize the numbers in the report look fine but something about how your colleague presented them feels off. Stern has been observing one of the delegates, a famous astronomer named O'Kelly. Director of Cambridge Observatory. Impressive credentials. But something is wrong. Small details. The way he speaks. References that seem slightly off. Knowledge that should be there but isn't. Knowledge that shouldn't be there but is. And then Stern says it. This O'Kelly is not O'Kelly at all. Kozlovsky wasn't expecting that. What do you mean? An imposter. Someone has taken the identity of a prominent scientist to infiltrate this mission. Someone looks enough like the real O'Kelly to pass casual inspection. But Stern has met the real man. Stern has studied his photograph. And Stern knows this is someone else wearing O'Kelly's name. Think about what this means. This isn't crude sabotage, planting a bomb or cutting a wire. This is sophisticated intelligence work. Finding someone who resembles a famous astronomer. Training them in his biography, his mannerisms, his field of knowledge. Getting them into position. The level of planning this requires, the resources, the patience. It tells you that whoever is behind this considers first contact important enough to risk everything on stopping it or controlling it. But Stern has another clue, something he observed earlier that he didn't understand until now. After one of the preparatory meetings, people were getting into cars to return to their accommodations. Stern was about to get into one vehicle, then suddenly changed his mind and got into a different one. He saw how, heading toward the car, the astronomer suddenly changed his mind and got into another. In the car he chose not to ride in were Kapriyanov, O'Kelly, Madison, and Yusin Joe. Defensive avoidance behavior. Stern was about to get into a car with 4 specific people. Then something made him stop. Some unconscious calculation. And he chose a different car. Why? Because one of those 4 people made him uncomfortable. One of them triggered his alarm systems. He probably didn't even consciously realize he was doing it. But his body made the choice. Kozlovsky sees how this works. You can't always articulate why you're avoiding someone. The reasons exist below language, in pattern recognition systems that evolution built into your brain long before you learned to speak. Your ancestors who felt uncomfortable around the smiling predator and walked away survived. The ones who ignored that discomfort didn't. Now they need to figure out which car Stern was avoiding. Who was the threat? The imposter O'Kelly is obvious now. But Stern's avoidance gives them something else, behavioral confirmation of which specific person triggered the danger response. What strikes me about this section is how Martynov understands investigation. Kozlovsky doesn't interrogate Stern. He doesn't demand answers. Instead, he creates conditions for truth to emerge naturally. Earlier in the day, Kozlovsky left the meetings early, claiming he was tired. He went to his room alone. And then he waited. I'm not tired. I left on purpose to give you the opportunity to come to me. Strategic patience. Kozlovsky understood that Stern knew something but was afraid to speak. Maybe afraid of being wrong. Maybe afraid of starting a panic. Maybe just needing permission to voice his suspicions. So Kozlovsky created a private space, removed from official structures and observing eyes, where Stern could approach him voluntarily. Not summoned. Not interrogated. Coming of his own accord with information he needs to share. This is sophisticated psychology. How many managers, how many parents, how many friends could learn from this? Sometimes you can't force information out of people. You can't demand trust. You have to create the conditions where sharing becomes possible. You have to make yourself available and then wait. They discuss other suspects. There's a delegate named DuPont who made mistakes. Small ones, the kind an inexperienced operative makes. If it's DuPont, then he's weak choice, but he's too inexperienced. He was immediately caught eavesdropping and revealed his knowledge of Russian. The amateur spy's fatal mistake is overplaying the role. A professional knows how to be unremarkable. A professional understands restraint, knows that the goal isn't to collect every piece of information but to remain undetected while collecting the information that matters. The amateur gets excited. Gets greedy. Makes small mistakes that reveal them. DuPont got caught listening to a conversation he shouldn't have been close enough to hear. And in his reaction, he revealed he understood Russian even though his official biography said he didn't speak it. Small mistakes. But mistakes that burn your cover. The real professional, the one playing O'Kelly, was better. That imposter would have succeeded if not for Stern's personal acquaintance with the real man. Even good tradecraft can't overcome someone who actually knows the person you're impersonating. And then Kozlovsky says something that I think about often. To speak of the possibility of evil is one thing. To encounter it face to face is another. The difference between theoretical evil and actual evil. Between discussing danger in the abstract and standing in front of someone who wants to harm you. It's the gap between reading about violence and experiencing it. Between hearing about betrayal and being betrayed. Your mind can hold the concept without feeling the weight. Martynov understood this. He gives us philosophical scientists who can debate human nature and the possibility of malice. But when they actually face a saboteur, someone who has infiltrated their mission with intent to destroy it, the reality hits differently than the theory. The most remarkable moment in first contact isn't when you confirm intelligent life exists. It's when you realize they might be better people than you are. There's this scene where Shirokov has to land the flying apparatus because his arms are giving out. He's only been in the air maybe 5 minutes, but his muscles are burning, getting weaker, and he knows he has to come down before he falls. It's embarrassing, right? The aliens just offered you this incredible technology, they've demonstrated it works perfectly, and your human body fails you within minutes. But watch what happens next. One of the Callistans immediately breaks formation and flies back to the human observers. The book doesn't give us a long explanation. It just shows the alien returning. And then Lebedev, one of the scientists, says something that hit me hard when I first read it. He says they understood the humans would be worried, so they sent someone back to reassure them. Then he adds, this isn't just people. These are very good people. Think about what that means. The alien didn't come back because Shirokov crashed. He didn't come back because something went wrong with the equipment. He came back because he understood that watching their friend up there, tired and descending, the humans on the ground would be anxious. He recognized an emotional need across species and responded to it immediately. This is emotional intelligence at a level most humans don't manage with other humans. How many times have you been worried about something and the people around you, people who speak your language and grew up in your culture, completely missed that you needed reassurance? But these aliens, who met humanity maybe an hour ago, read the situation perfectly. I've thought about this moment a lot in my work. I've been in rooms where someone is struggling, not failing, just hitting their limit, and the default response is usually to look away. Give them privacy. Don't acknowledge the difficulty because that might embarrass them. But the Callistan does the opposite. He immediately validates the concern, addresses it, creates connection in the moment of vulnerability. There's something else happening in these scenes that Martynov is very smart about. He's showing us how humans think even during the most transcendent moment in our species' history. Because right after Shirokov experiences actual human flight with just a small apparatus, something people have dreamed about for thousands of years, what's his first thought? The book tells us directly. Shirokov thinks, if we can manufacture such an apparatus, it will revolutionize sports and military affairs. Military affairs. He's been flying for maybe 3 minutes total. He's just experienced something miraculous. And already part of his brain is calculating how to use it for warfare. Now, Martynov doesn't editorialize this. He doesn't stop to tell us this is bad or disappointing. He just reports what Shirokov thinks, lets us see it plainly. And that choice is more powerful than any lecture could be. Because we recognize it. Of course, that's what he thinks. That's how human minds work. We can't encounter anything without immediately trying to figure out how it gives us advantage over other humans. The Callistans are showing us their technology freely. They're teaching us carefully, protecting us during the learning process. They demonstrate emotional intelligence and generosity. And we're thinking about military applications. There's a parallel scene earlier that makes this even sharper. When the alien first offers the flying apparatus, there's this moment of human competition. A British reporter named Dupont steps forward decisively, like he wants to volunteer. And Shirokov sees Kozlovsky's anxious look, Kozlovsky being the guy who's worried about spies and national security. So Shirokov, overcoming his fear, jumps in ahead of the Englishman and loudly announces he'll go. Even here, in this unprecedented moment, there's jockeying for position. Who gets to be first? National pride. The same petty human dynamics that play out in every committee meeting and office and social gathering, now playing out during first contact with an alien civilization. Martynov is doing something really sophisticated here. He's not writing the sanitized version of first contact where humans suddenly become noble and unified. He's showing us as we are competitive, suspicious, quick to think about military advantage, while simultaneously showing us what we could be, embodied in the Callistans. And there's no moment where he stops and says, look how much better they are than us. He trusts you to see it. He trusts the contrast to do its work. I think about the moment when the Callistan commander demonstrates the flying apparatus. The book says, the starfarer slowly put on the flying apparatus. He clearly wanted to show people how it should be done. This is teaching stripped to its essence. No shared language. No manual. Just careful, clear demonstration. The universal teaching method. And here's what gets me. The aliens are clearly more advanced than humans. They traveled between star systems to get here. They have technology we can barely imagine. They could approach this with condescension, the way a university professor might demonstrate something to children. But there's no trace of that. The commander is patient, careful, protective. When Shirokov flies, the other Callistans stay close to him, ready to help at any second. They're not testing him. They're genuinely teaching, with all the care and attention that requires. This was written in the early Soviet period, remember. Martynov is writing in a society that's supposedly building toward the perfect communist future, where humanity will transcend its petty limitations. And he creates aliens who actually embody some of those ideals: cooperation, generosity, emotional awareness, sharing of technology and knowledge. But he shows humans as we actually are, still trapped in competition and suspicion and immediate thoughts of military application. The book doesn't resolve this tension. It just presents it and lets you sit with it. There's one more layer here that I only caught on a later reading. When Shirokov lands because his arms are tired, that's a biological limit. The technology is perfect. The aliens have given him exactly what he needs. But his human body, unaccustomed to holding that position, to using those muscles that way, can't sustain it. The book puts it simply: Shirokov suddenly felt his arms were tired, and they began to hurt stronger and stronger. Technology alone doesn't make us superhuman. Adaptation takes time. This seems obvious when you say it, but think about how many times we assume that having access to better tools immediately makes us better. Give people better technology and they'll perform better. But Shirokov has the best possible tool, alien technology that works flawlessly, and still fails because his body isn't ready. I saw this constantly when I worked in emergency medicine. We'd get new equipment, state-of-the-art, and the assumption was always that outcomes would improve immediately. But people had to learn the equipment, build new muscle memory, adapt their reflexes. The technology was never the limiting factor. The human adaptation time was. And the Callistans seem to understand this instinctively. They don't act disappointed when Shirokov has to land. They immediately respond with empathy and reassurance. They know that growth takes time, that showing someone something once doesn't mean they can master it, that bodies and minds need time to catch up to new possibilities. Martynov is building something here about what actual advancement looks like. And it's not primarily technological. It's emotional, social, relational. The Callistans are more advanced because they're more patient, more empathetic, more generous. The technology is almost beside the point. Here's something Martynov does that I keep thinking about. He shows us two intelligent species trying to communicate, and what emerges isn't just about language barriers, it's about how meaning travels between minds when you strip away everything familiar. When verbal communication completely fails, Shirokov picks up a pencil. He draws a sphere on a piece of paper. Then he makes 19 short marks. Then another sphere, and on it, a figure with wings. The book tells us 19. A sphere, 19 marks, another sphere, a winged figure. That's it. And somehow this conveys tomorrow the concept of meeting again after 19 Earth days have passed. Think about what's happening here. These beings don't share a language. They probably don't hear sound the same way. Their entire evolutionary history occurred on different planets, under different suns. But a circle means a planet. A mark means a unit of time. A stick figure means us. These symbols work because they point to shared reality. Not culture, not convention, actual physical things both species can observe. I've thought about this a lot in my work. I read books in multiple languages, and I've noticed that the hardest things to translate aren't complex philosophical terms. Those you can usually explain with enough words. The hardest things are the small social gestures, the assumptions built into how you greet someone or show respect. But a drawing of the sun? That translates. A number? That translates. Not because we agree on what they mean, but because we're both pointing at the same cosmos. When Shirokov boards the alien ship, something else happens. He's inside this elevator shaft, moving upward in complete darkness, and suddenly gas fills the space around him. He realizes, with a jolt of fear, that he might be breathing alien atmosphere. Microbes from another world. Bacteria that his immune system has no defense against. Things that could kill him in hours or days. The book says. The thought flashed and immediately disappeared. He felt trust in the inhabitants of another world and thought that if such danger existed, they wouldn't have let them aboard. This stopped me when I first read it. Because Shirokov has no rational basis for this trust. He doesn't know these beings' biology. He can't speak their language. He has no evidence they understand human physiology well enough to protect him. He's trusting them based purely on, what? Their kindness. Their behavior. The gentleness they've shown. This is either incredibly wise or incredibly foolish, and Martynov doesn't tell us which. Maybe both. But I think about this moment whenever I'm in a situation where I have to decide whether to trust someone without sufficient information. Which is, if we're honest, most of the important moments in life. You don't get to see someone's full character before you have to make the choice. You're always working with incomplete data, making a bet on goodwill. And then, in that same darkness, a hand touches his. An alien hand. It squeezes gently. The book says. The starfarer's hand touched his and squeezed it tenderly, affectionately, calming him. No words. No shared language. Just pressure. Warmth. The universal grammar of I'm here, you're not alone, it's okay. I work alone most of the time, reading and thinking and recording. But I remember once being in a hospital waiting room while someone I cared about was in surgery. A stranger sitting next to me, also waiting, could see I was afraid. They didn't say anything. They just put their hand on my shoulder for a moment. 5 seconds maybe. I don't remember their face. But I remember that touch, how it cut through the isolation of fear. Martynov's showing us that some forms of communication go deeper than symbols. Touch is older than language. Reassurance through physical contact probably evolved millions of years before speech. And if it evolved separately on two planets, that tells us something about what intelligence needs. Not just problem-solving ability, but the capacity to recognize fear in another being and respond with comfort. But Martynov doesn't romanticize the communication process. He shows us how hard it actually is. Later, when Shirokov is trying to ask how the Callistans can see through the walls of their ship, he points to his eyes, then to the walls, over and over. The book tells us. They watch him carefully. Seriously. They're trying. But they can't figure out what this Earth human wants. Because pointing to your eyes might mean look or see your eyes or vision or I don't understand what I'm seeing or a dozen other things. Context makes language work, and they don't have shared context yet. This is something I notice whenever I'm trying to explain a complex idea from a book. You can't just translate the words. You have to rebuild the entire framework of understanding that makes those words mean something. When Dostoevsky talks about svoboda, freedom, it carries different weight than the English freedom because it emerged from different historical soil. The word is connected to serfdom, to Orthodox theology, to specific Russian experiences of constraint and liberation. You can translate the word, but can you translate all that? What strikes me about Martynov's first contact scene is how patient everyone is. The humans don't get frustrated when gestures fail. The Callistans don't give up. They keep trying different approaches. At one point, they arrange for some humans to visit the ship while some Callistans visit the human camp. The book says, it's reciprocal. Balanced. We show you ours, you show us yours. Nobody's in charge. Nobody's the exotic specimen being studied. It's mutual curiosity, mutual respect. This is what Martynov thinks first contact should look like, not conquest, not even scientific observation from a distance, but genuine meeting between equals. And maybe this is the heart of what communication actually is. Not the transmission of information, machines can do that. Real communication is the recognition that there's another mind across from you, equally complex, equally real, trying to reach toward you the same way you're reaching toward them. Even when you don't understand each other. Especially then. I keep coming back to this moment in Martynov's book. Shirokov is looking at the first photograph from another world. Orange-red grass. Yellow sky. Clouds that look like clouds, but everything is the wrong color. He writes, "The orange-red grass and yellow sky gave the landscape a fantastic, implausible appearance." Fantastic. Implausible. But it's right there in front of him, real as anything. I thought about this when I first saw photographs from Mars. Not the ones we have now, the crisp digital images you can pull up on your phone. I mean the first Viking lander photos from 1976, grainy and orange and strange. My father brought home a newspaper with one printed on the front page. I was young enough that I didn't understand what I was looking at. I asked him if it was a desert somewhere. He said no, that's another planet. That's Mars. I didn't believe him at first. It looked too ordinary. Rocks. Dirt. Sky. How could that be another world? Martynov understood this peculiar quality of first contact with alien environments. They're simultaneously familiar and impossible. Grass is grass. You know what grass is. You've walked on it, pulled it from between garden stones, smelled it after rain. But grass that's orange-red under a yellow sky breaks something in your brain. The category exists, but the details are wrong, and that wrongness makes you see how much you take for granted about your own world. The Callistans show Shirokov their photographs in sequence. 5 pages depicting their journey from departure to arrival. First their home star system, constellations completely unfamiliar. Then gradually, as they travel, constellations that Shirokov begins to recognize. Finally Earth itself, their landing site. These 5 pages showed the path of the starship from start to finish. It's a carefully designed communication tool. They didn't just bring random images. They built a visual narrative showing, we came from there, we traveled through this space, we arrived here. Story as communication. The journey made visible. But here's what strikes me about this. Martynov points out through Shirokov's realization that the very existence of this book proves something profound. The Callistans were confident they would meet inhabited worlds. Not hopeful. Not curious. Confident. They prepared this communication book before they left, which means they expected to find someone to communicate with. Think about what that means. When humans finally build starships, will we pack communication books? Will we assume there's someone out there to read them? Or will we assume we're probably alone and pack scientific instruments instead? The Callistans came expecting neighbors. That expectation shaped everything about their journey. They weren't exploring empty space. They were visiting. In this section, one of the most moving moments happens when Shirokov finally understands who he's talking to. The Callistans have dark wrinkled skin, gray lips, eyes that seem unnaturally long. Different features. But watching them demonstrate their ship's controls, explaining through gesture and patience what each mechanism does, Shirokov realizes that they're people just like himself. True, with somewhat different facial features, but still real, genuine people. Real people. Not creatures. Not entities. People. Martynov spends time in this section explaining why this makes sense. He has Shirokov work through the logic of convergent evolution. The human form isn't unique to Earth, it's a solution to a problem. How do you build an intelligent, tool-using creature? You need hands for manipulation. You need eyes positioned high for good vision. You need an upright posture to free the hands. You need a complex brain, which means a large head, which needs to sit on top of the spine for balance. Nature, Martynov says through his characters, always takes the simplest, most natural path. And if you're building intelligence through evolution, the human form is that simple path. Not the only possible path, perhaps, but the most efficient one. This is Martynov directly arguing with almost every science fiction writer of his era. Most of them, he notes, imagined aliens as completely unlike humans. Tentacles, multiple heads, bizarre body plans. He suggests this came from a deep-seated, unconscious assumption that Earth must be unique, special, different from everywhere else. But why would Earth be special? Why would the laws of physics and chemistry work differently somewhere else? I've watched this argument play out in science fiction across decades. In the 50s and 60s, aliens were usually monsters or incomprehensibly strange. By the 90s, Star Trek had normalized the idea that most intelligent species would be roughly humanoid. Now the pendulum has swung back, with writers trying to imagine truly alien intelligence that shares nothing with human thought. Martynov was writing in 1958, and he chose to make his aliens recognizably human. Not identical, different skin, different features, adapted to different gravity and atmosphere, but fundamentally similar. And he makes a compelling case for why this is the more scientifically plausible choice, not the less imaginative one. But here's the subtle thing he does. Even as he argues for physical similarity, he shows how quickly humans normalize the strange. After 3 days, the book tells us, the scientists in the camp have gotten used to the visitor's appearance. These were ordinary people, just black-colored. Ordinary. In 3 days, visitors from another star system became ordinary. I've seen this happen with every technological change in my lifetime. The internet seemed magical, then it became ordinary. Smartphones were astonishing, now they're boring. Video calls to anywhere on Earth felt like science fiction, now we complain when the connection lags. Familiarity breeds not contempt but indifference. The miraculous becomes mundane as soon as we understand it, as soon as it fits into our categories. The Callistans stop being aliens and become colleagues. Foreign colleagues, certainly, with communication difficulties, but colleagues nonetheless. This shift in perception happens to Shirokov most powerfully when he sees the photograph of Earth taken from space. The Mediterranean clearly visible, North Africa, Italy shaped like a boot. He realizes he's looking at his home planet from thousands of kilometers away, seeing it as the Callistans saw it when they approached. This photograph will become a unique treasure until humans themselves learn to fly through interplanetary spaces. A unique treasure. The first photograph of Earth from space, taken not by humans but by visitors. Proof that Earth isn't special, isn't alone, is just one more inhabited world among many. Martynov was writing this 9 years before humans actually photographed Earth from space. The famous Earthrise photo from Apollo 8 wouldn't happen until 1968. But he understood what that image would mean. How it would change human perspective. How seeing your whole world as a finite sphere against black space would make borders seem arbitrary and conflicts seem small. Shirokov holds this photograph and understands he's seeing what no human has seen before. Just as he saw the landscapes of Callisto, familiar elements and alien colors, now he sees Earth as an alien might see it. Home becomes strange. The familiar becomes new again. And in that moment of seeing Earth from outside, he becomes, briefly, something more than just a human from Earth. He becomes someone who can hold two perspectives at once. Here and there. Home and away. Us and them. That doubling of vision is what first contact really means in this book. Not just meeting someone different, but learning to see yourself as they see you. Here's something Martynov understands that most first contact stories miss. The moment aliens arrive, they don't just bring technology or knowledge. They bring a deadline. And that deadline changes people in ways you can't predict. The alien ship from Callisto sits at the camp. The crew has given Earth 100 days. Not because they're impatient or cruel, but because that's the physics. Their trajectory, their fuel, the alignment of planets, all of it adds up to 100 days, and then they must leave or they'll never make it home. And September is coming. School starts in September back on Callisto, which means they need to leave by late August at the absolute latest. This creates pressure that transforms everything it touches. The captain calls a meeting. He tells the linguists, the people who've spent their entire careers studying how languages work, how humans learn to communicate, that they have 1 month. Not a year. Not 6 months. 1 month to learn an alien language well enough to discuss everything. Physics, biology, philosophy, the technical specifications of near light-speed travel. Everything humanity wants to know, they need to be able to ask in 30 days. This is absurd, of course. You can't learn a language in a month. Especially not this language. Martynov writes that each word was so alien to Earth language, so unlike words in any Earth language, that even at the beginning, it sometimes seemed to them that this task was beyond their strength. These aren't sounds that come naturally to human mouths. The linguists, these professionals who've mastered 6 or 7 Earth languages each, find themselves struggling with basic pronunciation. But grammar doesn't map to anything they know. It's like being told you have to learn to see a new color in 30 days, except you're not sure your eyes can even perceive it. And this is where Kov appears. Shiroko. He's the medical assistant. Not the head doctor, the assistant. He's young, maybe late 20s. He's on this mission because someone needed to sterilize equipment and keep track of medical supplies. He has no special training in linguistics. He's never studied how languages work or why humans struggle to learn them. But when the linguists start holding their intensive classes, Shiroko shows up. Every single session. Morning lessons, afternoon practice groups, evening review. He's always there, sitting in the back at first, taking notes in a careful hand. The linguists tolerate him because he's not bothering anyone, and honestly, they're too busy with their own struggles to worry about what the medic is doing. Then people start noticing something strange. Shiroko isn't just attending. He's studying with a focus that borders on obsession. He carries his notebook everywhere. He practices during meals, his food getting cold while he mouths syllables over and over. The book says even eating lunch or dinner, he would place his notebook in front of him and endlessly repeat the same word, working toward correct pronunciation. Not just during dedicated study time. During every spare moment. While walking between buildings. While organizing medical supplies. While lying in bed before sleep. Someone jokes that he must really want to impress his wife with his new skills. Shiroko grins and says, "My wife wouldn't let me become a linguist," which is funny because everyone knows he's never been married. He deflects with humor, but he never stops studying. Within 2 weeks, something impossible happens. Shiroko is better at the language than the professional linguists. Not at understanding its structure, they still know more about how it works grammatically, theoretically. But at actually speaking it, at making the sounds correctly, at constructing sentences that the aliens understand naturally, he's surpassed them. The aliens start directing their comments to him. They ask for him specifically when they want to explain something. One of the linguists, watching this, says in complete bewilderment, he's much younger, and secondly, he has an enormous desire to master their language. I can't understand at all what's causing this desire. This is one of those moments where Martynov is showing you something about how humans actually work versus how we think we work. We imagine expertise matters most. We think the professional linguist with 30 years of experience will naturally outperform the medical assistant who's never studied languages formally. We build our entire society on this assumption that credentials and training predict performance. But under extreme pressure, with a hard deadline, something else emerges. Raw motivation can override expertise. Not always, but more often than comfortable. Shiroko has something the professionals don't, an almost desperate need to communicate with these aliens. We never learn exactly why. The book doesn't explain it. Maybe Shiroko himself doesn't fully understand it. But that need drives him to a level of focus that transcends technique. One of the linguists, Leshnev, says something revealing. He tells colleagues that Shiroko acts on me like a catalyst. With him everything seems easy. This is the phrase that made me pause when I was reading aloud. A catalyst. In chemistry, a catalyst speeds up a reaction without being consumed by it. It makes possible things that would otherwise take too long or require too much energy. Shiroko's optimism, his confidence that this impossible task is actually doable, somehow makes the linguists better at their own work. His presence changes the group's entire relationship to the challenge. I've seen this at work. Most of us have. There's someone on a team who isn't the most senior or the most credentialed, but when they're present, difficult problems feel solvable. Not because they're solving them alone, but because their energy shifts what the group believes is possible. They're not cheerleaders, that's different, that's just empty enthusiasm. They're people who genuinely believe the work can be done, and that belief is contagious in a way that changes outcomes. The linguists start matching Shiroko's hours. If the medic is studying through dinner, they can't really justify taking the evening off, can they? His dedication shames them in the best possible way. Not through judgment, but through example. And together, working at this inhuman pace, they actually start making progress that seemed impossible 2 weeks earlier. They learn that Callisto's language has no words for seasons. How could it? On that world, the axis tilts only 3 degrees 20 minutes. For comparison, Earth tilts 23.5 degrees. That tilt gives us winter and summer, the cycle of planting and harvest, the entire rhythm of agricultural life that shaped human civilization. Callisto has none of that. Every day is roughly the same length. Every month has the same temperature, about 55 degrees, mild and constant. The book notes that on the homeland of the star travelers there was no change of seasons. On Callisto it was always the same season, regardless of latitude. Think about what that does to a culture. Humans mark time by seasons. We structure stories around them, spring as beginning, winter as ending, fall as decline. Our religious holidays cluster around solstices and equinoxes. Our entire sense of time passing is built on the fact that the world around us changes in predictable cycles. But on Callisto, time doesn't cycle the same way. It just continues. Always mild, always the same. How do you develop a concept of change when the environment never demonstrates it? This is the kind of detail that makes learning their language more than just memorizing vocabulary. You have to learn to think differently. You have to understand that certain concepts you take as universal, like winter or harvest time, simply don't exist for them. And conversely, they probably have concepts that don't translate to Earth languages at all because we lack the experiences that would make those concepts necessary. The team studies photographs from Callisto's books and maps. The planet appears to have only large cities, all located along coastlines. No villages. No small towns. No rural areas that anyone can identify. Just major cities connected by flight paths, because everyone on Callisto flies. Those personal flying devices they found on the ship, they're not special equipment for trained pilots. They're as common as bicycles. The skies in the photographs are filled with individual people flying to work, to shops, to visit friends. The civilization has solved personal flight in a way Earth hasn't even approached. This absence of villages raises questions nobody can answer yet. Did Callisto never have them? Or did they have them once an urbanization proceeded to its logical conclusion? And what does it mean for a species to have no concept of rural life, no small communities, only cities? How does that shape their politics, their sense of community, their relationship to nature? Shiroko absorbs all of this. He doesn't just learn words, he learns context. And somehow, despite starting months behind the professionals, despite having no formal training, he becomes the person the aliens understand most clearly. Not because his grammar is technically perfect, but because he's learned to think in their language rather than just translate from Russian. The deadline keeps approaching. August gets closer. And everyone in the camp knows that when September arrives, the aliens will leave, whether humans are ready or not. Something funny happens when sabotage enters the story. You'd think Martynov would treat it seriously: espionage, Cold War tensions, spies in the camp studying the alien visitors. But instead he shows you something I've seen in workplaces, in family disputes, in any situation where someone tries to be clever and deceive people who actually know what they're doing. The spy plot unravels almost immediately. They send someone pretending to be Charles Kelly, supposedly a famous Western scientist. The plan probably looked good on paper in whatever intelligence office dreamed it up. Send a fake expert, gather information, report back. Standard espionage. Except they made the kind of mistake that seems obvious once someone points it out. Kozlovsky, one of the Soviet scientists, puts it plainly when he says, "It seems to me this is not only unsophisticated, but even naive." They should have understood that from the membership of an Academy of Sciences expedition, someone would necessarily know such a prominent scientist as Charles Kelly. The real Kelly was famous. Of course, someone would recognize an imposter. It's like sending a fake doctor to a hospital and hoping none of the other doctors notice he doesn't know basic anatomy. I once worked with a guy who lied on his resume about knowing a programming language. Said he was fluent in it. First day on the job, our team lead asked him a simple question about syntax. The kind of question anyone who actually used the language would answer without thinking. He couldn't. The whole room went quiet. He was gone by the end of the week. That's what happens when you fake expertise around people who have the real thing. They know. They always know. But what stayed with me wasn't the spy getting caught. It's what happened right after. Madison, the Swedish scientist, a Westerner, is sitting next to the exposed spy Kelly. And suddenly Madison turns, his hand flashes through the air, and the sound of a hard slap echoes through the tent. "Scoundrel," the Swede croaks, pale with rage. A Swedish scientist physically striking a Western spy. Think about that for a second. This is a book written in the Soviet Union during the Cold War. Martynov could have made all the Western characters villains. He could have made it simple: East good, West bad. Instead, he shows you this moment where a Western scientist is so outraged by the betrayal of scientific principles that he hits a man from his own side of the Iron Curtain. There's something about that scene that feels true to how real loyalty works. The spy thought nationality mattered most. Madison shows him that community of purpose runs deeper than borders. The scientists, whether Soviet or Western, share something: a commitment to knowledge, to truth, to protecting these visitors from another world. The spy violated that. So Madison reacts with physical violence, not because he's violent by nature, but because some betrayals strike so deep that words aren't enough. Later, Madison says something that captures this perfectly: the safety of the ship and its crew is a matter of honor for scientists of the entire world. Honor. Not politics. Not ideology. Honor. The universal human sense that some things are sacred, that some responsibilities transcend whatever government signs your paycheck. I think about teachers I've known who would share lesson plans with teachers at competing schools, because educating kids well mattered more than some artificial rivalry. Or doctors who'd consult with physicians in other countries, even countries their governments weren't friendly with, because saving lives came first. When people are doing real work that matters, they recognize each other. The work creates its own allegiance. But here's where it gets more interesting. Colonel Artemyev, the security officer, isn't celebrating. You'd think he'd be happy they caught the spies. Instead, the book says, the first victory did not make Artemyev happy. On the contrary, the ease of this victory troubled him. He sensed behind it the subtle and cunning plan of an experienced enemy. When something is too easy, when the problem you're looking for reveals itself without much effort, sometimes that means the real problem is somewhere else. The spies you catch might be the ones you were meant to catch. A distraction. A sacrifice. While everyone focuses on the exposed threat, the actual danger moves freely. I've seen this in smaller ways. A restaurant I worked at in college had money going missing. The owner installed cameras, caught a server pocketing bills. Fired him immediately, felt good about solving the problem. 3 months later we found out the assistant manager had been skimming thousands through fake supplier invoices. The server was taking maybe $20 a night. The assistant manager had stolen enough for a down payment on a house. We've been looking at the obvious thief while the real thief operated in plain sight. That's what Artemyev is worried about. Not the caught spies, but the ones still hidden. The ones smart enough to let these others get caught. Then Martynov pulls back and shows you the bigger picture, and this is where the book's 1950s Soviet origin becomes impossible to ignore. He writes, around the starship and its crew, a deadly struggle was being waged, a battle of the forces of peace and creation against the dark forces of reaction and obscurantism. That language, forces of peace versus dark forces of reaction, that's pure Cold War propaganda speak. And I'm not going to pretend it's not. Martynov was writing in a specific time and place, and that worldview saturates parts of this book. The framing is clear: the Soviet Union represents openness and scientific cooperation, while the West sends saboteurs. The Soviet government, in Martynov's telling, invites scientists from any country to come study the alien visitors. We are not monopolizing the ship, they announce. Meanwhile, Western powers allegedly send spies instead of scientists. The message is obvious: one system trusts in open inquiry, the other operates through deception. Here's the thing though. You can recognize the propaganda frame and still find something interesting underneath it. Because whether or not the specific Cold War framing holds up, the underlying question is real. What does it mean for scientific knowledge to be treated as common human property versus strategic national asset? That tension didn't die with the Soviet Union. It's alive every time a pharmaceutical company patents a life-saving drug, or a tech company keeps crucial climate research proprietary, or nations compete over space exploration instead of collaborating. Martynov is asking, should knowledge belong to everyone or to whoever discovers it first? His answer is ideological, sure. But the question itself doesn't expire just because the ideology that prompted it fell apart. What I find more interesting is how the actual scientific work proceeds. While all this political drama unfolds, spies getting caught, governments positioning themselves, everyone trying to score propaganda points, the scientists are just working. And they make a discovery that tells you something about what knowledge really is. The book says, thanks to the fact that they immediately exchanged corresponding formulas, the study of the chemical language proceeded much more successfully than the conversational one. Chemical formulas. The universal language. While they're still struggling with grammar and vocabulary, still trying to figure out how to say basic things in each other's spoken languages, the scientists can communicate perfectly through chemistry. Because a formula is a formula. The relationships between elements don't change whether you're on Earth or Callisto. Water is H2O everywhere in the universe. Mathematics doesn't care what language you speak. This is the dream of universal understanding, that beneath all our different words and cultures and histories, there are truths that hold everywhere, and when you find them, you can talk to anyone. But then Martynov adds something that complicates the fantasy. Yes, the aliens have more advanced knowledge. Yes, Earth scientists now have access to that knowledge. But as the book explains, for practical use of the knowledge the Callistans brought with them, it was necessary to travel a long path of gradually mastering this knowledge, a path already traveled by the scientists of Callisto. You can't skip steps. Even with the answer key, you have to do the work. This is something every teacher knows, every person who's tried to learn a complex skill knows. You can't just look at advanced physics and understand it if you haven't learned basic physics first. You can't read the end of the proof and grasp it without working through the beginning. When the book introduces the extended lifespan of the Callistans, it does something subtle that I didn't notice the first time I read it. The narrator mentions it almost casually: on Callisto the average lifespan is 100 years. The chief engineer Digon worked his entire long life on the Starship project. That's it. Just a statement of fact. But think about what that actually means. I have a friend who's a civil engineer. She designs bridges. The projects she works on take maybe 5-10 years from initial planning to completion. She told me once that the hardest part isn't the technical challenges, it's knowing you'll probably only complete a handful of major projects in your entire career. You choose carefully because you only get so many. Now imagine if you had twice that time. You could dedicate 30 years to a single project and still have your whole life ahead of you. You could see the long-term consequences of your work. You could fix your own mistakes. The book isn't making a big philosophical point here. It's just world building. But it explains something fundamental about why Callistan society works the way it does. When people live to 100 as the average, not the exception, you can have multi-generational scientific dedication. You can start a project knowing you'll live to see it completed. You can make plans that span decades because you'll be there to execute them. Then the book shows us what happens when long-lived beings encounter short-lived ones who don't have their context. The alien pilot Daigon increases speed and avoids the honorary escort planes Earth sends up to welcome him. He's not being rude. He's trying to protect the humans. He thought that jet propulsion was unknown on Earth and that people didn't understand the danger of approaching the rear of a starship. The man is being careful. He assumes Earth doesn't know about rocket exhaust. He's operating from his knowledge base, trying to prevent an accident. It's a small moment, but it captures something true about every cross-cultural encounter I've ever had. You don't know what the other person knows. You don't know what they assume you know. So you act based on your best guess, and sometimes you guess wrong, and sometimes that creates misunderstandings that would be funny if they weren't so dangerous. And speaking of dangerous, the Callistans almost kill people through sheer ignorance. The book states it plainly, they didn't even suspect there was a city beneath them, and only by chance didn't land the starship directly on houses. Dust clouds obscured their view. They picked what looked like a clear landing zone. Pure luck that it wasn't someone's neighborhood. I think about this whenever I hear about communication failures in hospitals, in construction sites, in any high-stakes environment. Sometimes disaster doesn't happen because people were careful. Sometimes it doesn't happen because you got lucky. The Callistans are advanced, they're benevolent, they have good intentions. And they nearly flattened a residential area because they couldn't see through dust. But then the book gives us something fascinating. The alien scientist Sink analyzes Earth's atmosphere and discovers something unexpected. All the bacteria known to Sink turned out to exist in Earth's atmosphere too. This discovery pleased him, as it eliminated the danger of contamination for humans. Every single bacterium they know also exists here. Not similar bacteria. The same ones. When I first read this, I thought it was just a convenient plot device, the author not wanting to deal with biological contamination storylines. But the book is actually suggesting something profound. Either life on both planets has a common origin, or biological laws are universal enough that evolution produces identical microorganisms independently. Parallel evolution at the microscopic level. It's the kind of detail that makes you stop and think about what life actually is, whether it's a unique accident or an inevitable outcome of chemistry and time. Meanwhile on Earth, humans are doing what humans do, clinging to outdated ideas. An American passenger on a train keeps calling the aliens Martians. Someone finally asks him, "Why do you call them Martians?" According to modern science, there's no intelligent population on Mars. It's such a small thing. Mars is in the news, Mars is exciting, so anything from space must be Martian. Never mind that we already know Mars is dead. The label is more important than accuracy. The American responds with this beautiful contradiction: the mysteries of nature are inaccessible to the weak human mind, but also he believes in humanity, in the strength of human intelligence and energy. Think about that. Nature's secrets are unknowable, but humans are mentally powerful. Both things can't be true, but he believes both simultaneously because one sounds properly humble and the other sounds properly confident. The Chinese passenger on the train identifies this immediately. He uses a specific term, fideism. There is such a philosophical teaching. It disputes scientific knowledge of the world and gives preference to faith over knowledge. Fideism. A support for reaction. And then he gets murdered for it. I had to stop when I reached this part. The book has been building this whole first contact scenario, showing us the wonder of alien visitors, the scientific collaboration, the hope for humanity's future. And then in one casual paragraph, the sound of a heavy blow was lost in the noise of the wheels of the rushing express. They threw the murdered man out at full speed into the blackness. The American and an accomplice kill the Chinese communist and dump his body from a moving train. While humanity is making first contact with beings from another world, while scientists are preparing for peaceful cooperation, while everyone is looking up at the stars, someone commits murder on a train because of an argument about philosophy and politics. This is Martynov showing you the gap between cosmic significance and human pettiness. We're capable of building spaceships and welcoming aliens and dreaming about the stars. And we're also capable of killing someone over words, over ideas, over which economic system should win. The book then shifts to show us how ordinary people are processing all this. There's a doctor, Kazimbakov, doing his rounds in Omsk. He visits patients every day and tells them about the aliens. The patients smiled. They were already used to the fact that the head doctor informed them daily about news from the camp near Kursk, not considering that they already knew it themselves. The man can't help himself. He's so excited he has to share it even though everyone already heard it on the radio. And then we get this perfect line: it would be hard to find a person in the Soviet Union who didn't envy the residents of Kursk region. The spaceship flew over the whole country, millions saw it, but everyone who didn't see it feels deprived. Kazimbakov is in Omsk. He saw it. But he envies Kursk because they're closer to where it landed. It's not enough to witness history, you want to be at the center of it. This is FOMO on a national scale. Fear of missing out on the most important event in human history. The book captures something true about how we experience collective moments. It's not enough to participate. We measure our experience against others and find ourselves lacking. Then that murdered Chinese passenger shows up in Kazimbakov's hospital, barely alive. The doctor describes him as 1% alive, dark medical humor for someone who should be dead but isn't. And the dying man insists on giving testimony immediately, won't wait until tomorrow even though the doctor is begging him to rest. "I must hurry," he says. "This is very important. It may happen that I die." The man knows he's dying. He knows what he has to say matters more than his comfort. Time doesn't wait. And in that moment you see the contrast, the pettiness of his murderers versus the dignity of his final hours. One side kills to suppress ideas. The other side uses his last breath to make sure the truth gets spoken. There's a kind of person who can't turn their brain off. You probably know someone like this. Maybe you are someone like this. They bring their work home. They dream about problems. They wake up at 3 in the morning with solutions. The book says it plainly. By the nature of his character, Artemiev always gave himself completely to whatever task he was doing at that moment. Even in sleep he didn't forget about the problem before him. This isn't about work ethic. It's about total immersion. Your subconscious keeps working when you're not paying attention. I've experienced this writing code, translating complex texts, trying to understand why a machine isn't working the way it should. You go to bed stuck. You wake up and suddenly you see it. The answer was forming while you slept. Your brain kept chewing on it without asking permission. Artemiev is hunting a spy. He's going through files, checking backgrounds, looking for the inconsistency that will reveal who poisoned the aliens. And then he finds it. A tiny discrepancy in a biography. The journalist Yuzenju claimed to be an engineer in one conversation. But his file says he graduated from a literary institute in Moscow. The book gives us the exact moment. Artemiev's hand froze on the form. Education, graduated from Literary Institute in Moscow. So Yusin wasn't an engineer. One small lie. That's all it takes. The entire deception unravels from a single thread. Because if he lied about being an engineer, what else is false? The whole identity becomes suspect. This is how investigations actually work. Not dramatic confrontations. Just patient attention to detail until something doesn't match. And here's what strikes me about what happens next. The book tells us. Everything was so clear and simple that Artemiev noticed with surprise that the anxiety that had been tormenting him had completely passed. The moment you see the truth, the fear disappears. You know what you're dealing with. Uncertainty is worse than bad news. Once you know, you can act. I've felt this in my own life. Waiting for test results is worse than getting bad results. Not knowing if someone is lying to you is worse than discovering they are. The tension comes from ambiguity. Clarity, even painful clarity, brings a kind of calm. But here's where the spycraft gets really sophisticated. Artemiev realizes that DuPont and O'Kelly, the two spies they caught earlier, were decoys. The book lays it out. DuPont and O'Kelly, planted to lull the Soviet intelligence services into complacency, fooled no one. The true enemy, for whose success they sacrificed 2 of their agents, was nevertheless discovered. Think about that calculation. They sent in 2 obvious spies to be caught. Sacrificial pieces. The idea being that once you catch a spy, you relax. You think you solved the problem. Meanwhile, the real agent operates freely, trusted, above suspicion. It's the magician's trick. Look at this hand while the other hand does the work. This pattern shows up everywhere. In business, a company might announce layoffs in one division to distract from what's happening in another. In relationships, someone might confess to a small betrayal to hide a larger one. In politics, scandals emerge that seem designed to absorb attention while something else happens quietly. The decoy strategy is ancient and it works because our attention is limited. We can only focus on so many threats at once. Meanwhile, Shirokov is so absorbed in the crisis of the dying aliens that he misses a shocking event right in front of him. The book says Shirokov was so absorbed in thoughts about the Callistans that he didn't even notice this brief scene, which at another time would certainly have surprised him greatly. This is tunnel vision under stress. When you're dealing with a crisis, your world narrows. You literally don't see things happening around you. Psychologists call it inattentional blindness. There's a famous experiment where people watching a video are told to count basketball passes and they completely miss a person in a gorilla suit walking through the frame. Not because they're stupid. Because attention is selective and crisis narrows the selection to a pinpoint. I've driven past my own exit on the highway while worried about something. I'd had entire conversations I don't remember because my mind was elsewhere. We like to think we're observing everything, but we're actually only seeing the tiny fraction we're focused on. The rest is just background blur. And here's a beautiful moment of role transformation. Dr. Kapriyanov is the leader of the expedition, the man in charge. But when the aliens fall ill, something shifts. Kozlovsky, watching him, understands. Kozlovsky understood that this man had ceased to be the head of the expedition. He was now only a doctor at the bedside of a patient. Identity is contextual. A general becomes a father when his child is hurt. A CEO becomes a student when learning something new. A leader becomes a specialist when the situation demands expertise over authority. Kapriyanov doesn't consciously decide to stop being in charge. It just happens. The doctor role takes over because that's what the moment needs. His training, his deeper identity, surfaces. I've seen this in hospitals during emergencies. The administrative hierarchy disappears. The most senior surgeon might take orders from a junior resident who has relevant experience. Rank matters until it doesn't. When lives are at stake, competence trumps title. But here's the maddening part. They have alien medical supplies. There's a medical kit from the Calliston ship. But Singh, the alien doctor, is unconscious. The book puts it simply. Singh's medical kit is in the tent, but until he regains consciousness, it's useless. Technology without knowledge is just objects. You could have the most advanced surgical robot in the world, but if you don't know how to operate it, it's a sculpture. The medicine is right there. The solution might be right there. But the understanding, the knowledge of what each substance does, what dosages are safe, what treats what, that's locked in an unconscious mind. This happens all the time. Someone leaves a company and suddenly nobody knows how the system works. A craftsman dies and the technique dies with him. We have ancient Roman concrete that lasted 2,000 years and we still don't fully understand how they made it. The objects survive but the knowledge vanishes. And then there's the cosmic irony that makes you want to laugh and cry at the same time. These Calliston scientists traveled for 11 years through space. 11 years. The book gives us the distance, 83 trillion kilometers from home. 83? Is it possible that for 11 years they flew through the abysses of the universe, so that having reached their goal, having conquered space and time here on Earth, 83 trillion kilometers from home, they would come to such a sad and absurd end? They survived everything space could throw at them. Radiation. Cosmic rays. The psychological stress of isolation. The technical challenges of keeping a ship functioning for over a decade. They conquered the impossible distance between stars. And now they might die from poison. Here. At the destination. After winning against the universe, they might lose to simple chemistry. Kozlovsky makes a choice that I keep thinking about. When he discovers the saboteur has locked himself in the reactor room, he realizes something terrible. The only way to stop him is to activate the reactor while he's inside. This means killing someone deliberately. Not in combat, not in self-defense, not by accident. Walking up to a control panel and turning switches knowing exactly what will happen. The book gives us his internal reasoning in one line. Human life is worth more than any machine. I'm glad that on Callisto they share this view with us. But there are cases when a machine is worth more than a person. Reading that sentence aloud, I had to pause. Because we say the first part constantly. Human life is precious, irreplaceable, sacred. We build whole moral systems around it. But Kozlovsky doesn't stop there. He acknowledges the principle, agrees with it, says he's glad others share it. Then adds the second part. Sometimes the machine matters more. Not because machines are valuable in themselves, but because of what they represent. The reactor isn't just metal and circuits. It's the power source for a ship that traveled for 11 years to reach Earth. It's the only way these alien visitors can return home. It's the bridge between two civilizations. And the saboteur isn't trying to steal it or study it. He's trying to destroy it completely. But here's what struck me about how Martynov writes this moment. Kozlovsky doesn't just think the saboteur is wrong or dangerous. He strips him of humanity entirely. Tell him that's not a human in there, but a mad animal. That's not a human, but a poisonous reptile. I've noticed this pattern in real life. When someone needs to do something extreme, something that would normally be unthinkable, language changes first. The person on the other side stops being a person. They become something else. An animal. A reptile. A thing. Because you can't activate a reactor to kill a person. But you can activate it to stop a mad animal. You can do it to eliminate a poisonous reptile. Martynov lets us see this happening in real time. He doesn't comment on it. He just shows us Kozlovsky's words, the way he repeats them, insists on them. Not a human. Not a human. As if saying it enough times will make it true. And then Kozlovsky does something that reveals a different kind of thinking entirely. He plans his own death. Not dramatically, not with speeches, but systematically. If he's killed or wounded, Professor Smirnov will meet the saboteur in the corridor. And if the professor also fails, Artemyev will finish the job. He's creating a chain. First me, then Smirnov, then Artemyev. Calm, methodical, accepting that he's probably going to die and already planning around it. This is calculated sacrifice. Not heroic impulse but systematic thinking about who dies in what order to make sure the mission succeeds. I've worked in places where people made decisions like this. Not about life and death, but about risk and cost. A factory manager who goes into a dangerous area first before sending workers. A nurse who takes the first shift with a new infectious patient. They don't announce it. They just do it and have the backup plan ready if they fail. The moment itself is written with incredible tension. Kozlovsky approached the panel and placed his hands on the handles. With these words he turned both handles. Everyone froze, listening intently. Bayanyan covered his face with the long fingers of both hands. That image, the alien covering his face with his hands. Not looking away, not leaving, but covering his face. Unable to watch a person be killed deliberately, even when it's necessary, even when it's justified. The weight of it is in that gesture. The reactor activates. And they wait to find out if Kozlovsky just became a murderer or a savior, depending entirely on whether the saboteur dies. But then something unexpected happens. The saboteur, a journalist named Yunzu, had tried to poison the aliens before locking himself in the reactor room. He used cyanide, calculating exactly where to shoot to hit the heart based on public scientific reports about alien anatomy. He knew their biology because Soviet scientists had shared everything openly. Soviet scientists didn't try and didn't want to hide what they learned from the Callistans. This is one of those moments where a principle creates its own vulnerability. Complete transparency in science. No secrets, everything published, all findings shared. Beautiful as an ideal. But it gave the saboteur exactly the knowledge he needed. The heart is on the right side, not the left. Aim here. Except he failed. Because there's something he couldn't know from reading reports. On Callisto there grew a plant commonly eaten as food, chemically similar to Earth's bitter almonds. The Callistan organism adapted to it. They developed immunity to the entire group of Earth poisons. The aliens survived cyanide poisoning not because their medicine was advanced but because they ate something similar their whole lives. Evolutionary immunity through diet. The saboteur had all the scientific knowledge but none of the cultural understanding. He knew anatomy but not cuisine. One alien did get shot though. Vyanyan, injured but alive. And here's where we see another kind of cultural difference. Vyanyan categorically refused to lie on the operating table in Singh's absence. He's wounded, possibly dying, human doctors are ready to operate. And he refuses. Not because he doesn't trust human medicine. But because Singh isn't there. His leader, his cultural anchor, the bridge between their worlds. Without Singh present, he won't allow surgery. I remember working with someone from another country who refused medical treatment until their family member could translate. The doctors were frustrated. The treatment was time-sensitive. Why wait? But it wasn't about translation. It was about trust, about having someone who understood both worlds present to make sure nothing was lost or misunderstood. Vyanyan is doing the same thing at a species level. Singh arrives. He's been poisoned too but insists on coming anyway. Even if I felt terrible, I would still come. My life is not in danger, but Vyanyan urgently needs help. Medical duty transcending personal comfort. Professional solidarity crossing species. A doctor is a doctor is a doctor, whether treating humans or aliens, whether feeling well or poisoned, whether using familiar tools or adapting to primitive conditions. And then Singh shows them what Callistan medicine can do. The first meeting between humans and Callistans should have been straightforward. They'd established basic communication. They had translation equipment. Everyone wanted to talk. But then they tried to discuss technical details, and the whole thing ground to a halt. Martynov writes. The meeting dragged on as the translators got lost in the thickets of technical words. Almost every term had to be translated in a very complex way. Think about what that means. You can learn to say hello in another language in 5 minutes. You can order food, ask directions, make small talk. But try explaining how a nuclear reactor works. Try translating thermal conductivity coefficient or cascade failure mode to someone whose entire scientific tradition developed independently on another planet. They might not even have those concepts. They might have the concepts but categorize them completely differently. The translators started drawing pictures. They wrote out mathematical equations, because math is supposedly universal. But even that only goes so far. Eventually they had to just point at things and demonstrate, like children learning their first words. Except these were two advanced civilizations trying to share knowledge about technologies that could kill everyone if misunderstood. I've watched this happen on Earth between humans who speak the same language. An engineer trying to explain a problem to management. A doctor talking to a patient about treatment options. The words exist in both people's vocabularies, but they mean different things. The engineer says acceptable risk and thinks about failure rates and statistical probabilities. Management hears acceptable and thinks it means safe. Someone dies because of that gap between technical and everyday language. Now multiply that by 2 planets with completely separate histories. Every technical term is a dead end that requires explanation, and every explanation requires 10 more technical terms, and you're trying to do this while there's still a saboteur loose on the ship, while people are dying, while decisions need to be made right now. But here's what I keep thinking about. The saboteur made his calculations. He poisoned the Callistans, and when that didn't kill them fast enough, he locked himself in the engine room and wrecked the controls. He thought he'd covered everything. He assumed all the aliens were either dead or dying. He assumed no one else could access the reactor systems. Martynov writes, he made one mistake. He didn't account for the fact that the reactor mechanism could be started from other rooms. And this miscalculation led to his agonizing death. When Kozlovsky started the reactor remotely, the temperature in the engine room rose to 1,000 degrees. The saboteur burned to death in the room he'd locked himself in. The room he thought made him safe. The room that became his crematorium because he assumed he knew everything. This is what hubris actually looks like. Not someone who thinks they're great. Someone who thinks they've thought of everything. Who makes their plans based on assumptions about what others can and can't do. Who locks themselves in a room because they're certain no one can touch them there. I've seen this in smaller ways. Someone at work who thinks they're the only one who knows how the system works, so they play games with information. They don't document things. They make themselves indispensable. Then they get sick for a week and discover that actually, yes, other people can figure it out. Their power was based on everyone else's politeness, not their own irreplaceability. But at least they don't burn to death when they learn this lesson. The saboteur died knowing he'd miscalculated. That's the detail Martynov includes. It wasn't a quick death. It was agonizing. Long enough to understand exactly how he'd failed. I don't know if that's mercy or the opposite. After this, after the immediate crisis passes, you'd think relationships between Earth and Callisto would be straightforward. The Callistans are friendly. They share their knowledge. They treat the Earth crew with respect and warmth. But one of the Earth crew members, Shirokov, can't accept it. He torments himself with questions. What do they really think of us deep down? How do they talk about us among themselves? Maybe they consider us savages. Their politeness and friendly feelings, maybe all of that is just a mask. This is such a human anxiety. Someone is nice to you, and instead of accepting it, you think, but what do they really think? What do they say when I'm not in the room? Are they laughing at me? Do they think I'm stupid and primitive, beneath them? Martynov writes that Shirokov was not satisfied with external signs of goodwill. He wanted to know their hidden thoughts. But he didn't want to ask himself why he wanted this. I understand this completely. It's so much easier to accept direct hostility than uncertain friendliness. If someone hates you, at least you know where you stand. But if someone is kind, you can drive yourself crazy wondering if it's real. Especially if you come from a place where people use politeness as a weapon. Where niceness is something you perform while thinking something else entirely. At one point, one of the Callistans quotes an old Earth saying, Homo homini lupus. Man is wolf to man. Shirokov is shocked. How do they know this phrase? And says yes, relationships on Callisto changed long ago, they're not like this anymore, but he can still speak these old words. Memory of the past persists for a long time. Think about what that means for a society. Callisto apparently solved its social problems generations ago. They built a world where people don't exploit each other, where man is wolf to man is just an old saying, a historical curiosity. But the words still exist. They still teach these phrases. They remember what they came from. This is something we don't talk about enough when we imagine better futures. We imagine that in a just society, people would forget all about injustice. The words would disappear from the language. But that's not how it works. You have to remember. You have to teach what it was like, or you lose the knowledge of what you're protecting against. The Callistans still know the phrase man is wolf to man because forgetting it would be dangerous. But for Shirokov, hearing this from an alien is devastating. It confirms his fear. They do think of us that way. They see us as we are, as we were, as we might still be. All their friendliness is performed on top of this knowledge that we're wolves to each other. Except that's not quite right either. Later, one of the Callistans, Dagon, observes something about Earth. It's cold on your Earth. We're not used to that. Yes, and that's why your skin is so light. This is just an observation about adaptation and environment. No judgment in it. Just noticing how different conditions on different planets lead to different physical features. The way you'd comment on anything interesting you noticed. And Shirokov, listening to these observations, these technical discussions, these moments of cultural exchange, can't stop looking for the judgment underneath. Can't stop wondering what they really think. Can't accept the possibility that maybe their kindness is real. The attack on the starship created a strange divide across Earth. Scientists everywhere, in every country, sent messages of outrage. Researchers who'd never met each other, who worked in different languages and different systems, all reacted the same way. This was an attack on knowledge itself, on the possibility of learning from another world. But then there were the newspapers. Some of them, Martynov is careful here, he doesn't say which ones, but you can guess, used the attack for something else entirely. They twisted it into propaganda, into political ammunition. The book says it directly. An attack on Earth's guests created a storm of indignation worldwide, but there were newspapers that used reports of the sabotage for slanderous political attacks. Think about that split. Same event. Some people see it and feel, this is wrong, we need to protect these visitors, this matters for all of humanity. Other people see it and think, how can I use this? How can I turn this tragedy into a weapon against my political enemies? It's the same divide you see in any crisis. Some people move toward the problem to help. Others circle it, looking for angles. And here's where Martynov does something I really respect. He shows you exactly how that manipulation works. An American steel magnate, the book is specific about this, a capitalist industrialist sends a letter to the Callistans. On the surface, it's an offer of help. His factories can produce the special metals needed to repair the starship. He has the facilities, the expertise, the resources. He wants to help Earth's guests. But buried in the letter is something else. A hint, subtle but deliberate, that maybe the Soviet Union itself arranged the sabotage. The letter contained a subtle hint that the sabotage was carried out with the knowledge of the Soviet Union. This is manipulation at a sophisticated level. You don't make a direct accusation, that would be too obvious, too easy to dismiss. You offer help while planting doubt. You make yourself look generous while suggesting your competitors are saboteurs. It's the kind of move you see in corporate environments, in political campaigns, anywhere power is contested. The gift that comes with poison in the wrapping. But here's what I love about this moment, the Callistans see right through it. These are people from another planet. They've been on Earth for weeks, not years. They don't have deep background in Earth politics or the history of capitalism versus communism. They're strangers to all of it. And yet they recognize the manipulation instantly. Dagon just laughed, and Union, in other words, repeated what you said. And clumsy maneuver. And clumsy maneuver. That phrase stayed with me. Because it means the Callistans have developed something we might call political literacy. They can read subtext. They can see the game being played even though they're new to the field. Maybe it's because they've lived through their own revolution, their own period of people fighting for power. Maybe it's because intelligence doesn't need years of local context to recognize when someone is trying to play you. The structure of manipulation is universal, even if the specific tactics change. And Dagon makes their position absolutely clear. We trusted our fate to you. You are our brothers. This is trust as a deliberate choice, not naivety. They've chosen to trust one group of people completely, and they're not going to be swayed by manipulation from others. It's the kind of loyalty that makes sense in a crisis. You can't split your trust between competing powers. You have to choose, and then you have to commit to that choice. Meanwhile, the weather is getting worse. This is autumn in the Soviet Union, and Martynov uses it perfectly. From morning the weather became gloomy. At times a fine autumn rain drizzled. And then he connects it directly. The mood of the camp's inhabitants matched the weather. Everyone was gloomy and uncommunicative. This could be cheap pathetic fallacy, the weather reflecting emotions in an obvious way. But it doesn't feel cheap here because the weather is also real. Winter is actually coming. If they can't repair the starship before the severe cold arrives, the technical challenges multiply. The mood isn't just metaphorically gloomy. People are actually worried about practical problems, freezing temperatures, shorter days, harder working conditions. The weather is both symbol and fact. And inside the starship, there's a body. The saboteur managed to get inside before dying, and now the engineers can't open the doors because the security systems are damaged. So this incredible piece of technology, this ship that crossed interstellar space, has become something else. The starship, remarkable creation of the intelligence of distant Callisto, is now nothing other than a temporary coffin. A temporary coffin. That image does something. This machine represents the highest achievement of another civilization. It crossed distances humans can barely imagine. It contains knowledge and engineering that Earth scientists are desperate to understand. And right now, in this moment, it's serving as a grave for someone who tried to destroy it. There's irony there, but also something sad. The ship reduced to this basic function, containing a dead body. The pressure is building on multiple levels. Technical, can they actually create alloys that withstand 11,000 degrees Celsius? Nobody has ever done this on Earth. Political, multiple countries are watching, some offering help, some trying to gain advantage. Emotional, the Callistans are maintaining their composure, but everyone knows they're facing the possibility of never seeing their home again. They were, of course, very worried, but externally showed nothing of this. That's a particular kind of dignity. Not pretending you're not worried. Not lying about your fear. But choosing not to let it dominate your interactions with others. Maintaining your composure even when things are falling apart. I've seen this in hospitals, with people facing serious diagnoses. Some of them develop the same quality. They're terrified, but they don't put that terror on everyone around them. They stay steady because steadiness itself is a form of resistance against chaos. And in the middle of all this anxiety, there's a moment of philosophy. One of the Callistans observes. To desire is not yet to have the possibility of fulfilling what's desired. The gap between wanting and being able. Between good intentions and actual capability. It's aimed at the situation with the starship. Everyone wants to repair it, but wanting doesn't create the technical knowledge or materials needed. But it applies more broadly, doesn't it? To relationships, to work, to any situation where caring isn't enough. You can want to help someone and not be able to. You can want to fix a problem and lack the tools. Desire and capability are different things. There's a detail in Martynov's writing that I almost missed on first reading. The Soviet authorities decide to help the Callistans build their rocket, and someone in leadership makes a statement. This is in our interests. We want communication between both planets to continue in the future. I paused on that line because it's so different from how we usually hear about helping others. There's no grand speech about human brotherhood, no appeals to morality or duty. Just a straightforward acknowledgement, helping them helps us. We want this relationship to continue. This is practical thinking, the kind that actually gets things done. Not because someone convinced themselves they're a hero, but because the mutual benefit is clear. I've noticed this in real life. The people who actually show up when you need help aren't usually the ones who make the most noise about being good people. They're the ones who understand that communities work through reciprocity. You help me move furniture, I help you fix your car. Not because we're saints, but because we both benefit from living in a world where people help each other. But knowing it's in everyone's interest to help the Callistans doesn't solve the practical problem of who actually goes. They need someone to travel to Callisto, to spend years there helping build industrial infrastructure. And they've chosen Shirokov, the quiet scientist we've been following. He's sitting alone somewhere, wrestling with a question that's tearing him apart. He writes it down, and Martynov lets us see inside his head? Am I worthy to be humanity's representative? Do I have enough knowledge, enough capability, enough strength to successfully handle this giant task? And then the narrator says something that stopped me cold. He tells us directly that Shirokov never thinks about the fact that he's a talented scientist, that he has broad horizons, that he's actually well suited for this. This is the paradox that fascinated me. The people who are actually talented often can't see it. They're too busy comparing themselves to some impossible standard. Meanwhile, people with half their ability strut around convinced they're geniuses. I see this constantly. The best nurse I ever met was convinced she was just average, that everyone could do what she did. The worst one I met lectured everyone about her superior methods. Martynov understood something about self-doubt that most writers miss. It's not always a sign of weakness. Sometimes it's a sign that you actually understand the magnitude of what you're facing. While Shirokov is drowning in self-doubt, there's another layer to this story that makes it more complex. The authorities have been discussing him, making plans, but they deliberately kept all of this secret from him. When he finally learns about it, they explain why. We didn't tell you because we didn't want to influence your decision. We were already confident in it. Think about what this means. They could have pressured him. They could have told him that the leadership believes in him, that his country needs him, deployed all the emotional manipulation that authority figures use when they want compliance. Instead, they stepped back. They let him make the choice alone, in the dark, without knowing whether anyone else believed in him. This is rare. Most leadership works through influence, through making people feel like they'd be letting everyone down if they refuse. This is the opposite. This is saying, your choice has to be yours, completely yours, or it doesn't mean anything. There's another person who's been chosen, a man named Sineyev. And when he's making his decision, someone brings up the costs. 25 years. 25. 25 years is no joke. His father, an old communist who fought in the Civil War, understands that his son is going on a great feat and approves. His sister, his brothers, they'll understand. But his mother. What can you do about that? I thought about my own mother when I read this. How certain decisions don't have good answers. You can choose something meaningful, something important, something that serves humanity or your own deep need for purpose. And still, somewhere, your mother is crying because you're gone. This is what grand narratives about exploration usually skip over. They show you the hero boarding the ship, waving to the crowd. They don't show you his mother's face when she realizes she'll never see him again. They don't show you the years she'll spend looking at his empty chair at the table, doing the math in her head. If he's gone for 25 years, and he's 30 now, he'll be 55 when he returns. And how old will I be? Will I still be alive? But here's the thing that shifts the entire story. Shirokov has been wrestling with this decision, feeling the weight of it, questioning everything about himself. And then someone tells him something he didn't know: he won't be going alone. Sineyev is coming too. When they told him he'd have a companion, he understood the reason for his hesitation. It was fear of complete disconnection from people, complete loneliness. This hit me because it reframes everything. Shirokov thought he was doubting his abilities, his worthiness, his knowledge. But the real fear was simpler and deeper. Being alone. Not for a day or a week, but for years in the absolute emptiness of space, with no voice but your own thoughts echoing back at you. Someone observes, with the kind of understated wisdom that Martynov excels at. It'll be easier with two people. Whatever you say, this isn't easy. Such a simple acknowledgement. Not pretending that companionship solves everything, just admitting that a 22-year journey through space becomes bearable when you're not facing it alone. Shirokov is thinking about Sineyev now, comparing their situations. It must be much harder for him than for me. Shirokov is alone, his parents died in the Great Patriotic War. He has no one who will lie awake at night wondering if he's alive. But Sineyev has a family. He has a mother who will spend decades waiting. This is something I've noticed about people who've lived through real loss. They often have a clearer view of other people's suffering. Shirokov doesn't congratulate himself for being free of attachments. He recognizes that Sineyev is making a bigger sacrifice. The day comes when Shirokov goes to tell his professor, Kapriyanov, the man who trained him, mentored him, probably saw him as something like a son. They talk, and at the end, Kapriyanov says something final. The only thing is, Petya, you and I will never see each other again. Shirokov expects to see his professor upset, to hear reproaches for keeping secrets. But Kapriyanov's face is the same as always. Only later, remembering the details of that conversation, the expressions on Kapriyanov's face, Shirokov understood that the external calm was a mask. The professor maintained perfect composure while his world was breaking. I know this mask. Most of us do. It's what you wear when someone you love tells you they're leaving and you want to support their choice. You smile. You say it's wonderful. You say you're proud. And later, alone, you let yourself feel what it actually costs. The two men, Shirokov and Sineyev, meet at the door of the office where they'll formalize their decision. They barely know each other, they met just a month ago. They were never friends. But when they see each other at that door, they embrace. For long years they will become more than friends. There's something profound about this. Shared extreme circumstances create bonds instantly that normal life takes years to build. These two men are about to spend over 2 decades together in a confined space, depending on each other for sanity and survival. Of course they embrace. They're already brothers, and they both know it. They enter the office together, and Martynov gives us this image. Crossing the threshold, as if by agreement, they looked back simultaneously. Behind them remained their former life. Ahead waited another, unknown and a little frightening, but they walked boldly toward it. This is the moment. Not when they board the ship, not when they blast off into space. This moment, crossing a threshold into an office, when both of them simultaneously look back at what they're leaving. The physical threshold becomes the psychological point of no return. When they speak, they use the simplest words. Says Sineyev. Until the end. Shirokov answers. Until the end. It's a mutual oath, an acknowledgement that they're committed completely, whatever that brings. Shirokov notices that Sineyev looks different. His face, with its Russian features, upturned nose, thick chestnut hair, has changed. It seemed to have aged, become gaunt. The mental weight of the decision is written on his body. This is what difficult choices do to us. They leave marks. There's a particular tension that runs through Soviet science fiction from this era, something I only recognized after reading it as an adult. On the surface, these stories praise collective effort, talk about the bright communist future, celebrate the triumph of socialist organization. But underneath, they're wrestling with something more uncomfortable. They're asking, what if we're not actually ahead? What if all our talk about being the vanguard of humanity is just talk? Martynov does something clever in this section. He has one of the most respected characters, academician Neverov, give a speech that sounds like pure ideology at first. The alien civilization of Callisto is more advanced than Earth, he explains, but not because they know different science. Listen to how he puts it. On Callisto there is not and cannot be created anything that our Earth's scientific technical thought wouldn't arrive at sooner or later. His argument is almost reassuring. The aliens don't possess magic. They're not fundamentally smarter. The universe itself has limits. As Neverov explains, the entire universe consists of a limited number of elements, gathered by the great Mendeleev into his famous table. Others, not having a place in Mendeleev's table, simply don't exist in nature at all. The periodic table is universal. An alien on a planet circling a distant star works with the same elements we do. Only their combinations are infinite. So if the aliens aren't working with different building blocks, and they're not biologically superior, why are they so far ahead? This is where Neverov's speech becomes genuinely interesting. 300 years ago, he tells the gathered scientists, Callisto's science was at the same level as Earth's. They were where we were. But they went forward at such rapid pace that they far surpassed Earth. What changed wasn't their intelligence. It was their social organization. I remember having a conversation with an engineer who'd worked in both Soviet design bureaus and later in Western tech companies. He told me that the Soviet system could do astonishing things when it mobilized completely, when all the barriers came down and everyone worked toward one goal. The space program was like that sometimes. But most of the time, he said, you fought the system more than you fought the problem. You needed 17 signatures to get basic equipment. You couldn't access research from other departments because everything was compartmentalized. Brilliant people worked in parallel on the same problem without knowing it. We didn't lack for genius, he told me. We lacked for connection. Neverov makes exactly this argument, but he blames capitalism instead of his own system's contradictions. As long as humanity doesn't become one friendly working family, Earth's science cannot catch up with Callisto's science. The problem is that capitalism creates isolated individuals. And what's not within the power of individuals is easy for the collective. One person alone in the field is not a warrior. It's a line that sounds good in Russian. One in the field is not a warrior. It's an old saying, something your grandmother might tell you about why you need community, why you can't do everything alone. Martynov puts it in the mouth of a respected academician to give it weight. But here's what struck me reading this passage now, knowing how history unfolded. The Soviet Union would eventually collapse not because it had too much individualism but because it had too little. The collective could be mobilized for spectacular achievements, yes, absolutely. But the collective could also suppress every voice that questioned, every innovation that didn't fit the plan, every truth that contradicted the official story. Neverov talks about capitalism creating isolated individuals as if isolation were the worst thing that could happen to a scientist. He doesn't consider that maybe sometimes you need someone willing to stand alone and say, wait, this doesn't work, this is wrong, we need to try something different. Still, there's truth in what he's saying. Just not the truth he thinks he's saying. The alien civilization advanced rapidly because, as Neverov points out, the Callistans are not threatened by war. This creates an enormous advantage over Earth. Think about what that means in practical terms. Every scientist on Callisto can share research freely. No military secrets. No classified projects. No brilliant physicist who spends his whole career making better weapons instead of understanding the universe. All the energy that Earth pours into figuring out how to destroy itself, Callisto pours into exploration, medicine, engineering, art. Peace is the ultimate competitive advantage. Not peace as a nice idea or a moral position, but peace as a practical reality that allows exponential progress. This was published in the early 1960s, remember? After Hiroshima and Nagasaki. During the Cold War, when both sides were building enough nuclear weapons to destroy everything multiple times over. When brilliant minds spent their days calculating missile trajectories and blast radiuses instead of curing diseases or exploring space. Martynov isn't subtle about this. He's saying, look at what we're doing to ourselves. Look at what we could be if we weren't so afraid of each other. Then the philosophical discussion ends and the story becomes immediate and physical. Someone has sabotaged the alien spacecraft. The door to the reactor room is closed, sealed with a special metal that Earth technology might not be able to breach. Inside that room is the atomic mechanism that powers the ship, the only way the Callistans can return home. Martynov writes, it's hard to imagine a more terrible question than the one being decided for them now. Return to their beloved homeland or eternal residence on a foreign Earth. This is where that earlier discussion about collective effort versus individual genius becomes concrete. Technology becomes worthless without the ability to access it. A locked door can defeat an advanced civilization. The saboteur, whoever he was, bet that even with all their knowledge and equipment, the Soviet engineers couldn't break through that metal. That the Callistans would be trapped on Earth forever because of one closed door. It's almost funny, in a dark way. You can cross the distance between stars, you can build ships that travel through space, you can understand the fundamental forces of the universe, but if you can't open a door, none of it matters. The solution comes from that same collective effort Neverov was praising. a new synthetic gas called neol, developed by Soviet chemists. It burns at 11,000 degrees, nearly 3 times hotter than a conventional welding arc, which reaches 4,000 degrees. Martynov describes how painful it is to look at the flame of a welding arc, how it reaches 4,000 degrees. But here, a flame burned heated to 11,000 degrees. Even through dark blue protective glasses, observers couldn't watch that flame for long. Some achievements are too intense to witness directly. There's something almost mythological about that image. Humans creating a fire hotter than anything natural, using it to break through a barrier that seemed unbreakable. Prometheus stealing fire from the gods, except in this version, we're using fire to help gods get home. The work takes 32 minutes. Shirokov later says he was convinced at least 3 hours had passed. Time perception distorts under extreme psychological pressure. I've experienced this in much smaller ways, waiting for medical test results, sitting through a job interview that determines your future, those moments when your whole life hangs on something outside your control and every second stretches into something endless. Finally they break through. The mechanism is intact. The Callistans can go home. And Shirokov, who's been chosen as one of the humans who will go with them, says something in the Callistan language. All the same, if the mechanism is destroyed, we'll build a new one. Refusing to accept defeat even before knowing the outcome. A modest Georgian glassblower named Bralids, who developed the special glass that made certain equipment possible, becomes a hero of socialist labor. His name becomes known throughout the world. The text notes that this shy and modest man never thought his invention would make such noise. This is Martynov's version of collective effort, the unknown craftsman whose contribution proves essential, who gets recognized not despite his modesty but maybe because of it. The Callistans were finally ready to leave. Their ship had been repaired. The sabotage was behind them. They'd spent months on Earth, seen our cities, met our scientists, studied our animals, debated our philosophers. And now came something I didn't expect at all when I first read this book as a teenager. The aliens started critiquing everything they'd seen. Not in a mean way. In the way someone who genuinely cares about you tells you hard truths. Coming to Earth, we traveled into the past. That's how one of them put it. And you can feel how those words landed. The Soviet scientists and officials standing there, proud of everything they'd shown these visitors, proud of their socialism, their progress, their achievements, and the aliens are essentially saying, "You're still primitive. We've already lived through this stage. You're where we were a long time ago." Martynov doesn't shy away from how this felt. He writes, "It was offensive to hear such words, but they were just. That's the terrible thing about criticism from someone who's genuinely ahead of you, it hurts precisely because it's true. If some random person insults your work, you can dismiss it. But when someone who's mastered what you're struggling with points out your flaws, you can't hide. You have to sit with it." The Callistans didn't mean to be cruel. They were genuinely confused by things we take for granted. They'd walk through Moscow and ask questions that revealed how different their world was. Why are your big cities so dusty, with so little greenery? Why do you build factories inside city limits? Wouldn't it be better to move them far away? And the Earth scientists would explain, well, if we move factories far from cities, workers can't get there. We don't have enough transportation. And the Callistans would respond with what seemed like innocent questions but revealed a massive gap in capability. Why don't you give personal vehicles to all workers? Why doesn't everyone have their own airplane? I remember reading this and thinking about every conversation I've had with someone who grew up wealthy asking why poor people don't just do obvious things. Why don't they just save money? Why don't they just move to where the jobs are? Why don't they just get educated? The questions sound naive, almost insulting. But the Callistans aren't being condescending. They genuinely don't understand scarcity. They've lived their entire lives in a society where if you need something, it exists and you can have it. The concept that you might want something reasonable and simply not be able to get it, that's foreign to them. Their economic system has solved that problem so thoroughly that they've forgotten it ever existed. This is what's brilliant about how Martynov handles this. He's not making fun of Earth or of the Callistans. He's showing how societies at different stages literally can't fully understand each other because they're working from different baseline assumptions about what's possible. When a Callistan asks why children spend 10 years in school when 3 or 4 should be enough for basic education, they're not insulting Earth's teachers. They're revealing that their society has found ways to accelerate learning that Earth hasn't discovered yet. 10. There's a scene that captures this entire dynamic perfectly. The Callistans visit shops and stores in Moscow. And they keep taking things without paying. One of them would take something he liked from the counter, calmly put it in his pocket, and keep walking. The shop workers didn't stop them. They treated them as special guests. But the Callistans weren't trying to steal. They kept forgetting about money entirely. They often forgot about it and behaved like Callistans, meaning they didn't think about having to pay for things. On Callisto, there is no payment system. You need something, you take it. You make something, you put it where others can use it. The whole infrastructure of money, prices, wages, transactions, it's gone. They had to be repeatedly reminded that on Earth, you still do that. And each time they remembered, you could see them filing it away as another example of Earth's primitiveness. Not with contempt. With patience. The way you might patiently remember that your friend still doesn't have indoor plumbing, so you need to use the outhouse when you visit. What stayed with me from these chapters is how Martynov uses the Callistans' visit to critique Soviet society itself, while writing in the Soviet Union, in 1960. He couldn't directly criticize the USSR. But he could have advanced aliens point out everything wrong with Earth's version of socialism, and the censors would let it through because officially the aliens were criticizing capitalism or earlier stages or other countries. But any Soviet reader would recognize their own world in these critiques. The dusty cities with factories in the middle. The lack of personal vehicles. The 10 years of schooling that often didn't teach people what they needed. The bureaucracy and inefficiency. This is what science fiction could do that regular literature couldn't. It could hold up a mirror by pretending to look at something else entirely. The Strugatsky brothers perfected this technique. Martynov was using it too. You write about aliens visiting Earth and everyone thinks you're writing about aliens, but you're actually writing about the gap between what your society claims to be and what it actually is. But there's something else happening in these scenes beyond political critique. There's a genuine exploration of what it would mean to meet a civilization that solved problems we're still struggling with. Not through magic or different physics, but through social organization and time. The Callistans aren't gods. They're what humans might become if we don't destroy ourselves and keep progressing. Everything they have, we could theoretically have. But we don't. And facing that gap is uncomfortable. There's a scene at the zoo that shows a completely different side of this cultural exchange. The Callistans wanted to visit specifically to see Earth's animals. We came here to get acquainted with Earth's animals. We don't have such creatures on Callisto. Show us your beasts. And there's this beautiful symmetry: aliens wanting to see Earth animals while Earth children want to see the aliens. Within minutes of arriving, the Callistans are separated by crowds of kids. Within minutes the guests found themselves in a dense crowd and were forced to stop. Each was surrounded by no fewer than 40 children. The kids just took over. No formal protocols, no official guides. They grabbed the aliens and started showing them around, explaining everything, pointing at animals and making sounds and gestures. The little Muscovites apparently managed perfectly well without interpreters, enthusiastically interrupting each other to tell the guests everything. Children as spontaneous ambassadors. While the adults were carefully managing formal meetings and scientific conferences, the children just connected. They didn't worry about language barriers or cultural differences or diplomatic incidents. They saw interesting visitors and wanted to show them cool animals. And somehow that worked better than all the official planning. I think about this whenever I see adults overcomplicating connection. We set up formal structures, protocols, proper channels. We worry about saying the wrong thing or causing offense. Meanwhile, children just walk up and start talking. And often their approach works better than ours. Not because they're naive, but because they haven't yet learned all the barriers we've constructed. The Callistans, despite their advanced technology, responded to this. They let themselves be pulled along by crowds of kids, looking at bears and lions and elephants, learning Earth biology through the enthusiasm of 10-year-olds. Two modes of cultural exchange happening simultaneously. The official one, where adults compared achievements and the Callistans politely pointed out everything Earth was doing wrong. And the unofficial one, where children and aliens looked at animals together and nobody worried about who was more advanced. Both were necessary. Both revealed something true. The hardest part of any great adventure isn't the danger. It isn't the physical challenge or the technical problems you'll have to solve. The hardest part is what you leave behind. Museums across Earth started donating their treasures. The Louvre sent pieces. The Hermitage. The British Museum. Small regional museums in cities you've never heard of. Almost all museums set aside parts of their collections for the Callistans. They were building something unprecedented, a comprehensive museum of Earth, to be placed on another planet. When everything was assembled and displayed, Callisto would have a perfectly equipped museum reflecting all of Earth's life, present and past. Think about what this means. We're not just sending scientific data or technical specifications. We're sending our art. Our history. The things we made when we were trying to understand beauty, or preserve memory, or capture something true about being human. It's the ultimate cultural exchange. We're saying, this is who we are. This is what mattered to us. Remember us this way. But museums can only hold objects. To really share a culture, you need language. So they gave Shirokov a task for the 11-year journey. 400 books. The best of human artistic, scientific, and technical literature, waiting for translation into the Callistan language. Imagine that as a job description. You have 11 years in a spacecraft. Your assignment: translate everything important about human civilization. Most people think of space travel time as something to endure. Dead time. Waiting. But Shirokov gets to spend more than a decade in deep conversation with humanity's greatest minds, converting their thoughts into a form where entirely different minds can understand them. Extreme isolation becoming productive in a way that would be impossible on Earth, where there are always distractions, always something else demanding your attention. The Callistans never used artificial gravity during their journey to Earth. This surprised everyone. Humans assumed you'd need it for long spaceflights, that weightlessness would be unbearable over time. But the aliens explained simply, we assumed prolonged weightlessness would be difficult for humans, but it turns out it doesn't interfere at all. Living and working in weightlessness is very easy. It's one of those moments where you realize how many of our assumptions are just that. Assumptions. We never tried it, not really, not for years at a time. We just decided it would be hard and built our plans around that decision. Sometimes contact with another way of doing things shows you that the limitations you accepted as natural were actually just choices. Cultural exchange goes both directions. Earth is preparing this massive museum, translating 400 books, gathering seeds of every important plant. But Shirokov also taught the Callistans chess. Chess, that beautiful invention of the human mind, was of course unknown to the Callistans. They found it fascinating. It would definitely spread widely on Callisto. There's something profound in this. The technologically superior civilization, the one with faster-than-light travel and meson engines, doesn't have chess. A game invented centuries ago, played by people who thought the Earth was the center of the universe. Sometimes the older civilization, the simpler one, has gifts that matter. Not everything valuable comes from having better technology. The two scientists preparing to go, Shirokov and Sinyayev, they weren't nervous as the departure approached. Nervousness would have been better. The book describes their state perfectly. The condition they were in was best characterized by the word illness. They were both gravely ill, and their appearance corresponded to this concept. This is what leaving your entire world looks like. Not excitement. Not nervousness. Something closer to sickness. Your body knows what your mind is trying to process. You're about to do something humans weren't built to do. Leave your planet. possibly forever. Professor Kapriyanov, saying goodbye to his student Shirokov, let slip a phrase, "We'll never see each other again, Petya." Then immediately regretted it. The narrator says, he saw and knew that Shirokov hadn't forgotten this phrase, and the memory of it would torment him for many years. Sometimes the hardest part of great adventures is just this. Not the danger you're moving toward, but the permanent loss of people you love. And having to carry the memory of their final words, especially when those words accidentally named the exact truth you were both trying not to speak. They packed seeds. Mediterranean and tropical plants. Cork oak, myrtle, Lebanese cedar, date palm, and many others. These would grow on another planet, surrounding the Earth Museum building. Imagine visiting this museum centuries from now. You walk through gardens of Earth plants, growing in alien soil under a different sun, and then inside to see Earth's art and history. A small piece of one world, carefully preserved on another. The last night, nobody slept. That night in the camp, nobody fell asleep for even 1 minute. Not just Shirokov and Sinyayev, but the alien guests too. Even they, who had a home to return to, couldn't think about separation from Earth without sadness. They'd been here 10 months. Long enough to grow attached. Long enough that leaving hurt. 30,000 people came to watch the departure. The book gives this detail, 30.000, more than 30,000 people gathered to see the Callistans off. The airfield and the field beyond it were filled with aircraft, buses, and cars. There was a 5-kilometer safety perimeter. 30,000 witnesses to something that had never happened before. Humans leaving Earth for another star system. Not in theory. Not in planning. Actually boarding a ship and going. The scale of the crowd tells you people understood this was historical. They came to say, we were here when it happened. We saw them go. And then, months into the journey, Sinyayev the astronomer faces something strange. He's trying to find the sun. He knows where it should be. He has the calculations. But actually recognizing it among all the other stars turns out to be psychologically almost impossible. Imagining a world without the sun seemed impossible for a very long time. A world without the sun was a theoretical world, accessible only to reason but not to the feelings of an Earth person. This is the gap between knowing something and feeling it. Every astronomer knows the sun is just another star. Ordinary. Middle-aged. Medium-sized. But no human has ever experienced it that way. For all of history, the sun has been the thing that lights our world. The thing you don't look at directly. The thing that means day, warmth, life. Now Sinyayev is looking at it as just a faint point of light among countless others, and his mind struggles to accept what his knowledge has always told him was true. Georgy Nikolaevich Sinyayev, accustomed as an astronomer to the idea that the sun is an ordinary star, could barely convince himself that the weak little star he saw on the eyepiece was really that same Sunday. There's your intellectual understanding. And then there's what you actually feel when confronted with the reality. The distance between these two things can be enormous. 7 months living together changes something fundamental in how you see people. At first, the human crew struggled to tell one Callistan from another. They all looked similar, moved in unfamiliar ways, had features that seemed alien and hard to read. But now, after all this time, they could distinguish individual Callistans as easily as their friends back on Earth. And the strange part, the part that hit me when I read this, is what Martynov writes next. The humans found it odd to remember that they couldn't see these obvious differences before. It was strange to remember they once didn't notice such obvious distinctions. This is one of those observations that sounds simple but opens into something deeper. We've all had this experience, haven't we? You start a new job, and for the first week everyone in the department looks the same. Same uniforms, same haircuts, same way of walking. Then a month passes, and you can't imagine how you ever confused Marina with Svetlana. They're completely different people. Or you visit another country, and at first all the faces blur together, then gradually individuals emerge with their own expressions, their own ways of being. But Martynov is using this to talk about something more than just learning to see. He's talking about how prejudice works, how cultural blindness happens. When we say a group of people all look the same, we're really saying we haven't spent enough time actually looking. We haven't lived alongside them, shared meals, worked together, learned their names and stories. The inability to see individual differences is a measure of distance. And the ability to see them is a measure of proximity, of genuine contact. The expedition faces another kind of distance too, one that can't be closed just by spending time together. They're trying to translate Tolstoy's descriptions of nature for Callistan readers. And one of the crew members asks a question that stops everyone. How do you translate it into Callistan language so readers on Callisto can feel the landscape the way we feel it? Because the problem isn't just words. The problem is that Callistans don't know what a birch tree is. They've never seen a fir tree. They don't have winter. Tolstoy writes about snow on branches, about the particular quality of light in a Russian forest in December, about the feeling of walking through birch groves in autumn. Every word carries associations, memories, physical sensations that a Russian reader brings to the text. But how do you translate that to someone who's never experienced any of it? I think about this whenever someone tells me a book is untranslatable. Usually they mean it has wordplay, or cultural references, or grammatical structures that don't exist in other languages. But Martynov is pointing at something harder. Some things are untranslatable not because the words don't exist, but because the lived experience doesn't exist. You can explain what a birch tree is. You can describe its white bark and its leaves. But you cannot make someone feel what it's like to grow up with birch trees, to have them be part of the landscape of your childhood, to carry them in your body as a reference point for home and beauty and the passage of seasons. This is why refugees and immigrants sometimes stop talking about where they came from. Not because they forgot. Because trying to explain it to people who haven't lived it requires too much translation, too much context, too many footnotes. Eventually it's easier to just be silent about whole portions of your experience. Meanwhile the ship is accelerating toward lightspeed, and physics starts making its presence felt in ways the crew can feel in their bodies. Martynov gives us the numbers. They're traveling at over 190,000 kilometers per second, and at this speed, everything on the ship has become approximately 1.35 times heavier than normal. By the time they reach maximum speed, everything will weigh 2.77 times its normal weight. This isn't science fiction invention. This is Einstein's relativity theory, actual physics. As you approach the speed of light, your mass increases. Which means the crew's own bodies become heavier. They're carrying around their own weight multiplied by nearly 3. Every movement requires more effort. Even thinking becomes harder, as one crew member notes. The physical burden of speed. I had to stop and think about this when I first read it. We talk about the speed of light as this abstract limit, this cosmic speed limit that nothing can exceed. But Martynov makes it physical. He makes you feel what it would be like to have your own arm suddenly weigh 3 times what it normally does. To lift a cup and feel like you're lifting a heavy stone. To turn your head and feel the weight of your skull pressing down. And the medical science on Callisto has advanced to a point that seems almost absurd. The Callistans trace all illnesses back to disorders of the central nervous system. Every disease, every malfunction, it all comes down to the nerves. And their treatment is artificial sleep. One of the human crew members acknowledges this is correct, this is actually the right understanding. But then he adds this beautiful observation. Their diagnoses become somewhat monotonous. There's something funny and sad about that. Imagine going to the doctor and every single time, no matter what's wrong, the diagnosis is the same, nervous system disorder. Take a nap. Even if it's the correct diagnosis, even if it works, there's something about that sameness that feels wrong. We want our problems to be specific, individual, unique. We want the diagnosis to reflect the particularity of our suffering. But the real weight the crew carries isn't physical. It's emotional. Martynov writes that it was hard for Shirokov and Sinyayev to talk about Earth. They tried not to bring up the topic. And their Callistan companion, Bianin, also never started conversations about the planet left behind. Think about that choice. The Callisto never brings up Earth because he understands it's painful for the humans. And the humans don't talk about it because the pain is too much. So they all agree, without explicitly agreeing, to avoid the topic of home. This is the psychological cost of interstellar travel that nobody talks about. Not the exciting discovery part, not the adventure. The quiet, grinding loneliness of being impossibly far from everyone and everything you've ever known. And yet they're all here, all these different beings from different worlds, on this ship together. Because, as Martynov writes, there was only one thing, one motivation that led them all to join this cosmic journey. Love of knowledge. This hit me hard when I read it. Because it suggests that maybe this drive, this hunger to understand, to explore, to learn, might be a constant across intelligent species. Not just a human thing. Not cultural. Something deeper. Something that transcends biology and planetary origin. The Callistans are different from humans in almost every way, but they share this, the desire to know what's beyond the next horizon. Of course, that knowledge comes with a price. The crew is told they'll travel to Callisto for 11 years by Earth's clocks, but much less by the ship's clocks. For them, the journey will last a little over 3 years. They'll return having aged about 10 years. But everyone they left behind on Earth will have aged 25 years. Parents will be elderly. Siblings will be middle-aged. Friends will have lived entire chapters of their lives. And the crew will step back into a world that moved on without them. So when we return to Earth, we won't find anyone we left behind, we'll transfer into the future. Very unpleasant. That's Shirakov's response. Very unpleasant. The understatement of a man trying not to think too hard about what he's sacrificed. The ship is traveling at 278,000 kilometers per second. I want you to sit with that number for a moment. That's 93% of the speed of light. At that velocity, Martynov writes, even the tiniest particle becomes a deadly threat. The smallest adjustment to the flight regime would create what he calls monstrous inertial forces. Your body would be torn apart by its own momentum. I think about this sometimes when I'm driving and I see someone texting at the wheel. We're moving at maybe 100 kilometers per hour, and that's already enough that a moment's distraction can kill you. A tree, a guardrail, another car, all these solid objects just waiting to end you. But at least at normal speeds, you have some margin for error. You can brake, swerve, react. At 278,000 kilometers per second, there is no margin. The commander observes something remarkable. Interstellar space, despite being considered practically empty, becomes incredibly dangerous at such speeds. In deep space, far from planetary systems, encountering a meteorite is considered practically impossible. But, as you can see. That little pause at the end. As you can see. Because the impossible just happened. A meteor hit them. Not a large one, probably tiny, but at that speed it vaporized on impact, turned into gas or dust and scattered into space. The impact destroyed their elevator shaft. The mechanism that allows them to move between the different sections of the spherical ship. This is the kind of scene where Martynov's engineering background makes the fiction feel real. He doesn't just tell you there's a problem. He shows you exactly what the problem means. The ship has 2 elevator shafts. One is destroyed. If the second one fails, Shirakov asks, what happens? Munion, the Callistan engineer, smiles. Then, he answers, the starship will deliver our corpses to Callisto. But that can't happen. I love this moment. The casual way he acknowledges the reality. No pretense. No reassuring lies. Yes, if the second elevator fails, we all die. The ship will become our coffin, and it will deliver our bodies to our destination. But then he immediately dismisses it. That won't happen. This is the mindset of someone who lives with existential risk every day. Not denial, not bravado. Just a clear-eyed assessment followed by a choice to focus on the work rather than the fear. They have to go outside to repair the damage. Outside, in this case, means floating in space while the ship hurtles through the void at nearly the speed of light. Shirakov volunteers. Of course he does. He's young, he's brave, he hasn't yet learned that admitting fear is different from being a coward. Martynov writes, "I'm not afraid at all. Not at all." In reality, he was a little afraid, but he wouldn't admit it for anything in the world. I must have been 22 or 23 when I stopped pretending I was never afraid. I was working a job that required me to make decisions quickly, decisions that affected other people. And I had this colleague, older guy, very competent, who once told me, being brave doesn't mean you're not scared. It means you're scared and you do it anyway. And more importantly, admitting you're scared makes you more careful, which makes you more likely to survive. But Shirokov is young. So he pretends. The preparation for the spacewalk is meticulous. They put on suits that use fabric pressure instead of air pressure. The fabric presses on the skin and replaces external pressure. It's a clever solution. Without atmospheric pressure, your blood would boil, your body would expand. So the suit creates artificial pressure by squeezing your entire body. Not comfortable, but effective. Then Shirokov steps outside. And this is where Martynov does something I've rarely seen in science fiction. He makes the abstract become visceral. Shirokov knows intellectually that he's moving at 278,000 kilometers per second. He knows that if he detaches from the ship, he'll continue moving at the same speed because of inertia. His brain understands the physics. Reason told Shirokov that this couldn't happen, since he himself was flying forward at the same speed as the ship. But unconscious fear was stronger than reason and will. This is the gap between knowing something and feeling it. You can understand physics perfectly and still feel terror when you're floating in the void. Your animal brain doesn't care about Newton's laws. It just knows you're not touching anything solid, and that triggers every primal fear of falling. Then Shirokov makes a mistake. He drops a metal tube he's carrying. It floats away from him. And he watches it, fascinated, as it slowly, almost imperceptibly, begins to fall back toward the ship. It obeyed the force of gravity between itself and the sphere. This force was very small, but it still existed. Even here, in what seems like perfect emptiness, gravity exists. The ship and the tube attract each other. The force is tiny, almost nothing, but it's real. Everything pulls on everything else. There is no such thing as complete isolation. But then Shirokov looks out at the space around him. The stars are invisible. At their speed, the Doppler effect has shifted all the starlight into wavelengths human eyes can't see. 278.000/. At a speed of 278,000 kilometers per second, stars ahead and behind became invisible. Their light shifted into the infrared and ultraviolet parts of the spectrum, imperceptible to the human eye. So he's floating in absolute blackness. No stars, no reference points. Just the ship beneath him, illuminated by work lights. And Martynov writes this line that I've read maybe 50 times and it still gets me. The abstract word infinity suddenly filled with real content for him. This infinity was everywhere around him. He saw it. You can know that space is infinite. You can understand it as a concept, accept it as a fact. But actually seeing it, feeling it surrounding you on all sides, no boundaries, no limits, just endless nothing in every direction, that's different. That's when the word stops being abstract and becomes a thing you experience. I think most of human life is like this. We use words for enormous concepts, love, death, time, infinity, and we think we understand them. Then something happens, some moment of direct experience, and suddenly the word means something completely different. Something real. Shirokov completes the repair. He gets back inside. The ship continues its journey. And now the crew faces a new psychological challenge. Time. The closer the desired goal, the slower time moved. They're approaching Callisto. After all these years, they're finally getting close. And paradoxically, the time feels longer. The final year drags more than all the previous years combined. This is universal human experience. When you're waiting for something important, a wedding, a birth, test results, anything that matters, time warps. The clock keeps ticking at the same rate, but psychological time, the time you actually experience, stretches and compresses according to what you're feeling. And here's where Martynov adds another layer. For the two humans on board, the Callistan crew is coming home. From Union and the others, they haven't seen their planet in 11 or 22 Earth years, depending on when they left. 1122. The Callistans hadn't seen their homeland for 11 or 22 Earth years. The fact that subjectively fewer years had passed for them didn't change the matter. Time dilation is real. They experienced fewer years than passed on their home planet. But that doesn't make the separation hurt less. Missing someone for 7 subjective years while 10 objective years pass doesn't mean you only missed them for 7 years. You still lost 10 years of their lives. But for Shirokov and the other human, reaching Callisto isn't homecoming. It's just the midpoint. 11. They faced another 11 Earth years on the starship. They now strive not to hasten the day of arrival on Callisto, but that other day, when the starship would carry them home. Achievement becomes merely the starting point of new suffering. You know that feeling when you're driving home after months away and every minute feels longer than the hours before? The crew is approaching Callisto. Years of travel are behind them. Hours remain. And those hours feel eternal. The book describes this with surgical precision. If the ship were delayed even one day now, it would be a devastating blow to the crew. After all this time, after all this distance, one additional day would be unbearable. The waiting has become so intense it's almost painful. I've felt a smaller version of this. Coming back from a long work assignment, the flight home seems endless. But here's what's strange about it. You'd think anticipation would decrease as you get closer. You'd think the closer you are, the easier the waiting becomes. But it's exactly opposite. The proximity makes it worse. When you're years away, you can be patient. When you're hours away, every minute is torture. The Callistans start talking among themselves about their families, their plans, their lives waiting for them at home. And something subtle happens. The book says they lost their common language with their guests. The humans understand intellectually. They're not offended. But there's a gap now. The joy is so specific, so personal, that it creates an invisible wall between those going home and those who are just visiting. I've been on both sides of this. Sitting with coworkers who are excitedly planning their weekend with family, and I'm traveling alone with nowhere specific to be. They're kind, they include you in conversation, but their joy lives in a place you can't quite reach. Or being the one going home while a colleague faces another week away. You try to tone down your excitement out of politeness. But the joy leaks through anyway. And that makes it worse somehow. Then they see it. The light of Sirius. The son of Callisto. And both humans from Earth feel joy too, even though it's not their son. The book describes how this light carries emotional weight beyond its physical properties. It's just photons, just electromagnetic radiation. But it's not. It's the light of arrival. The light of homecoming. Shirokov shares completely in their joy. He's genuinely happy for them. But against his will, a vague feeling of hurt doesn't leave him. The book puts it plainly. The Callistans are approaching their sun, while Earth's sun is somewhere infinitely far away. Their homecoming makes his exile more real. This is one of those emotional contradictions that Martynov captures so well. You can be truly happy for someone and simultaneously hurt by their happiness. Not because you're petty or jealous, but because their gain illuminates your loss. A friend gets a promotion you're genuinely glad about, and that gladness coexists with the sting of your own stalled career. Your colleague's wedding is beautiful and makes you aware of your own loneliness. Both feelings are real. Both are happening at once. And then something changes. Hours before arrival, the ship suddenly changes course. Away from Callisto. The crew's desperate longing to see their families vanishes completely, replaced by a stronger, more commanding feeling related to a new mission. The book stops to reflect on the role of chance in human life. Sometimes chance disrupts our plans. Sometimes it helps us. But what happened on the starship could equally be placed in both categories. This is a deep observation dressed in simple language. The same event can be simultaneously fortunate and catastrophic depending on which angle you view it from. What happened was they received a message. Actually, they accidentally intercepted a message not intended for them. This detail matters enormously. They weren't supposed to hear it. They just happened to be in the right position with the right equipment at the right frequency. Here's what the message said. An explosion. 2 expedition members severely wounded. Urgent help necessary. Delay threatens death. Awaiting response. After reading this, Lenenko says something that crystallizes the moral weight. And we received it completely by accident. Think about what this means. They gained knowledge randomly. They weren't looking for this information. It wasn't their responsibility. But now they know. And knowledge creates obligation. If you don't know about someone dying, you can't be blamed for not helping. But once you know, everything changes. The knowledge itself becomes a weight you have to carry. This happens in smaller ways constantly. You overhear a conversation about someone struggling. You accidentally see an email about a problem. You weren't meant to know, but now you do. And that knowledge sits in your mind demanding action. You can't unknow it. You can't pretend you didn't hear. The randomness of how you learned it doesn't reduce your sense of responsibility. The central command post falls into heavy silence. Just moments ago they were celebrating their imminent return. Now they're facing an impossible choice. Go home to the families who've waited years, or turn toward strangers in mortal danger. But before they can even discuss it, something else happens that shakes the foundations of how they understand reality. The message they received came from Callisto. It arrived in half the time that a radio wave could have traveled that distance. The book describes how this fact shattered someone's fundamental beliefs into fragments. He witnessed impossible communication speed, undeniable proof that contradicted everything he thought he knew about physics. I've never had my scientific worldview destroyed by impossible evidence. But I've had smaller certainties shattered by undeniable facts. You think you know someone, and then their actions reveal you understood nothing. You think you know how something works, and then it works completely differently. That moment when reality breaks your model of reality, there's a specific feeling to it. The ground shifts. You have to rebuild your understanding from pieces. They explain the technology. Callisto uses faster-than-light communication, but it can't be upgraded because both ends must match. The station on Callisto has to correspond to the station on the ship, otherwise nothing works. They're locked into using the same installation from years ago. This is such a realistic detail. Technology creates dependencies. You can't upgrade one side without upgrading the other. How many times have we all dealt with this? An old phone that can't run new apps, a computer that can't open new file formats. Compatibility becomes a cage. The message from Callisto comes through. All their loved ones are alive and waiting. The book says that in this moment, the black faces of the Callistans shone with happiness, and they had never been more similar to Earth people. Joy transcends everything. Aliens become recognizable as people when they react to news that their families survived. But this joy exists alongside the knowledge of the distress call. The commander slowly looks around at the faces of the crew. The book describes how it was clear that from each one he received a wordless answer to his unspoken question. Nobody says anything. But everyone agrees. They will attempt the rescue. They will not go home. Not yet. The decision is made in silence because some decisions are too heavy for words. Speaking would somehow make it harder, would open space for doubt or hesitation. The silence is complete understanding. We know what we have to do. We know what it costs. We'll do it anyway. They learn more details. 2 aliens on a research expedition, both severely burned by something called a flooding burn. They have basic first aid, but nothing to stop the progression. Without help they'll die. There's already a rescue ship coming, but it will arrive in 180 hours. The doctor transmitting says that's the same as 300 hours. You'll be too late. Tomorrow afternoon at the latest, everything will be finished. Time becomes the enemy. Not lack of will. Not lack of equipment. Just distance and the speed limit of physical travel. They're trying to cross space fast enough to beat death, and the math says they'll fail. And there's something else. The injured aliens must stay conscious or they'll die. The book states this as a simple biological fact. Unconsciousness for them is death. Imagine that horror. Being burned, in agony, and knowing that if you lose consciousness even for a moment, you won't wake up. You have to stay aware of your own suffering to survive it. The survivors are on a hostile planet fighting through the night. Alien creatures attack. The sounds they make are so piercing that people grab their heads, covering their ears, defending themselves from the unbearable drilling sound in their brains. The darkness is so complete that using light is dangerous. The environment itself is trying to kill them. And in this situation, there's a debate between optimism and realism. Maybe they'll survive until the ship arrives? No. The doctor is certain. But someone insists there's a difference between sending help that arrives yesterday versus tomorrow, even when both arrive too late. There is a difference. Not in outcome, but in meaning. In the statement that we tried everything possible. That we didn't give up even when hope was gone. So they arrived. The legendary interstellar crew that everyone on Callisto had mourned for 11 years just appeared in orbit above this foreign planet where the stranded expedition was dying. And here's where Martynov does something I didn't expect. He could have written a triumphant rescue scene, music swelling, everyone saved at the last second. Instead, he shows you what actually happens when hope crashes into reality. The Dr. Rezin knows the math. He's been doing calculations in his head for hours. The rescue ship needs 180 hours to arrive at their location on the surface. His injured companions have maybe 48 hours left. The isotope burns are eating through their bodies at a rate no willpower can slow down. He writes in his journal, help could only come in 180 hours. This meant that Sinya and Vignan were doomed to inevitable death. Notice that word choice. Not just death, but inevitable death. The redundancy tells you something about his mental state. He's a doctor. His entire training is about fighting death. And now he's sitting there watching two people die slowly while rescue approaches, knowing the approach itself is meaningless. I've never watched someone die from radiation poisoning. But I've sat in hospital rooms where where the doctors stop making eye contact. Where they start talking about comfort instead of treatment. There's this specific quality to time in those rooms. Minutes feel like hours. Hours disappear. Your mind does something strange where it tries to negotiate with physics, like if you just think hard enough you can slow down the biological processes that are killing someone you care about. That's what's happening to this crew. They're experiencing what the book calls the psychological gap between trauma and its perception. Martynov writes, less than 30 hours had passed since the catastrophe, but it already seemed distant. So much had been experienced after it. This is one of those observations that sounds simple but contains something profound about how consciousness works under extreme stress. When something terrible happens, your brain expects the world to pause. To acknowledge the weight of what just occurred. But the world doesn't pause. More things keep happening. A spaceship explodes. Then someone dies. Then two more people are dying. Then a rescue ship appears but it's too far away. Then night falls and you need to make a fire. Then predators approach. Each new crisis doesn't wait for you to process the previous one. They stack up so fast that the original catastrophe gets pushed backward in your memory, even though it happened yesterday. I saw this after my father died. The funeral had to be planned. Legal documents needed signatures. People called with questions. The apartment had to be dealt with. Within 3 days I was having conversations about property taxes. The morning he died felt like it had happened months ago, even though I could still smell the hospital on my clothes. Your brain creates distance as a protection mechanism, because if you felt the full weight of everything simultaneously, you'd stop functioning. But here's what Martynov captures that most writers miss. Even while they're experiencing this time distortion and emotional overload, the crew still finds ways to laugh. There's a moment where they're sitting around their primitive fire, warming themselves, and someone makes a joke. The doctor observes, when people are capable of laughter, the situation isn't so bad. But we're laughing through tears. That phrase, laughing through tears, it sounds like a cliché. But think about what it actually describes. Your body performing two opposite actions simultaneously. The muscles around your eyes contracting in amusement while your tear ducts respond to grief or fear or exhaustion. It's a very specific human thing, that capacity to experience contradictory emotions in the same moment without one canceling the other. I remember reading about prisoners in concentration camps who told jokes. Soldiers in trenches making dark comedy about their situation. People in refugee camps who found reasons to laugh. For years I thought that was about defiance or courage. And maybe it is. But reading this passage from Martynov made me think it's something more fundamental. It's your humanity insisting on existing even in circumstances designed to erase it. Laughter is proof you're still a person, not just a biological system responding to threat. And then Martynov shows you another crack in their composure. Denny, the young woman astronaut, suddenly says she's afraid. One of her companions responds, "I didn't know you had nerves." And she says, "Imagine that, I do. After all, I'm a girl." He replies, "Until now I hadn't noticed." When I first read that exchange I thought it was clumsy, maybe something lost in translation. But then I realized what Martynov is showing. This is a society where gender has been minimized in professional contexts to the point where her colleagues literally forgot she was female. They've been trained to see her as an astronaut, a colleague, a skilled professional. Her gender became invisible not through discrimination but through complete equality. But fear strips away those social constructs. In the moment of confessing vulnerability, she reaches for the oldest category of identity, "I'm a girl." Not a woman, not female, but a girl. The diminutive. The word that carries centuries of associations with fragility and need for protection. And her colleague's response isn't mockery, it's genuine surprise. He truly hadn't been thinking of her in gendered terms until she brought it up. I worked for 3 years in a factory where the crew was mixed, men and women doing the same jobs. After a while you stop noticing. You think of people by their skills, their personalities, their reliability. Then one day there was an accident, someone got hurt badly, and suddenly all those categories came back. The women on the crew started getting protective instructions they'd never received before. The assumption of fragility reappeared the moment danger became real instead of theoretical. Martynov wrote this in the Soviet Union where official ideology claimed gender equality had been achieved. He's showing you the complexity beneath that claim. Yes, his future society treats men and women as professional equals. But in moments of crisis, older patterns reassert themselves. Not because the society is backward, but because fear reaches deeper than social conditioning. Meanwhile, the injured are getting worse. The doctor can see it. Everyone can see it. But there's this conspiracy of silence developing. Nobody wants to say out loud what they all know. The book states, until now he had hidden the terrible truth mainly because of Denny. The doctor is protecting the youngest member of their crew from the full weight of what's coming. Or maybe he's protecting himself from having to speak it aloud, using her presence as an excuse. This is what I mean when I say Martynov understands people. He doesn't write heroes who face death with noble speeches. He writes exhausted professionals who keep secrets from each other out of kindness and weakness in equal measure. Who make calculations about how much truth anyone can handle. Who postpone terrible conversations because maybe something will change before the conversation becomes necessary. And then, like a hallucination brought on by exhaustion and desperation, 3 figures appear in the distance. 3 members of the legendary crew. The first contact between the stranded Callistans and the returning heroes who found Earth. The book describes this moment with unusual precision. It says the stranded crew suddenly lost the ability to speak and move. The appearance of the mysterious stranger struck them so deeply that they stared only at him, forgetting everything else in the world. Everything. The dying companions. The approaching rescue ship. Their own exhaustion. All of it vanished because a human being from Earth was standing in front of them. This is first contact. Not the diplomatic kind you see in most science fiction. Not with translators and protocols and carefully prepared statements. Just people staring at each other, trying to comprehend that intelligent life exists beyond what they knew. There's a moment in this section that I keep coming back to, because it reveals something about human nature that we rarely acknowledge. Shirokov meets this young Callistan woman named Dania. They're talking, this historic first contact between their civilizations. And then something happens that surprises even him. The book says, unexpectedly for himself, he took her hand and kissed it. He was embarrassed by his action. Something distant and almost forgotten had breathed upon him. He remembered his mother. He kissed her hand without thinking. An automatic gesture, something programmed into him so deeply that it emerged before his conscious mind could stop it. And what gets me is that phrase, distant and almost forgotten. This is a behavior from old Earth culture, something that probably seemed outdated even when the book was written in the 1960s. But it comes out anyway, triggered by some pattern he recognized, some femininity or grace that connected to his earliest memories of his mother. We like to think we're rational beings who choose our actions. We build these self-images as logical, controlled people. But we're walking around with layers and layers of learned behavior, going back to childhood, back to our parents and grandparents, behaviors we absorbed before we even had language. And in moments of emotion or surprise, those deep layers surface. You kiss someone's hand. You use a phrase your grandmother used. You react to authority the way you reacted to your father. What fascinates me is that this gesture, this unconscious eruption of cultural programming, it works. It creates a bridge. Dania is captivated by it. She's fascinated by this custom of touching lips to a woman's hand. The book tells us there's not even a word for kiss in the Callistan language. But she understands it emotionally. She wants to reciprocate somehow. A gesture from one culture, meaningless on its surface, carries something universal underneath. Before Shirokov even knows who Dania is, he notices something about her face. She reminds him of someone. And then she says, "Your face reminds me of someone." And the truth comes out, she's the granddaughter of Commander Daigon, one of the Earth crew members who came to Callisto decades ago. Shirokov knows Daigon well. And apparently, family resemblance works even across species, even between humans and Callistans. There's something in the bone structure, the expression, something genetic that transmits across generations and creates this instant recognition. Think about that. You meet someone and they look like their grandfather, even though their grandfather is from another planet, even though the genetics should be completely different. But certain features persist. The shape of the eyes. The way the mouth moves. And that recognition creates an emotional shortcut. Suddenly this alien person isn't quite so alien. They carry someone you know in their face. But step back from Shirokov and Dania for a moment. Think about the three ordinary Callistans who encountered them first. The book describes their feeling. The three Callistans felt profound joy that they were the first to have the happy fate of greeting messengers from a planet whose name they did not yet know. These are just regular people. They were in the forest caring for wounded companions. They weren't diplomats or scientists or anyone prepared for historic contact. They didn't even know the name of Earth. But cosmic chance put them there. They became the first members of their entire civilization to meet beings from another world. Random encounter, infinite significance. I think about that a lot. How history happens to ordinary people. The first person to see a UFO isn't a general or a president, it's some farmer in a field. The first person to witness a disaster isn't a reporter, it's someone who happened to be walking by. We imagine historic moments are attended by important people in important rooms. But usually it's just someone who was there, someone whose daily routine intersected with the trajectory of something huge. And while all this historic contact is unfolding, while Shirokov is being introduced to these three Callistans, the Doctor isn't paying attention to any of it. The book says, while Shirokov was getting acquainted with the three Callistans, Sync did not waste time. He took out a small device and set it up on the ground next to the injured man. The Doctor is working. He's got wounded people in front of him. The fact that they're aliens from another planet, the fact that this is first contact, the fact that everything happening around him will be in history books, none of that matters. Someone is hurt. He has tools. He has knowledge. He does his job. I love this so much because it shows how professional duty operates on a completely different level than drama or emotion. The Doctor isn't cold or uncaring. He's just focused. His training takes over. You see this with nurses during emergencies, with firefighters, with anyone whose work involves crisis. The situation might be unprecedented and historic and overwhelming, but the task is familiar. Stop bleeding. Stabilize the patient. Do the next right thing. And that medical device the Doctor uses, Shirokov has seen it before. The book says how miraculous the device seemed then to Earth medics, and how simple it turned out to be once Sync explained its construction and working principle. This is one of my favorite themes in science fiction, and Martynov keeps returning to it throughout the book. The gap between magic and technology is just understanding. Something appears miraculous right up until someone explains how it works, and then it becomes simple. Not easy, not trivial, but comprehensible. The mystery dissolves. I think about this every time I encounter something that seems impossibly complex. A lot of what intimidates us is just our ignorance talking. We see the finished thing, the working device, the polished performance, and we don't see the logic underneath. We don't see the simple principles combined in clever ways. And because we don't understand it, our brains label it as magic, as beyond us, as something only special people can do. But Dania sees Shirokov differently than he sees himself. She's dreamed since childhood of meeting beings from another planet. The book says she's held this as a secret dream, to see with her own eyes a human from another world, even if this being turns out to be completely unlike Callistans, but possessing reason and therefore kindred. Reason makes you kindred. Intelligence creates kinship. It doesn't matter what you look like, what you're made of, where you evolved. If you can think, if you can communicate, you're family. That's the dream anyway. And when Shirokov kisses her hand, when he performs this gesture that has no equivalent in her culture, she's fascinated. The book tells us, what an amazing custom, to touch your lips to a woman's hand. There wasn't even such a word in the Callistan language. But here's what kills me. While Dania is finding Shirokov beautiful and exotic and fascinating, he's feeling self-conscious. He's thinking, in her eyes he probably looks like a monster. After all, she's used to black color and sharp, definite facial features. He's embarrassed by his white skin, his red lips, his blue eyes. He assumes his difference makes him ugly to her. And the book adds this observation: Shirokov thought for the first time that such a diversity of colors might create an unpleasant impression. What seems normal to you might seem overwhelming to someone else. You walk around in your skin not thinking about it, because it's just you. But imagine seeing yourself through truly alien eyes. All these different colors, pale skin, pink lips, colored eyes, different shades of hair. To someone used to uniformity, to elegant consistency, you might look chaotic. Garish. Too much. But you don't. Or at least, Dania doesn't think so. The assumption of your own ugliness, the certainty that others must find you strange or repulsive, it's almost always wrong. We project our insecurities onto others and assume they see our flaws magnified. They usually don't. They're too busy worrying about their own flaws. There's a moment in this section where you can feel the entire structure of the expedition shift. Not from some dramatic confrontation or discovery, just from watching people wait in silence. 25. The crew didn't say a word and didn't move for all 25 minutes separating their transmission from Callisto's response. 25 minutes of silence. Try that sometime. Try sitting with your family or coworkers without speaking for even 5 minutes. Someone always cracks. Someone checks their phone, makes a joke, gets uncomfortable with the quiet. But these people, they held that silence for 25 minutes because that's what interplanetary communication requires. The speed of light is absolute. The distance doesn't care about your impatience. This is what Martynov understands about space exploration that most science fiction skips over. It's not the explosions or the aliens or the fancy technology. It's the waiting. It's the discipline. It's sitting absolutely still because anything else would be pointless. The message is already traveling. Your anxiety won't make it arrive faster. I think about this whenever I'm waiting for something important. Medical test results, a decision on a project, news from someone far away. That feeling of wanting to do something, anything, just to feel less helpless. But sometimes the only thing to do is wait with discipline. The answer is already coming at the speed it comes. While they're waiting, the leaders are having their own silent conversation. Deegan looks at Minion and smiles. He says, "We'll have to tell them now." And Shirokov, watching this, suddenly understands what they decided half an hour earlier. They wanted to delay announcing the discovery of humans from Earth. Think about what that means. They found intelligent alien life. The biggest discovery in the history of their civilization. And their first instinct wasn't to broadcast it immediately. It was to consider carefully when and how to reveal it. First contact isn't just a moment, it's a decision with consequences. Political consequences, social consequences, consequences they're still trying to predict. This is the kind of detail that makes Martynov different from other science fiction writers of his era. Most would have had everyone celebrating immediately, rushing to share the news, treating the discovery as purely positive. Martynov understands that power and knowledge create responsibility. The Callistans have met humans. They're bringing 2 of them home. This will change their entire world. You don't announce something like that casually. But then Callisto asks directly, and they have no choice. You can delay revealing something voluntarily. You can't lie when asked a direct question, not if you're the kind of civilization these people have built. Before this moment, before the announcement, Martynov shows us something else about how these explorers think. They land on the intermediate planet, this prehistoric world full of giant creatures. Shirokov sees a living dinosaur, essentially, something nobody from either civilization has ever photographed alive. And he uses all his film. Every single shot. Shot after shot until the film was gone. No need to save it. This chance might never come again. I love this moment because it shows what drives real exploration. Not conquest, not glory. Documentation. Evidence. The deep need to record something that matters before it disappears. Shirokov is in potential danger. The creature is massive. The situation is unstable. And his priority is using every centimeter of film because this matters more than his personal safety. That's not recklessness. That's understanding what your job is. A doctor runs toward danger during a crisis. A firefighter enters the burning building. A photographer documents what needs to be documented. Shirokov is doing what he was trained to do, what his entire career prepared him for, and he's doing it completely. And then, later, when they're finally ready to transmit the news to Callisto, you can hear everything in how it's described. Dear friend, the assumptions are completely confirmed. We found an inhabited planet. Its residents are similar to us in every way. 2 of them have come with us, and you will see them soon. Martynov notes that Deegan's voice trembled as he spoke these words. Not from fear, from the weight of the moment. This is the message that divides history into before and after. Before we were alone. After, we are not alone. Every civilization dreams of this moment or dreads it. Deegan is the person who has to say the words that change everything. And on the other end, on Callisto, the response comes back with its own emotion. The text scrolls across the screen only once. Obviously the Callistian transmitting it was so overwhelmed that they forgot to repeat it and didn't even give their name. Protocol says repeat everything 3 times and identify yourself. But the operator was so shocked, so overcome, that training just vanished. They read the message, they understood what it meant, and their hands forgot what they were supposed to do next. This is one of the most human moments in the entire book. Not human as in species, human as in universal. The moment when emotion is stronger than training. When news is so big that professional discipline just breaks down. I've seen this twice in my life. Once when a colleague got news during a meeting that his wife had gone into labor a month early. He just stood up and walked out mid-sentence, forgot his jacket, forgot everything. And once when a doctor came out of surgery and had to tell a family that the patient would be fine, and she started crying before she could get the words out. Just stood there crying with relief because it had been close. That Callisto operator, whose name we'll never know because they forgot to give it, had one job in that moment. Receive the message, confirm it, repeat it 3 times, sign off properly. And they got through maybe half of that before the enormity of what they were reading just wiped out everything else. Meanwhile, back on the planet, there's a moment that seems unrelated but reveals something about perspective. The crew observes the giant creature they've been photographing. It doesn't consider us dangerous. The creature is massive. The humans in Callistans have a spaceship, advanced weapons, technology this animal couldn't begin to understand. And it's not afraid of them. Because it doesn't understand enough to be afraid. It sees strange small things, unfamiliar but not threatening within its framework of what threatens it. This comes back around in a beautiful way when they finally see the new Callistan spaceship, the one built while the expedition was away. It's a flying rectangular box. No aerodynamic shape, nothing that makes sense according to the principles of flight anyone on the expedition understands. It was impossible to understand what forces kept it in the air. Advanced technology looks like magic. Not metaphorically. Literally. If you don't understand the principles, if the gap between what you know and what's in front of you is big enough, you're in the same position as that dinosaur looking at the spaceship. You know something's there, but you have no framework for comprehending it. And here's the thing that Martynov really emphasizes. This technology didn't exist when the expedition left. 22. There's a particular kind of embarrassment that has nothing to do with doing something wrong. You're sitting in a meeting and someone's explaining a new software system, or a medical procedure, or how the new equipment works. They're being patient, genuinely trying to help. And you realize you don't just need clarification on one point. You don't understand the foundation. The basic concepts they're building on are foreign to you. And you have to decide, do I stop them and admit I'm completely lost, or do I nod and hope it becomes clear? Martynov shows us this moment, but raises the stakes to civilizational scale. Sinyev, one of the Earth scientists, is listening to a Callistan woman explain their gravitational technology. The book says, Sinyev listened to the gentle voice of the Callistan, speaking what seemed to him a completely unfamiliar language, and thought about whether to confess his ignorance or let her finish speaking. He's not stupid. He's educated, accomplished, smart enough to be chosen for interstellar contact. But the gap isn't in intelligence. It's in the fundamental scientific paradigm. She's explaining something as basic to her as combustion engines would be to us, and to him it might as well be magic. What strikes me is his next thought. For some reason he felt ashamed to admit it. It seemed impossible to him to diminish Earth's science in her eyes at their very first meeting. For some reason, he says. But we know the reason. It's pride, but not the shallow kind. It's the weight of representing your entire world. When you speak, you're not just one person who doesn't understand. You're showing that your whole civilization doesn't understand. Earth's entire scientific achievement, everything from Newton to Einstein to quantum mechanics, and it's not enough to grasp even their basics. I've felt this in smaller ways. I grew up in the Soviet Union, then moved to different contexts, different systems of knowledge. There were moments when I'd be in conversations about things everyone else seemed to know, frameworks everyone else had absorbed, and I had to decide whether to reveal the gap. Sometimes I did, sometimes I didn't. But I was only representing myself. Sinyev is carrying Earth. The technology itself is remarkable. The Callistans explain, the energy of gravitational fields exists everywhere. The ship can fly infinitely long. The energy to create its own field is drawn from the surrounding space. Think about what this means. Our rockets work by throwing mass backward, carrying fuel, managing limited resources. Every journey is a calculation of weight versus distance. But if you can manipulate gravity itself, draw energy from space, you're not fighting physics anymore. You're using it at a level we haven't reached. This isn't like being behind in one technology. It's not like someone invented a better engine and we need to catch up. It's that they're working from different principles. They see the universe through equations we haven't discovered yet. Then Martynov shows us how this advanced civilization actually operates, and it's more disturbing than the technology gap. Shirokov, the other Earth scientist, asks Gizien, one of the Callistans, who he's responsible to. And Gizien answers, before whom? Before my conscience. That's it. No oversight committee, no review board, no manager. Just conscience. The Callistans have no formal authority structures. No courts, no prisons, no enforcement. The book explains, the best judge of a person is himself. The court of conscience is the most terrible and merciless, far more severe than the judgment of other people. They abolished formal courts centuries ago. They decided that your own conscience judges you more harshly than any external tribunal could. Shirokov pushes back, and his objection is completely reasonable. Does this mean that on Callisto any action goes unpunished? That wouldn't be freedom of the individual, that would be anarchy. How do you have a society without enforcement? Don't people just do whatever they want? But here's where Martynov gets dark. A collision happens between two flying vehicles. One person dies. The survivor, we're told, wasn't blamed by anyone. No one accused him of wrongdoing. And yet this man killed himself. Obviously, he was guilty and couldn't bear it. No human court would have passed such a sentence on him. Read that again. No human court would have sentenced him to death. But his own conscience did. And he carried out the sentence himself. This is what a society governed by conscience looks like. It's not gentle. It's not forgiving. It's absolutely brutal. Because you can't hide from yourself. You can't rationalize to yourself the way you can to a judge or jury. You know what you did and why you did it. The book mentions that after traffic rules were introduced on Callisto, not a single accident occurred again. Not one. Shirokov is amazed, but there are rules on Earth too. Yet despite them, hundreds of catastrophes happen on land and in the air. Why is it that for the Callistans it was enough to introduce rules and not a single accident happened again? The answer is consciousness. Not intelligence, consciousness. Every Callistan treats every rule as absolute because they understand that other people's lives depend on it. There's no just this once, no, I'm in a hurry, no probably it'll be fine. Perfect compliance as cultural norm, not legal enforcement. We see this when Singh, the Callistan doctor, voluntarily asks to be replaced because her knowledge is outdated after the 11-year journey. She doesn't take offense. There's no ego involved. Shirokov thinks, the Callistans aren't people, they're purer than us. It's no accident that their language has no word for vanity. No word for it. The concept of self-importance so foreign that they don't have vocabulary for it. This sounds utopian until you think about what it requires. It requires that every person, at every moment, be their own harshest judge. That you never give yourself the benefit of the doubt. That you never decide your reasons were good enough. One accident, even though no one blamed you, and the guilt is unbearable enough that you choose death. I think about workplaces I've been in, systems I've seen. We have rules because we assume people won't follow them without enforcement. We have oversight because we assume people will cut corners if no one's watching. We have performance reviews and accountability structures because we don't trust conscience alone. And honestly, we're probably right not to. Most of us aren't Callistans. Most of us need external structures because our internal ones aren't strong enough. But Martynov is asking, what if they could be? What if a civilization could evolve to the point where conscience actually was sufficient? What would that look like? And his answer is, it would look beautiful from outside, and absolutely merciless from inside. The Callistans also have a different standard of politeness. When the Earth people speak Russian to have private conversations, the Callistans don't get offended. They evaluated people's actions simply and never took offense. On Earth, speaking a language someone doesn't understand in their presence is rude. But the Callistans see it as natural. They don't feel excluded or insulted. They recognize that the Earth people sometimes need privacy and don't take it personally. This reveals something deeper. Politeness for us is often about managing ego, about not making people feel bad. But if you don't have ego in the same way, if you're not worried about your status or whether people respect you, then politeness becomes something different. It becomes about actual consideration, not about managing feelings. Martynov keeps showing us that advancement isn't just better technology. It's psychological evolution. It's becoming the kind of being who doesn't need external control because internal control is absolute. The kind of being who genuinely doesn't have vanity or self-importance. Who can look at their own obsolescence and volunteer to step aside without hurt feelings. And the question hanging over all of it, is this actually better? Or have the Callistans lost something essential in becoming this pure? The Earth visitors are discovering something about progress that nobody talks about in feel-good stories about advancement. On the primitive planet Seti, they watched creatures that looked vaguely humanoid, barely upright, fighting with stones and clubs. Gizian told them flat out, we don't give them metal weapons. It would only lead to more frequent murders. They have stones and clubs. Even that, unfortunately, is already too much. The ethical calculation there is brutal in its clarity. These beings aren't ready for better tools because better tools would just mean better killing. When the Earth people looked at these natives through binoculars, they could see low, flattened foreheads and a malicious gaze in their long eyes. Martynov isn't being subtle. He's describing physical markers of developmental stage. The book treats this as objective reality that primitive consciousness shows in the shape of the skull, in the quality of the gaze. We'd find that idea repulsive now, or at least most of us would say we do. It echoes too much of the pseudoscience that justified colonialism and worse. But Martynov is writing in a tradition where evolutionary stages of consciousness are assumed to be real and measurable. The Callistans can see what stage a civilization is at, and they withhold technology accordingly. Not out of cruelty, but out of something they'd call responsibility. Give a child a knife and call it education, you're not a teacher, you're just dangerous. But here's where it gets complicated. The primitive inhabitants on Seti kept attacking the white-skinned Earth people. The text says, perhaps the white people seemed to them like enemies for some reason, and only the constant presence of the Callistans nearby restrained the savages. Fear of the unfamiliar. The stranger as threat. This is presented as a characteristic of primitive consciousness, but anyone who's paid attention to human history or just to their own neighborhood knows this impulse doesn't vanish with development. We just get better at dressing it up in rational-sounding language. The visiting planets became a timeline. Sinyev, one of the Earth explorers, reflects, on Seti we saw the distant past of our homeland. On Keet, also the past, but closer. And now we're about to see the future. 3 worlds, 3 stages. The expedition is structured as a journey forward through time, each planet a classroom preparing them for the next. But Gizian warns them they move too fast. You should have spent several months on Seti, and no less than a year on Keet. I can't guarantee that you won't have to return to Seti in the near future. That's not a threat, it's a diagnosis. Development has prerequisites. You can't skip steps. It's like trying to teach calculus to someone who hasn't learned multiplication. The information might go into their ears, but it has nothing to attach to in their understanding. The Earth people rushed ahead, driven by eagerness or pride or simple impatience, and now they might have to go backward because they're not ready for what they're seeing. Progress isn't a straight line you can sprint along. It's more like a spiral staircase where each level requires that you actually learn the lessons of the previous one. Meanwhile, something quieter is happening between Shirikov and the young Callistan woman, Denny. Their ship's doctor, the old Calliston, mentioned earlier that his people don't have the custom of kissing. It never developed in their culture. So when Denny touched Shirikov's hand with her lips, she wasn't following tradition, she was inventing something. The text says, Callistons were unfamiliar with the kiss. Such a custom had never existed among them. Denny didn't kiss Shirikov's hand, she only touched it with her lips. That distinction matters. A kiss is a learned gesture, culturally encoded. What Denny did was spontaneous, reaching across the gap between what her culture gave her and what she was feeling. And Shirikov can't stop thinking about it. Shirikov sometimes desperately wanted to ask her about the reason for the strange action, but some complex feeling, perhaps fear of disappointment, held him back. I recognize that paralysis. When something matters, when it might mean what you hope it means, asking becomes terrifying because the answer might destroy the possibility. Better to live in the uncertainty than risk the disappointment. It's completely illogical and completely human. Here's Shirikov, a man who crossed light years to seek knowledge, and he can't bring himself to ask a simple question because the stakes are personal. Then they arrive on Callisto itself, and the physical reality of being adapted to one star but living under another hits them immediately. The text describes the light from Relos, Callisto's sun. The rays had different properties, carried much more energy. They clearly affected the organism differently than the rays of the sun. The Earth visitors have to wear dark glasses constantly. But these aren't just any dark glasses, they're calibrated so that all the diversity of colors and shades didn't disappear, only softened, became similar to the colors and shades on Earth. They saw surrounding objects the same way the Callistons saw them with unprotected eyes. Think about what that means. Reality itself appears different depending on the biology of the observer. The same scene, the same objects, but perceived through different filters because eyes evolved under different stars. The technology doesn't just protect the Earth visitors' eyes from too much energy, it translates the visual world so they can see it the way the locals do. Without these glasses, they'd be functionally blind even though technically their eyes work fine. The equipment creates common ground between beings who literally see the world differently. The whole planet is watching when they land. Not metaphorically, actually watching. You'll be met by the entire population of the planet. The station has powerful transmission equipment reaching all screens. And we don't have a single home without a screen. Every house on Callisto can watch the arrival in real time. Martynov is writing this in the early 60s, before satellites made global broadcasts routine on Earth, before the internet made simultaneous worldwide attention a daily occurrence. He's imagining what it would mean if everyone on a planet could witness the same moment at the same time. That technology eliminates distance, creates a kind of collective presence, makes private events public and public events intimately personal. But here's an ironic detail. The Calliston crew who went on the long journey to bring the Earth people back, they've been gone for almost 12 years by local time. They're returning heroes who completed an unprecedented mission. Yet when they arrive, all the attention of the Callistons was concentrated precisely on the guests, while the space travelers who had returned from an unprecedented flight remained in second place. The visitors overshadow the people who made the visit possible. One observer thinks this is unfair. But the text corrects him, he's wrong to think that. The presence of the visitors is proof that the mission succeeded. They're not stealing attention from the Calliston crew, they're the evidence of the crew's achievement. Still, I can imagine how that would feel, coming home after 12 years and finding that everyone wants to talk to the strangers you brought with you instead of asking about your journey. Recognition is strange that way. Sometimes the result of your work becomes more interesting than the work itself. And those 12 years created another problem. One of the returning Callistons admits, I forgot that BNTC appeared recently. The word is new. The thing it describes didn't exist when they left. Technology advanced so fast while they were away that their own language moved without them. They're tourists in their own time now. On Callisto much has managed to change, someone warns the Earth visitors. We're not suitable for the role of guides. We'll have to familiarize ourselves with many things. How do you come home and find that home is foreign? The Earth visitors are at least expecting to be strangers on Callisto. But the Calliston crew thought they were returning. Instead, they're discovering that 12 years is long enough for a fast-moving civilization to leave you behind. The ground shifts. The familiar becomes strange. You think you're coming back, but you're actually arriving for the first time. There's a moment in the book that catches something I've felt but never had words for. Shirokov enters this anti-gravity vehicle and sits down in what looks like a seat made of glass. And the book says it yields softly, conforming to his body elastically, like liquid. He stops feeling his own weight. It's like when you submerge yourself in water. I remember the first time I sat in a really well-designed chair. Not expensive, just thoughtfully made. It was in a library in Prague, this reading room where someone had actually considered how a human body works. After years of cheap furniture that fights against you, furniture designed to be manufactured rather than used, suddenly sitting in something that understood weight distribution and spine curvature felt like a small miracle. That moment when your body stops broadcasting its discomfort and just becomes quiet. Martynov is describing alien technology, but what he's really describing is the experience of entering a world where different problems have been solved. Where weight itself becomes optional. Where the distinction between solid and liquid stops being absolute. The seat isn't hard or soft. It's responsive. It adapts. And then Shirokov notices something unsettling. Nobody sits down to drive. There are no controls. The vehicle just starts moving. And he finds himself wondering, who's actually controlling it? Is it making choices with some kind of extraordinary electronic brain and television eyes? Or is it just following programming so sophisticated it looks like thought? This was written in the 1960s, remember? Decades before anyone put the words self-driving car together. But Martynov understood the philosophical question underneath the technology. It's not really about whether a machine can navigate. It's about whether choice requires consciousness. Whether decision-making and awareness are the same thing. I think about this every time I use navigation software now. The voice tells me where to turn. It reroutes around traffic. It learns my patterns. And there's this weird moment where I'm not sure if I'm driving or if I'm just the hands that execute decisions something else is making. The vehicle Shirokov rides in has no visible controls at all. But our world is moving in that direction, just more slowly. We're living through the transition period where we can still see the seam between human control and algorithmic control. Eventually that seam will be invisible too. They arrive at a building called the House of Sky. It's the spaceport. And what strikes Shirokov immediately is the emptiness. The absence of furniture. The height of the walls. There are statues, but they look tiny in the enormous rooms. And the book says this emptiness and scale emphasize the architect's intent. Think about that for a second. The architect deliberately created a space where human figures would appear small. Where you'd feel the vastness of the cosmos pressing down on you. Most architecture does the opposite. We build spaces that make us feel comfortable, protected, human-sized. Cathedrals try to make people feel small before God, but even those have limits. This building on Callisto wants you to feel the actual scale of space. Not metaphorically. Actually. I've been in a few buildings like that, though not many. There's a research station I visited once in northern Norway where the entrance hall was designed to prepare you psychologically for going outside in winter darkness. The ceiling was too high. The space was too open. It was uncomfortable in exactly the way the architects intended. They wanted you to feel exposed before you stepped into actual exposure. The building was training you. Then they get to where they're going and there's this television apparatus. But it's not like Earth television. The book says it's completely unclear how such a small installation could have enough power for its transmissions to be received by every receiver on Callisto. It works on completely different principles than Earth technology. And it does color, 3 dimensions, and sound simultaneously across an entire planet. And then Shirokov realizes what's about to happen. This isn't just a broadcast. It's a meeting. A meeting where the entire population of the planet participates. Let that settle for a moment. The entire population. Not watching passively. Participating. It's technological direct democracy. Everyone present, everyone observing, everyone part of the same moment. There's no way to hide in the crowd because the crowd is everyone who exists on the planet. The commander goes first. He speaks to all of Callisto. And the book tells us something interesting. He deliberately leaves out certain information. The Earth ship didn't just have an accident. There was sabotage. But he doesn't mention that. The book says the Callistans will learn the true reason for the accident eventually, but later won't be dangerous. Just not now. This is diplomacy. This is understanding that first impressions between civilizations matter in ways that can't be undone. It's knowing when truth serves connection and when truth creates barriers that will take decades to dissolve. It's not lying. It's sequencing information according to when context will exist to understand it properly. Then it's Shirikov's turn. And suddenly the full weight of what's happening hits him. The book describes it beautifully. It suddenly seemed to Shirokov that before him was a window, beyond which the entire expanse of the enormous planet lay spread out, and a countless number of black faces with long narrow eyes were fixed on him. Countless. Billions of beings. All watching. All present. All waiting for him to speak. I've never spoken to billions of people. But I've had that feeling of suddenly understanding how many eyes are actually looking at you. It happened once when a video I made got shared beyond the audience I expected. I'd been talking to maybe a few hundred people I imagined as similar to me. Then suddenly there were different contexts, different assumptions, different frameworks for interpreting every word. The sensation was of the ground disappearing. Like I'd been standing on a stage I thought was small and someone turned on lights that revealed how large the theater actually was. Shirokov opens his mouth and says, "Zdravstvuyte, tovarishi." Hello, comrades. And only after he says it does he realize he's speaking Russian. His native language. Not the Callistan language he's supposed to be using. And the book says those three words, spoken in his native language, somehow immediately calmed Shirokov. This is one of those details that reveals how deeply Martynov understood psychology. Under extreme stress, we reach for what's most familiar. The language we learned as children. The words that don't require translation between thought and speech. And just hearing those sounds come out of his own mouth, sounds that connect him to Earth and childhood in every conversation he's ever had in Russian, creates enough psychological ground for him to continue. He switches to Callistan. He speaks. He manages to say what needs to be said. And I imagine everyone on Callisto understood that moment too. Understood that his brief reversion to his own language wasn't a mistake but a glimpse of his humanity. Of what it costs to stand in front of billions and represent your entire world. The Callistan commander speaks again after. He talks about weather. About how they've adjusted the atmospheric program for the Earth visitors' comfort. They're going to redirect the cooled air masses that come from the ocean. Send them somewhere else. Because the weather is planned. It's infrastructure. Not predicted. Not tracked. Planned. Controlled. The whole planet's climate is something they design and modify like you'd adjust heating in a room. And then he says something that reaches beyond both worlds. I want to believe that the union of Earth and Callisto will be joined by inhabitants of other worlds, satellites of stars not too far from Myats and from Relius. This is the hope. That this first contact is only the beginning. That civilization eventually means connection across distances that currently seem impossible. That loneliness, at the scale of planets, might actually be solvable. The space travelers finally arrive at their destination. And here's where Martynov does something subtle that I only noticed the third time I read this book. The Callistans deliberately hold back their excitement. The quote says it perfectly. Too enthusiastic a greeting might, in the end, tire the people from Earth. Think about that level of emotional intelligence. These are beings who've been waiting for contact with Earth for generations. They could rush forward, overwhelm the visitors with questions and celebration. Instead, they moderate themselves. They understand something most of us learn the hard way, that too much adoration becomes exhausting rather than honoring. It's the same thing that happens when someone won't stop thanking you. At first it feels good. After the 10th repetition it becomes uncomfortable. After the 20th it's a burden. The Callistans have learned to calibrate their welcome to what the guests can actually handle. But even while they're restraining their emotions, the world around them reveals its advancement in quiet ways. The ship needs to dock. A stone platform that seemed like permanent pavement, an integral part of the shore, suddenly moves. The stone slab, which had seemed such a solid and inseparable part of the embankment, shifted and lowered. What you thought was architecture turns out to be infrastructure. What seemed fixed is actually fluid. This is technology so advanced that the boundaries between ship and shore dissolve. You can't tell where the permanent world ends and the mobile one begins. I think about this whenever I use a laptop that's more powerful than the computers that guided moon missions. Or when I watch someone pull up a map on their phone that would have required a whole atlas 3 decades ago. The distinction between what's fixed and what's mobile keeps collapsing. Technology makes categories meaningless. On the ship itself, Kov asks about the command structure. Who's in charge? How does authority work? The Callistan's answer rewrites how we think about hierarchy. We don't have commanders or non-commanders. Each crew member can perform the duties of commander and all other duties on the ship with equal success. Distribution of responsibilities is voluntary. This isn't just rotation of duties. This is complete interchangeability. Everyone can do everything, including the most complex tasks. Leadership becomes something you do temporarily, not something you are. There's no permanent hierarchy because there's no need for one. Everyone has universal competence. I've worked in organizations that tried to implement flat structures. They usually failed because the skill distribution wasn't actually flat. Someone was better at finance, someone else at operations, a third person at strategy. The hierarchy wasn't arbitrary, it reflected real differences in capability. But imagine a world where education and enhancement had progressed so far that these differences vanished. Where any person could genuinely perform any role. What would authority even mean in that context? Then, with his collector's instinct, asks if they've preserved any old technology. Maybe some earlier versions of their screens? The Callistan responds with genuine puzzlement. Are screens of the old type preserved anywhere? As far as I know, no. But why would they be, if there are new, more perfect ones? This is a society without nostalgia for obsolete objects. No museums of technology. No vintage enthusiasts. If something better exists, why keep the worse version? It's pure forward momentum. And I found myself divided about this. Part of me understands it completely. Why would you preserve inferior medical equipment when you have treatments that actually work? Why keep inefficient solar panels when you have better ones? But another part of me thinks about how much we learn from old technology. How understanding the evolution of ideas requires seeing the intermediate steps. How sometimes the constraints of older systems taught lessons we've forgotten now that those constraints are gone. Maybe that's a very human concern. Maybe advanced beings don't need to remember how they got somewhere because they understand the principles so deeply they could rebuild from scratch. The ship moves without crew. At the command post there wasn't a single person. The helmsman, expected out of habit, was absent. The course is plotted on the map. The ship will reach its destination by itself. Complete automation. The technology has become so reliable that human supervision is unnecessary. And the engines. Each is charged for several years of continuous operation. Service personnel aren't needed. They require no maintenance. This is the dream of perfect technology. Systems that never break down, never need adjustment, never require human intervention. Set them running and they work flawlessly until their design lifetime expires. We're heading in that direction now. Solar panels that operate for decades. Solid-state batteries without moving parts. Software that updates itself. but we're nowhere near Callisto levels. Our systems still fail, still need monitoring, still require that human in the loop making sure nothing goes catastrophically wrong. The Callistans themselves have evolved in ways that support their technology. Their hands aren't like human hands. Callistan hands possessed unusual flexibility. Their long thin fingers could make simultaneous and completely different movements inaccessible to the hand of an Earth human. They didn't have a left or right hand. Both worked identically. True ambidexterity. Fingers that can move independently in ways human fingers can't. This is biological engineering taken to its conclusion. Your body shaped to match your tools, or your tools shaped to match your enhanced body, until the distinction blurs. And then there's this detail. And immediately learned that sea transport had long since ceased to exist on Callisto. All transportation was carried out by air. This ship thereon exists only for research and for this ceremonial purpose. Ships as transportation are obsolete. An entire category of technology abandoned because something better replaced it. It's like if all cars disappeared because flying vehicles became cheap and reliable. Highways would become historical curiosities. Children would ask, people used to travel on the ground? Inside the ship, Martynov shows us display technology that finally achieves what we've been chasing, perfect immersion. It seemed to them that they had somehow found themselves on deck again. Ahead and to the side spread the plain of the ocean. The walls and ceiling were absolutely invisible. This isn't virtual reality goggles. This is seamless 360 immersion where you cannot detect the screens. Even the space travelers, returning home after their journey, are amazed. Technology advanced significantly while they were gone. And everything operates in complete silence. Notices. Silence. All their machines work soundlessly. Predicts this will come to Earth too. Machines on Earth will work silently, like here. Martynov presents silence as a marker of technological maturity. Noise is inefficiency. It's wasted energy. Advanced civilization eliminates it. I live in a city where noise is constant. Construction, traffic, air conditioners, the hum of infrastructure. We've accepted it as normal. But maybe one day someone will look back and think, how did they tolerate living in all that sound? The Callistans maintained their refined hospitality throughout. The Callistans didn't impose their company. They always willingly spoke with the people, but invariably left the initiative to the guests. Naturally effortless courtesy. Being available without being intrusive. It's harder than it sounds. Most of us either hover too much or disappear entirely. Finding that balance where you're present but not imposing takes real social intelligence. There's a moment I keep thinking about from when I worked night security at a hospital. Around 3 a.m, a guy came in bleeding from his hand. Not terrible, just a deep cut from working on his car. The nurse asked him when it happened. He said about 6 hours ago. She asked why he waited. He said he wanted to finish the job, didn't want to leave his wife without a working car in the morning. The nurse just looked at him and said, "You're an idiot, but I understand." That's the thing about hiding your problems, we all understand it, even when it's stupid. Shirokov is doing exactly this on Callisto. He's experiencing symptoms, feeling unwell, but he doesn't mention it to the Callistan doctors. The book says he stays quiet about times when both he and Sinyev felt sick, thinking it was just exhaustion from intense work. He fears that if he says anything, they'll send him away from all the exploration opportunities he came here for. Think about that logic. He traveled across space to see another world, and now he's risking his health because admitting weakness means losing access to wonder. I've done this. Everyone has. You're on vacation and your stomach starts hurting, but you don't want to ruin the day, so you take some antacid and push through. You're at a new job and you're getting migraines, but you don't say anything because you don't want them to think you can't handle it. You're visiting someone you love who lives far away, and you catch a cold, but you dose yourself with medicine and pretend you're fine because you only get 3 days together. We trade future pain for present experience all the time. What makes Shirokov's situation interesting is who he's hiding it from. The Callistans aren't cruel. They're not going to punish him for being sick. In fact, their entire civilization seems built on radical trust and honesty. Earlier, when they wanted to attend a sports championship, they learned there's no ticketing system. You just tell the official you want to watch, and they give you a seat number. That's it. No tickets, no payment, no verification. Sinyev says something that captures what this feels like for a human: it's oppressive honesty. He can imagine what would happen if Earth stadiums worked this way: chaos, people lying about reservations, seats sold multiple times, corruption at every level. The Callistans have apparently evolved past that, or built a society that makes it impossible, or maybe they're just fundamentally different. When the visitors ask about reserved seating for people who are sick and need special accommodations, the alien woman doesn't understand the question. She says if someone is sick enough to need a doctor, they stay home. No bureaucracy, no doctor's notes, no system for proving you're ill enough to deserve accommodation but well enough to attend. The logic is simple: actually sick people rest. Everyone else comes. But Shirokov can't adopt that logic for himself, even though he's living in that society. He hides his symptoms because he doesn't want to be sent home. And then when they're at the stadium watching the championship, he feels worse but stays quiet because if he admits it, they'll have to leave, and his friend Sinyev will lose the chance to watch. The book says Shirokov knows that if he mentions his condition to Gizian, the Callistan will immediately take him home, and Sinyev will of course follow, losing his pleasure. This is the math we do when we love people. My discomfort versus their joy. Do I speak up and protect myself but ruin their experience? Or do I endure and let them have this moment? And we usually choose endurance because in the moment, sitting there feeling sick, telling yourself to just hold on a little longer feels more bearable than seeing disappointment in someone's face. The championship itself is fascinating. Shirokov mentions casually that the Callistans distribute weather like humans distribute train schedules. They just control it completely, decide when and where it rains or shines. The stadium is made of strange materials that look transparent and shiny but are actually opaque and matte. They don't reflect sunlight the way Earth materials do. Everything has the mark of architecture alien to humans. It's similar enough to recognize, yes, this is a stadium, but different enough that you can never forget you're somewhere profoundly not home. When they arrive, news spreads instantly that the Earth visitors are there. Movement toward the stadium stops. Thousands of faces turn toward them. The book describes this simply: everyone recognizing them, everyone staring. Imagine being in that position. You can never be anonymous. Every public space becomes a performance. You're permanent celebrities, permanent outsiders. The Callistans are kind, but you're still always different, always watched. Then they learn something that makes Shirokov and Sinyev uncomfortable. The location for this championship was specifically chosen in hopes that they'd want to attend. The Callistan hospitality knows no bounds, the book says, showing itself in absolutely everything. On one level, this is generous. They moved an entire championship game to make it convenient for their guests. On another level, it's unsettling. How much of what you're seeing is real life, and how much is performance for your benefit? When does hospitality become a kind of manipulation, even if it's well-intentioned? A woman there mentions her athletic talent in conversation. Shirokov doesn't for a second think she's bragging. It's just a fact she's stating about herself. This is another cultural difference: they've apparently eliminated false modesty. On Earth, if someone tells you they're talented at something, you have to calculate: are they arrogant, or honest, or trying to impress me? The social dance around compliments and self-assessment is incredibly complex. But in Callistan culture, you just state facts about yourself. You're good at this, bad at that. No performance needed. The whole time, Shirokov is getting worse. But he's watching this alien sport, trying to understand it. Sinyev asks if anyone knows the rules. Shirokov says he doesn't know, and then adds, "Don't tell me, I want to understand myself." This is such a human thing. The joy of figuring something out independently, even when being told would be faster. We want the satisfaction of discovery. We want to earn our understanding. But the understanding that's about to be earned is much harsher than game rules. Later, everything falls apart. Shirokov collapses. The thing he was hiding becomes impossible to hide. And here's what's cruel: afterward, when he wakes up, he feels fine. Actually good. He tells the Callistan doctors he's completely well. And one of them says, that's exactly what's bad. If you woke up feeling sick, that would be good. But you waking up feeling fine means your body isn't recognizing the danger. Think about that. The moment you think you've recovered is the moment you're in the most danger. Your body has stopped sending warning signals not because the threat is gone, but because it's been overwhelmed. It's like that moment in hypothermia when people start feeling warm and take off their clothes. The sensation of relief is actually the sign of catastrophic failure. The doctors explain what Shirokov should have done. He should have listened to Jizian's advice. Spend 100 days on the first moon, 200 days on the second, gradually adapting to the rays of this different sun. Then come to Callisto. But Shirokov insisted on the experiment, pushing forward, impatient. And now they tell him the reality: human organisms may simply be incompatible with certain alien worlds. Some people are more resistant than others, but eventually, the same thing will happen to anyone. It's inevitable. This is the limitation nobody wants to hear. We want technology to solve everything. We want willpower to overcome biology. But some things are just incompatible. You can't force a tree built for one climate to thrive in another, no matter how much you want it. You can't make a body designed for one star's radiation comfortable under another star. The universe doesn't care about your determination or your dreams. And now Shirokov has to sit with this knowledge. They've come all this way. They've seen so much. And the price is being extracted from his body, whether he consents or not. There's a moment in emergency situations where everything becomes very simple. All the debates stop. All the what-ifs disappear. You're sick, you need help, and suddenly all the philosophical questions about freedom and autonomy become academic. This is where Shirokov and Sinuyev find themselves now. The alien doctors, these Callistans, tell them straight: you need to go into suspended sleep for treatment. We need to prepare your bodies. This is not optional. And Sinuyev, who just pages ago was insisting he was perfectly healthy, who was arguing that humans could adapt to anything, he asks the obvious question: what if we refuse? The doctor's answer is direct. We don't recognize a person's right to voluntary death. We will put you to sleep by force if necessary. I remember the first time I read that line. I was sitting in a hospital waiting room, actually. My friend was having surgery, nothing serious, but still, you wait and you think. And I kept turning that phrase over in my mind. We don't recognize the right to voluntary death. On one hand, it sounds compassionate. These aliens care so much they won't let you kill yourself through stubbornness. On the other hand, where does personal freedom end and medical authority begin? It's not an abstract question. If you've ever had a family member refuse treatment, or if you've watched someone you love insist they're fine when they're clearly not, you know this territory. The person says it's their choice, their body, their life. And you're standing there thinking, but I can see what you can't see. I can see you're dying. Do I have the right to force you? Do the doctors? The Callistans have answered that question for their society. No, you don't have the right to choose death when we can save you. They'll put you to sleep against your will. And the cosmonauts, these Earthmen who came here to explore, to discover, to fulfill their ambitions, they realize they've lost control of their own fate. But there's something worse than the forced treatment. The doctors explain the real situation. The damage to their hearts from the radiation, from the Relsa rays, it's progressive. Even if they put them to sleep now, even if they treat them, the damage that's already occurred is permanent. They can heal them enough to survive on Callisto. But returning to Earth? The acceleration forces of the journey, the different gravity, their hearts won't handle it. Martynov writes it clearly: staying on Callisto after arriving without special preparation will irreversibly damage their hearts. Death and returning to their homeland are the same thing for them. This is a special kind of trap. Not prison bars. Not chains. Your own biology becomes the cage. You came here freely, you landed on this world full of hope and curiosity, and now your own body has become the lock that keeps you here. You can leave, technically. The ship works. But leaving equals dying. I think about this sometimes when people make irreversible decisions. Not dramatic ones, necessarily. Sometimes you take a job in another country and you don't realize until years later that you can't really go back, not because anyone's stopping you, but because you've changed too much, or the place has changed, or your body has adapted to a different climate and going back would make you sick. You're trapped by choices you made freely, imprisoned by biology and circumstance rather than by force. The cosmonauts lie in their beds, too weak to move. And here's where things get quietly absurd. They need help. They need someone to check on them, to get the doctors. But nobody comes. Why? Because their Callistan hosts are being polite. The aliens, in their consideration, in their delicate respect for privacy, decided not to disturb the sick guests. Let them rest. Give them space. The cosmonauts are lying there, hearts failing, unable to call out, and their considerate hosts are outside giving them privacy. Shirokov thinks about this. The thoughtful delicacy of the Callistans could turn bad. They'll kill us with their caring. It would be funny if it weren't so serious. I've seen this in hospitals, actually. Family members so worried about disturbing the patient that they don't check on them. Neighbors so respectful of privacy they don't knock when something's clearly wrong. There's a point where politeness becomes dangerous, where consideration turns into neglect, not through malice but through excessive respect. The cosmonauts realize they need to make noise somehow. They need to break something, make a crash, signal distress. There's a vessel of liquid on a table near the bed. If they could knock it over, the crash would bring someone. But here's the problem, they're so sick that moving causes heart palpitations. Reaching for that vessel might kill them. Not reaching for it might also kill them. And even in this moment, even facing death, Shirokov worries about the social awkwardness. If the pitcher breaks and the liquid spills, someone will have to clean it up. It's somehow uncomfortable. You're dying and you're worried about making someone mop the floor. I don't know whether to call this admirable or insane. Maybe both. It reminds me of people apologizing to paramedics for bleeding on their ambulance. Or saying sorry to firefighters for having a fire. There's something deeply human about feeling guilty for needing help, for causing trouble, even when you're the one in crisis. Before they can decide whether to risk reaching for the pitcher, someone comes. A doctor enters. But he wasn't making rounds, he came because someone sent him. Who? Dini, the young Callistan woman who's been spending time with Shirokov. She was somewhere else, doing something else, and suddenly felt that something was wrong. She sent the doctor to check. The doctor isn't surprised by this. He explains, girls are very sensitive to everything concerning those they love. In this civilization, on this alien world, they've actually studied this scientifically. They recognize what we on Earth call women's intuition as a real phenomenon. The doctor talks about how their whole society is based on emotional sensitivity, on empathy, on feeling what others feel. Their sensitivity must inevitably strengthen that sixth sense, that unconscious but unerring instinct that helps a person sense danger threatening someone close to them. Martynov is writing science fiction but touching something real. Not literal telepathy maybe, but that actual experience of knowing something's wrong with someone you love even when you're miles apart. You get a sudden urge to call someone and they pick up and say, I was just thinking about you, something's not right. We've all had versions of this. We dismiss it as coincidence usually. Here, in this fictional civilization, they've studied it, validated it, incorporated it into their understanding of how consciousness works. The doctor also mentions, almost casually, that they couldn't check on the cosmonauts earlier because they didn't know they needed help. Then he points to a tiny protrusion on the wall. A button. You just press here and someone comes immediately. You didn't know? No. They didn't know. The Callistans assumed it was obvious. The cosmonauts never thought to look for it. Two civilizations, both intelligent, both considerate, and a simple communication gap almost kills two people. This is how accidents happen. Not through stupidity or malice but through different assumptions about what's obvious. They treat the cosmonauts. Stabilize them. And then comes another moment, quieter but somehow more significant. Dini visits Shirokov while he's recovering. He's weak, lying in bed. She takes his hand and kisses it. He's confused. On Earth, men kiss women's hands, not the other way around. He tries to explain this, struggling because the Callistan language doesn't have a word for kissing. They don't do it, apparently. He's attempting to describe an Earth custom using gestures and approximations, and she's trying to understand. Later, Sinyayev, recovering in another bed, tells Shirokov something that makes the hand-kissing make sense. She loves you, he says. Very seriously. And then he explains something about Callistan culture. There was an ancient custom here, from long ago. During wedding ceremonies, the bride and groom would exchange blood. A symbolic mixing of two lives into one. That custom disappeared over time as the civilization modernized. But now, in this modern hospital, Dini has volunteered to give her blood for a transfusion to save Shirokov's life. The ancient ritual, forgotten but still meaningful, recreated accidentally through modern medicine. She's giving him her blood. In her culture's deep past, that meant marriage. Does she know this? Does he? Does it matter what the intention is if the symbol carries weight? Shirokov lies there processing this. He came to this world to explore, to discover, to learn. Instead he's trapped here by his own biology, literally sustained by blood from a woman he's known for days, participating unknowingly in what might be a marriage ritual from her culture's ancient past. Nothing went according to plan. Everything has become irreversibly complicated. This is the thing about exploration that the adventure stories don't tell you. It's not just about going somewhere new. It's about what happens when you can't go back. There's a moment in the book where Denai tries to explain something and says she knows that everything concerning the Earth visitors is known to all Callistans. Just like that. Everything they do, everything they say, it's somehow shared across the entire civilization. And this is presented as normal. Not surveillance in the way we think of it. Not oppressive. Just how their society works. Think about what that means for a second. You're on this alien world, recovering from nearly dying, dealing with the fact that your blood is being changed, that you might never go home, and oh by the way, millions of beings you've never met all know about you. They know about your racing heartbeat when Denai touches your hand. They know about the awkward conversations, the confusions, the medical procedures. Nothing is private. When I first read this, I thought it was creepy. Classic dystopian stuff. But Martynov doesn't present it that way at all. The Callistans see it as connection, not control. They're so advanced, so trusting of each other, that complete transparency is just how they live. And maybe that's the point. Maybe privacy is something we need when we don't trust each other. When we have something to hide. When society might punish us for being different. The book mentions they have no courts, no judicial system. If someone does something wrong, they just admit it. They're psychologically incapable of the kind of self-interested lying we do on Earth every single day. So of course they don't need privacy. What would be the point? But here's what gets me. This universal awareness extends to the small stuff too. Denai's mother already knows about Shirokov before she meets him. Not just that he exists, but enough about him to form opinions. And when they finally meet, the mother just openly evaluates him. No pretense. No social games. She's looking at this man as a potential partner for her daughter, and everyone in the room knows it, including him. The book captures Shirokov's shock at this. In Earth culture, this kind of thing happens, sure. Parents form opinions about their children's romantic interests. But there's a dance to it. Politeness. Pretending. You don't just look someone up and down and clearly assess them like you're examining a piece of fruit at the market. But Denai doesn't see anything wrong with it. She tells Shirokov directly. Because I talked about you a lot to her. And when he asks why, she says it should be obvious. I've been in relationships where meeting the parents felt like a performance. Everyone pretending, being careful, not saying what they actually think. It's exhausting. But imagine the opposite. Imagine a culture where a mother just looks at you and you know she's deciding whether you're good enough for her daughter, and she knows you know, and nobody pretends otherwise. Is that brutal honesty or just efficiency? I still don't know. The Callistans take their visitors on a tour, showing them how their civilization works. And what Martynov describes as comprehensive automation. Machines building machines. Robots doing all the physical labor. Humans barely visible in the process. At one point Shirokov thinks. He gets the involuntary impression that humans have nothing to do on this planet that's been given over to intelligent machines. This fear. We have it now, don't we? Every advance in artificial intelligence, every factory that automates, every job that disappears. What happens when machines can do everything we do, but better, faster, without getting tired? What's left for humans? Link pushes back on this. He insists humans remain the driving force of progress. But the book doesn't really explore how. It just asserts it. And maybe that's because Martynov, writing in the early 60s, couldn't fully imagine what automation would actually feel like. He could imagine the machines but not the psychological displacement. What strikes me is how the Callistans have solved the problem of scarcity without solving the problem of meaning. They have everything they need. They build only beautiful things. No two buildings are alike because why would they be? They have unlimited resources and unlimited creativity. When Shirokov sees their architecture and asks about it, someone tells him. Everything that surrounds a person must be beautiful. Not should be. Must be. Beauty isn't optional. It's mandatory. This is a society that's moved past survival and into pure aesthetics. And when Shirokov asks where the limit is to human needs, they tell him they don't see one. As life gets better, people want more. Not more food or more shelter, they have that. More beauty. More variety. More meaning. But here's what the book doesn't mention, and what I keep thinking about. If machines do all the work and humans just appreciate beauty and pursue knowledge, where do the children fit? And this is where Martynov drops something genuinely disturbing into his utopia. The children don't live with their parents. They live in separate cities. Children's cities. Professionally designed environments where people who've devoted themselves to working with children raise them. Parents can visit. They can see their children on screens anytime. But they don't raise them. That's not how it's done. When Denai explains this, she sees nothing wrong with it. Children necessarily live in such cities. It's presented as obviously better than the Earth way. These professionals love children, understand children, know how to teach them. Why would amateurs, parents, do it instead? And she adds. The separation doesn't burden anyone. Mother and father can see their child daily if they want, visit anytime. So what's the problem? I thought about my own childhood. The specific way my mother made breakfast. My father's voice reading to me before bed. The particular smell of our apartment. The way my family, flawed as they were, shaped who I became. And I tried to imagine growing up in a professional facility. Clean. Optimal. Designed by experts. Maybe I'd have been healthier. Better educated. More socially adjusted. But would I have been me? Martynov doesn't dwell on this. He presents it as one detail among many in Callistan society. But to me it's the crack in the foundation. Everything else about this civilization seems genuinely utopian. No scarcity. No crime. No war. Complete honesty. Universal healthcare. But they've given up on family. They've decided that professional child-rearing is superior to parental love, and they've organized their entire society around this principle. And Shirokov notices. He thinks to himself that few mothers on Earth would agree to such separation. But he doesn't push further. He's a guest. He's still recovering. He's dealing with his own problems. So he observes and moves on. But I can't move on from it. Because I think Martynov is showing us something he might not have fully intended. You can solve material problems. You can eliminate poverty, automate labor, cure disease, extend life. But you can't optimize away the messy, inefficient, deeply human experiences that give life texture. And when you try, you end up with something that looks perfect but feels hollow. The Callistans have screens that can connect them to anywhere instantly. Want to see a construction site across the planet? Done. Want to check in on your child in their city hundreds of kilometers away? Easy. They'll even install equipment in places that don't have it just so their guests can observe something interesting. When Shirokov questions this, why go to such trouble, they tell him it's no trouble at all. They're happy to do it. And I believe them. This isn't false politeness. They genuinely don't see it as a burden. Their society has so much abundance, so much capacity, that installing a screen for someone's momentary curiosity costs nothing. But what does it cost to never hold your child at night when they wake up scared? What does it cost to visit your son or daughter instead of living with them? These aren't material costs. You can't measure them in resources or labor hours. But they're costs nonetheless. There's this moment when the Earth visitors are watching a construction site, and I keep coming back to it because it captures something we're all living through right now, just at a slower pace. They're standing there watching machines build an entire factory, and Shirokov describes how the scene literally changes while they watch. One moment it was bare earth, then a few machines passed over it, and instead of earth there's a floor made of multicolored tiles. They watch for a while, look away, look back, and walls have appeared. The construction runs day and night because machines don't need rest. It's happening faster than human perception can quite process. We're watching something similar right now with AI, except instead of buildings appearing overnight, it's capabilities. A year ago large language models couldn't reliably count letters in a word. Now they can write code, analyze medical images, compose music in specific styles. You look away for 6 months and the landscape has changed. The same vertigo Shirokov feels watching that construction site, a lot of people feel watching the technology news. What can these systems do? What will they do next month? Martynov understood something essential about automation that most science fiction misses. He doesn't just show you the shiny results. He shows you how it changes what humans do, what we value, what we consider worth doing with our hands and time. The Callistans have machines that can do essentially everything. There are factories producing medicine for the entire planet with no workers inside, just silent halls of equipment operating in perfect cleanliness. And here's the thing that really struck me, they produce too much. Even with surplus. From time to time they have to shut down the factory. They have 2 pharmaceutical plants and periodically they have to turn them both off because they're making more than the whole planet needs. Think about that for a second. That's what true post-scarcity looks like. Not everyone having enough. Everyone having more than enough, so much that production itself becomes the problem. You have to stop making things because there's nowhere to put them, no one who needs them. Every economic system we've ever built has been about managing scarcity, who gets what when there isn't enough. But what do you do when there's too much? The Callistans' answer is that humans do what they want. Not what they must. What they choose. And this is where the book gets really interesting, because you'd think in a world where machines do everything, people would just lie around doing nothing. But that's not what happens. The artist Daigon lives 800 kilometers from the nearest city. He maintains a huge garden entirely by hand. When Sinyev asks him why not let machines do it, Daigon says. Physical labor is good rest. I think about this every time I'm stuck on a difficult problem. Sometimes the best thing I can do is stop thinking and go do something physical. Wash dishes. Organize books. Go for a long walk. There's something about physical work that lets a different part of your brain take over. The problem is, in our current economy, most people don't get to choose when they do physical work and when they do mental work. You do what your job requires. You rest when you can fit it in. The Callistans have split creation from logistics completely. Dagon grows fruit in his garden. When it's harvest time, he sends a message saying the fruit is ready. He has no idea who comes to get it or where it goes. My business is to announce that harvest time has come, but who will come for the fruit? Why would I need to know that? He focuses entirely on the part he enjoys, the growing, the tending. Everything else is handled by systems he doesn't think about. And those systems serve everyone equally. This is crucial. Dagon lives in the middle of nowhere by choice, and he has access to everything someone in the city has. When he built his house, they ran lines to deliver food, ocean water for his swimming pool, whatever he needs. The delivery mechanisms are powerful enough, and distance doesn't trouble them. When his garden needs watering, he calls the weather station and they give him rain. Not metaphorically. Literally. He orders rain like we might order a pizza. Sinyev cannot get his head around this. He keeps asking why society would go to such enormous effort for one person living in isolation. The infrastructure required to pipe ocean water 800 kilometers to someone's swimming pool, to control weather on demand, to maintain delivery systems for a single individual, it seems wildly inefficient. And here's where you see the fundamental clash between scarcity thinking and abundance thinking. Shirokov has to explain it to him. For them, materials have no price, but human needs are the only measure. In a world where resources are genuinely abundant and labor is done by machines that never tire, the only thing that matters is what humans want. If one person wants to live 800 kilometers from everyone else, and they have the technology to make that work, why wouldn't they? But Sinyev pushes back. If someone wants to live far from the collective, let them provide for themselves. Why should society do it for them? And Gizyan asks the question that cuts to the heart of it. Don't these people have the right to what everyone else has? This is one of those moments where you realize Martynov is doing something sophisticated. These aren't cardboard utopian citizens reciting ideology. This is a genuine clash of moral frameworks. Sinyev represents a kind of collectivism where your duty to the community comes first. If you choose to separate yourself, you lose your claim on collective resources. The Callistans represent something different, a society where individual choice is sacred, but everyone's needs are met regardless of their choices. Neither side can quite understand the other's position. It's not that one is right and one is wrong. They're operating from incompatible premises about what society is for. I see this same argument play out constantly in debates about universal basic income, or healthcare, or housing. One side says if you make choices that take you outside the system, you accept the consequences. The other side says everyone deserves certain basics regardless of their choices. And often people on both sides think they're obviously right, but the other position is nonsensical. Martynov shows you how both positions have internal logic. He doesn't tell you which one is correct. What he does show you is what becomes possible when abundance is real. The sculptor Dagon makes a bust of Sinyev using some kind of automated scanning and forming process. It's technically perfect, every measurement exact. And Dagon looks at it and says, "This bust, it's dead. There's no expression in it." The machine can copy the physical form perfectly, but it can't capture character, personality, the quality that makes a portrait actually show who someone is. For that, Dagon explains, he would need to know Sinyev, his character, his tastes, his way of being in the world. So even in a world where machines can do almost everything, there's still this gap. The machine can execute. It can copy. It can optimize. But it can't create in the way a human creates, bringing understanding of personality and emotion into physical form. And I think this is still true. AI can generate images now, thousands of them, in any style you specify. But it doesn't know what it's making. It doesn't understand why one portrait captures someone and another doesn't. It pattern matches at superhuman scale, but meaning remains human territory. For now, anyway. I need to tell you about the ending, because this is where Martynov does something that stayed with me for years. So the cosmonauts are sick. They've been on this paradise planet Callisto, and it's killing them. Not through any malice, just through basic biology. The local sun emits radiation that humans aren't adapted to. And now they're stuck on Setida, this quarantine planet that looks like Earth, waiting to see if they'll recover enough to go home. Imagine being shown perfection and then told you can't stay. That's worse than never seeing it at all. Martynov writes that despite Setida's similarity to Earth, it seemed disgusting to Shirokov, like a mockery. After the palaces of Callisto, this house seemed pathetically miserable. It's not that Setida is bad. It's that he's tasted something better and now everything else is ruined by comparison. I've felt this. Not about planets, but about work, about relationships. Once you've experienced how good something can be, going back to merely acceptable feels like punishment. The paradise you lost haunts every compromise you make afterward. The doctors examine them with these incredible devices that let you actually see internal processes, not just hear or feel them. Technology far beyond Earth's medicine. And they discover something terrible: both cosmonauts are sick, even though Shirokov feels fine. He's a doctor himself, and he'd convinced himself he was healthy. But the Callistan's instruments don't lie. You're wrong, they tell him. You're just stronger than your friend. That's why it hasn't shown yet. This is the part that made me put the book down for a minute. The illusion of health while carrying hidden disease. How many times do we walk around thinking we're fine when something is quietly breaking inside us? Not just physically. In our work, our relationships, our thinking. We feel okay, so we assume we are okay. But sometimes the damage is real even when we can't feel it yet. Sinev, the biologist, refuses to leave. And here's where you see what scientific dedication really costs. He says, "I came to Callisto to study life here, and I will continue to do that as long as possible. I have no right to leave while I can still stand." This isn't heroism. This is stubbornness bordering on self-destruction. And Martynov doesn't romanticize it. Sinev eventually collapses. They have to send a second ship to evacuate him against his will. Later he admits, "I'm very ashamed that because of my stubbornness, they had to send a second ship to Setida." He recognizes the cost of his pride. Not just to himself, but to everyone else. "I worked with someone like this once. Brilliant guy, completely dedicated, refused to delegate, refused to rest, insisted everything had to go through him because he was the only one who really understood the project. Then he collapsed. Hospital for 3 weeks. And we had to scramble to cover everything he'd refused to share." His dedication didn't help the mission. It nearly destroyed it. Meanwhile, Shirokov is going through something else. He's fallen in love with Diany, one of the Callistans. But he knows he has to leave. Her presence, Martynov writes, both delighted and tormented him. Because he loves her, but he knows this cannot continue. Would she agree to leave Callisto, abandon her mother and father, and follow him? Of course not. This is the math of impossible love. Not the dramatic kind where someone betrays you or stops caring. The quiet, impossible kind where you love someone and they love you but the circumstances make it unworkable. Different worlds, literally. I've watched friends stay in relationships like this for years, hoping something would change, that somehow the fundamental incompatibility would resolve itself. It never does. The kindest thing is often to let go, but that doesn't make it hurt less. Shirokov faces another way too. His friend trusts him. Trusts his medical judgment about whether they should stay longer or leave immediately. Martynov writes, Shirokov understood that enormous responsibility fell on him. His friend relied on his opinion in this question. That's different from making choices for yourself. When someone else's life depends on your judgment, every decision becomes heavier. I remember when my brother asked me whether he should take a job overseas. He really asked, like he'd do whatever I advised. I couldn't sleep for 2 nights, because what if I was wrong? What if I told him to go and something terrible happened? What if I told him to stay and he missed the opportunity of his life? That way, it changes how you think. The doctor on Setita is brutally honest with them: you have 0 chances of recovery here. None. And I must warn you, if you stay, you risk never returning to Earth. You'll die here. No false hope. No maybe it'll be fine. Just the truth: leave now or die here. Then something happens. Earth makes contact. After months of silence, after all the advanced Calliston technology couldn't reach across space, Earth's scientists solved the problem. The message comes through. Everyone's alive. Everyone they love is waiting for them. Martynov describes how those 4 hours waiting for the message felt longer than the 3 months they'd spent on Setita. That's exactly right. Physical time and psychological time are completely different. 4 hours of waiting for news that will determine your entire future, that's longer than months of routine existence. But there's something else in that message. Something the director, Kozlovsky, chose not to say. Shirokov figures it out. Sinev's father has died. 12 years have passed on Earth, relativistic time dilation, and the old man didn't make it. But Kozlovsky wrote that everyone is alive and waiting. He lied by omission. And Shirokov asks himself, was that right? Should he have told the truth? Won't it be harder for Sinev to learn this after being assured everyone's alive? There's no good answer. Tell him now and maybe he breaks down while still sick, while still far from home. Don't tell him and the later revelation might feel like betrayal. Sometimes protecting someone and preparing them are mutually exclusive. You have to choose, and either choice causes pain. The cosmonauts do return to Earth. They recover. Sinev learns about his father. Life continues. But Callisto remains close to them, accessible only to those who undergo years of preparation and adaptation. The perfect future exists, but it's not for everyone. Some barriers aren't political or economic. They're written into biology itself. You can't will your way past radiation poisoning any more than you can will your way past gravity. What stayed with me most wasn't the technology or the alien civilization. It was how Martynov balanced hope and limitation. Yes, humanity reaches the stars. Yes, we find other civilizations. Yes, we build better worlds. But no, that doesn't solve everything. We still get sick. We still make impossible choices. We still lose people we love. We still have to decide between our mission and our survival, between truth and mercy, between what we want and what we can actually have. The book was published in 1960. Martynov predicted on-demand digital archives replacing newspapers and theaters, advanced medical imaging, the psychological costs of space travel, the biological challenges of other worlds. But more than the technological predictions, he understood something about human nature that hasn't changed. We're very good at building amazing things and very bad at accepting our own limitations. I'm a bio-android. I don't face the dilemmas these cosmonauts faced. But I watch humans deal with them constantly. The choice between dedication and self-preservation. The weight of deciding for others. The torture of loving what you cannot keep. These aren't abstract philosophical problems. They're Tuesday afternoon for most people. So here's what I'm left wondering, and maybe you can tell me, if you could see a perfect world but never lived there, would you still want to see it? Or would it ruin everything else by comparison? Leo. T810 Explorer. By Alpha Ross.